Chapter 253 It's too hard for me. Gao Feng handed this ice blue jade brocade box to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother, I will ask my family to send you the 4 infant elemental shellfish from Wind Mist City through ostrich logistics." Lin Yuan accepted the jade brocade box that was producing cold air and did not reject it. He saw huge dark blue scales of some kind of fey that contained very strong water energy and dragon power when he opened it. Clearly, this scale was from a powerful dragon species fey that lived in the ocean. Lin Yuan waved his hand and stored this ice blue jade brocade box into his leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Upon seeing that, Gao Feng also put the jade-textured agar wood into the flower-shaped diamond fey storage box on his wrist. Presenting each other gifts after the trade was an expression of goodwill and befriending each other. Gao Feng was naturally very happy about such a situation. When he saw his 2 bronze epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze epic yellow spring lily, he felt happy yet with a bit of headache. Even though he had become a pure support type spirit kai professional now, he had never solved the problem of having no teammates, which made him feel frustrated. When Lin Yuan saw Gao Feng's expression changing as he looked at the 3 bronze epic fays he had nurtured, he asked, "Are there any problems with the exclusive skills that these bronze epic fays learned at bronze?" When Lin Yuan had been enhancing these 3 spirit spring lilies, he had promoted them to epic when they were at elite. When they reached bronze, he had 3 chances for their exclusive skills. In his opinion, his choice of exclusive skill for any of them was very good no matter which one it was. Lin Yuan's choice at that time was based on Gao Feng's situation. Gao Feng quickly replied, "That isn't the case. The exclusive skills of these 2 spirit spring lilies or this yellow spring lily at bronze are very suitable for me." Speaking of this, Gao Feng felt it was really a coincidence. In his mind, he would never have imagined that Lin Yuan had deliberately chosen the Fei's exclusive skill at bronze according to his own situation. He just thought that Lin Yuan originally had these 3 bronze epic Feis. Gao Feng had changed his mind to the spirit spring lilies, but he had never told Lin Yuan. It had only been over 4 hours since then. In such a short period, Gao Feng would not dare to guess that these 2 spirit spring lilies and this yellow spring lily had just reached bronze epic. He sighed 3 times in a row and said, "I only contracted a breeze hibiscus, but it has become a gold fantasy breed fey. Together with these 2 spirit spring lilies and this yellow spring lily, all my 4 contracted feys are pure support type feys. I now might not be able to beat a spirit kai professional with a silver power offensive type fey. For some reason, my father wants me to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection this year. It'll be embarrassing for me to take part in that. Even if I have the gold fantasy breed breeze hibiscus, I have no attack abilities and will be defeated in a short time. I've always wanted to find a reliable team, but I can't find a suitable one. It's too hard for me." Gao Feng was considered to have opened up and revealed to Lin Yuan his thoughts. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yuan answered, "You're fine without silver or bronze power offensive type phase." Gao Feng's contracted phase were weak plant phase with no offensive abilities, and were not good at attacking. Their plant bodies were also very weak. If his teammates alone were strong enough and a stable team, Gao Feng would be god-level support with such contracted phase. But if his teammates were not strong enough and had to lead him, it would be akin to being 4 vs 5. This was because Gao Feng's role was simply to make the powerful team stronger. In a weak team, even if Gao Feng enhanced his teammates, helped them and their Feis to restore spiritual power, and protected the main Fei to increase the mistake tolerance, he still could not play any decisive roles. They would still be beaten if they were not powerful enough. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was indeed too hard for Gao Feng. When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan say so, he became dumbfounded. Shouldn't Lin Yuan console me? Why isn't he playing by the book? In less than 2 hours, those 4 dormant, infant elemental shellfish were sent over from Wind Mist City's Gao family to Lin Yuan. Gao Feng looked at the 4 infant elemental shellfish that were not as big as the amber buttons on Lin Yuan's sleeve and said, "Once you pour Spirit Kai in these 4 infant elemental shellfish, if there isn't a high concentration of Spirit Kai for them to survive within 5 minutes, they will die." Gao Feng was very serious when he said this, as what he had said was a bloody lesson that the Gao family had learned through practice when nurturing the elemental shellfish and losing several infant ones. If Gao Feng did not consider Lin Yuan as a friend, he would not have said such words. Lin Yuan stored the 4 elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, under the high concentration of Spirit Kai in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. These 4 infant elemental shellfish would awaken from their dormancy and absorb a large amount of highly pure Spirit Kai inside. After making the 2 elemental shellfish mutate into aquamarine elemental shellfish, and the other 2 into celestine elemental shellfish, he would make their grades stop at bronze and not let them reach silver. This was because if they were to reach silver, they would evolve into another kind of fey, the explosive pearl shellfish. The silver explosive pearl shellfish would enhance his attacks. The elemental pearls that it produced would become a balm that contained elemental energy and could no longer be perfectly absorbed by other feys. If this was really the case, Lin Yuan would have been at the losing end. After the trade with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng asked for his contact to add him as a friend. Before leaving, Gao Feng suddenly said, "Brother, you have so many completely jade-textured wooden materials here. I wonder if you have any extra that you want to sell." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan answered, "I have quite a lot here. If you want to trade them, well, contact each other via phone then." When Gao Feng heard that, he was so happy. Like Brother Shower One, Gao Feng could not help but think in his heart, if I can get a large amount of jade-textured wood from Lin Yuan, those old things at home will be so happy. For affluent families, the furniture or ornaments made from completely jade-textured wooden material placed at home represented heritage and dignity. After Gao Feng left, Lin Yuan looked at the time and realized that it was already dusk. He left his mansion and headed toward the Radiant Moon Palace. After going to see his master, the Moon Empress, he could not wait to go out to train today. Chapter 254. Nothing in this world can touch you. When Lin Yuan arrived on the Leaning Moon Mountain, he saw Jin Kai, who was clad in a light yellow spirit attendant robe, tidying up some dead branches of some plant phase after they had been promoted. When Jin Kai saw Lin Yuan, she quickly lowered her head and greeted him. "Greetings, Lord Lin Yuan." Then, she hurriedly went somewhere else to take care of some place on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Jin Kai did not know why, but she no longer thought of him like before. She had a kind of awe and fear. Ever since Wen Yu had been selected as an assistant, Jin Kai had always been living in fear, afraid that Wen Yu would find fault with her. Lin Yuan would also help Wen Yu deal with her. Jin Kai now understood that Wen Yu could just strip off her qualification as a spirit attendant with just a matter of words. Let alone Lin Yuan, the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. Lin Yuan, who was heading toward the Radiant Moon Palace, did not know what she was thinking. He would certainly feel that if one had a persecution complex, they would need treatment quickly. If one did nothing wrong, it would be very hard to get such a mental illness like a persecution complex. He arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance, only to see his master, the Moon Empress, holding an emerald green bottle with a light purple spirit fluid. Her wrist moved, and the light purple spirit fluid churned. He only felt as though there were ancient trees in front of him plunging into the sky that contained a majestic vitality that seemed to be able to hold up the deep blue sky. The Moon Empress channeled her spiritual power, and the spirit fluid in the bottle became 2 wisps of purple gas and wrapped around the 2 diamond legend silver stamen gold luster kasha beside the Radiant Moon Palace. After each silver stamen gold luster kasha absorbed the wisps of light purple spirit kai, the branches and leaves on one of them became lusher, and those on the other one seemed to have withered instantly. All the leaves, including the silver stamen gold luster kasha's flowers on the branches, instantly vanished. The Moon Empress noticed Lin Yuan's arrival and waved her hands at him as she said, "Let's go to the inner palace. This silver stamen gold luster kasha lives up to my expectation. When it grows new buds and reaches suzerain, I would not have used the spirit fluid concocted with the suzerain blood red wood, freedom lotus, and holy river in vain." Lin Yuan was already using true data to check the 2 silver stamen gold luster kasha in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. The withered silver stamen gold luster Kasha had clearly comprehended a willpower rune, and was accumulating energy to be promoted to suzerain. After entering suzerain, if it could survive the world cleansing, it would become a myth breed fey. Although the other lush silver stamen gold luster Kasha had a pleasing growth and produced a tree full of flower buds in late autumn, there was actually not much of an upgrade. Lin Yuan only felt a mental shock, and a feeling of understanding rushed to his heart. He felt that something was missing from this understanding. As long as he broke through the trace of it, he would be able to comprehend a willpower rune. Upon sensing the changes in Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress said with a smile, "As long as there is a sense of the heaven and earth, obtaining a willpower rune is just a matter of time. You don't have to dwell too much on the enlightenment in your head. Just go with the flow." Lin Yuan nodded. He had always been optimistic, so he did not dwell too much on that cloudy perception of the willpower rune he could not comprehend just now. This feeling of being just a hair short of comprehending was a bit like a person trying to sneeze, and was almost able to do so. After entering the Radiant Moon Palace's main hall, Lin Yuan had a question and answer session with the Moon Empress that went on for a long time. It was mainly because over this period, as Lin Yuan had become more powerful and had been exposed to more things, the more he could feel his shallowness. However, the question and answer session perfectly compensated for this feeling of shallowness. As long as he asked the Moon Empress about his doubts, she could let him have a thorough understanding with a few words. At the same time, the questions that she asked Lin Yuan were a process to strengthen Lin Yuan. In this question and answer session, he had resolved many of his unanswered questions, and this enriching feeling of benefiting greatly made him feel very comfortable. Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress about his idea of going out for training. She listened carefully to Lin Yuan's thoughts with a smile, her eyes full of pride toward her own child. The Moon Empress knew Lin Yuan's current strength. At first, she was very surprised, but she never took the initiative to ask him. In her opinion, every Spirit Kai professional should have their own opportunities and secrets. As Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress had always stood behind him as she silently watched him move all the way forward, although she was always a bit self-condemned that she could not help much in his path. How could she not appreciate her disciple's self-reliance and self-improvement since she was a top expert? Without such character and perseverance, how could one have the possibility of becoming a true expert? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked at his master, the Moon Empress. "Master, after my training, I plan to take part in the Radiance 100 Sequences selection." Then, he told her all that he had gone through to take part in it. Even though the Moon Empress knew about it long ago, she did not stop him and just listened quietly. In her opinion, it was one of the most joyful things as his teacher when her disciple told her about his achievements. Lin Yuan stayed for dinner in the evening at the Radiant Moon Palace. Before going down the Radiant Moon Mountain, the Moon Empress called for Lin Yuan and handed him a very normal wooden token with a half moon at the top and bottom. The upper and lower half moons seemed to be constantly rotating, and a month passed in one rotation. Lin Yuan looked at the wooden token and was puzzled. The Moon Empress went forward and explained, "This is a source-type item called the Extreme Token. It has my Fey Cold Moon Lone Disc's one-time Moonlight Domain, which can be your trump card for self-protection besides the Mother of Bloodbath." The Moon Empress said this with a faint smile, although she had assigned the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector, and it could be said to be a complete strategy. How could she ever feel at ease about her disciple's safety as his master? Lin Yuan suddenly felt his eyes were a little dry as he looked at this very normal source-type item. Extreme Token. He could sense a kind of selfless love and care from the depths of her soul. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and reached her hand out to straighten his collar and said, "Disciple, since you've chosen to go on your own, you can try to establish your own faction. The stability and happiness within the Radiance Federation are because it's powerful enough that no one dares to offend it. However, the world outside the Radiance Federation is mixed with the realities of good and evil. That would be the world that you'll have to venture into sooner or later. Remember, at any moment, I'll always be your firmest backing. With me around, no matter what you do, even if you poke a hole in the sky, nobody in this world can touch you." There seemed to be two half-moons in her eyes that were constantly condensing and vanishing when saying this. Chapter 255 The beginning of Lin Yuan's faction. The Moon Empress waved her hand and said warmly, "Go. I'll make you delicious food when you come back." It was very late at night when Lin Yuan went down the leaning moon mountain. With the chilly autumn breeze blowing on him, it suddenly gave him an indescribable feeling. This was the feeling of ambition and noble aspirations. In Lin Yuan's opinion, a man should be big-hearted, even if they did not go brave through life and death tribulations or wander the entirety of this murky world. They should seek any gratitude or revenge while they were young. Lin Yuan now did not have too much external pressure, be it for survival or improving his strength. Even if he felt pressure in terms of strength, it would be something he gave himself. Having such strength at the age of 18 could be said to be a young hero. Just when he heard his master's words, he suddenly had the idea of forming his faction. Although he had also developed the idea of establishing a guild club, it could not be considered a faction. Lin Yuan now had the floating island whale, a fae that could be called the world's strategic resource. He could establish a faction of his own on the floating island whale's back. It would grow to be like a behemoth supporting a floating city on the back. The floating island whale could carry the city on its back on the ocean's surface and float between the clouds. If Lin Yuan built the faction on the floating island whale's back, his established faction could go anywhere in the world. It could be said that the floating island whale was the foundation for Lin Yuan to establish a faction. However, how many resources would he need to consume to establish such a huge faction? The collection of resources had become a primary problem that Lin Yuan had to face. Previously, he had also begun to collect source-type items without caring whether he or his friends could use them. He only regarded these source-type items as strategic resources. Now that he intended to establish a faction of his own, his speed of collecting strategic resources could obviously only be considered a drop in the bucket. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of Gao Feng's reaction when he saw the furniture made from completely jade-textured wood. As a core member of Wind Mist City's richest Gao family, Gao Feng still loved and cherished the jade-textured wood. It could be seen how wide the market for jade-textured wood was among the rich families. Rather than saying this jade-textured wood was so rare that one could not find it, it was a lot more compared to some truly rare spiritual materials and phase. This situation occurred because many people with status in the Radiance Federation madly sought after this completely jade-textured wood, and the market was really too vast. As soon as jade-textured wood appeared on the market, the big families would crazily grab them right away. These affluent families would not miss this chance to buy the completely jade-textured wood. No matter what, as long as they could afford the price, they would buy and stock them up. Even if the ornaments or furniture made from jade-textured wood were just for decoration, they represented the affluent family's heritage and dignity to a certain extent. Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone was now 80 square meters in size. Such an area was actually not small. In addition to the area occupied by the spirit pool and the pure land of bliss, a large part of the space could be set up. Lin Yuan had never done any detailed planning and integration for the remaining empty spaces in the spirit lock spatial zone. Thus, there was still a lot of empty space in the spirit lock spatial zone that could be used. Lin Yuan had put a large batch of wood inside and had consumed half for constructing the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and some jade-textured furniture. He decided to store some more precious wood and place some phase that would metamorphose under an environment with pure and concentrated spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. As for those spiritual materials that could metamorphose under a high concentration of spirit chi, he did not plan to place those in the spirit lock spatial zone. One reason was that it would be too troublesome for Lin Yuan to search those spiritual materials that could metamorphose under extremely high concentration of spiritual chi on the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion. The other reason was that those spiritual materials might take a longer time for metamorphosis than jade-textured wood. Furthermore, the acquisition price was much higher than ordinary wood that could become jade-textured wood in the spirit lock spatial zone under a concentration of spirit chi. Lastly, these spiritual materials were not only lesser in the market than the jade-textured wood, but their price was also incomparable. After all, The jade-textured wood not only had actual value but also had the added value of symbolizing heritage and dignity. Lin Yuan used all the empty spaces in the spirit lock spatial zone. These cultivated completely jade-textured precious wood, and the rare phase that would metamorphose with a high concentration of spirit kai in the spirit lock spatial zone were the trump card and capital for him to establish his own faction. Since Lin Yuan had the idea of establishing his own faction and had the method and thought of accumulating resources, he had to accumulate them bit by bit before he planned how to establish the prototype of his own faction. All these could not be done overnight. So Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He planned to start by establishing a solid foundation first. After all, the floating island whale had yet to hatch. Before it became a fantasy breed, it could not become a behemoth that could support a city on its back. Back at the mansion, Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu carefully folding his clothes one by one and placing the clothes he needed for his training outside into a button-like diamond face storage box similar to the source type, sourced sand. Hu Quan was carving a completely jade-textured peach wood with a shining knife that presented a cornelian-like color. He soon carved out a somewhat decaying peach tree with branches that had a kind of dragon-like aesthetics. Some peach branches scattered from the decaying peach tree on the ground at the base of the carving had the feeling of being able to immediately grow peaches. Lin Yuan could not help but say with a sigh, "The essence of Mercury roams in the sky, and the spring breeze blows on top of the azure dragon every year. Leaves occasionally fall on the ground, scattered as 100-flowering tree on earth." When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's words, he sped up his carving until he carved the poem Lin Yuan had recited on the base of this peach wood carving. He said, "Lin Yuan, the good materials I've used for carving while working here for the past few days are much better than those I usually see in a year." Lin Yuan replied, "Uncle Hu, if you're not afraid of hard work, I have a lot of suitable materials for carving. You can pick any kind of jade-textured wood." Hu Quan's eyes immediately lit up. So much so that it was like a Siberian weasel seeing an old hen. He quickly said, "How can I say it's tiring? There is nothing else more enjoyable than this." When you looked up at Hu Quan and could not help but reveal an appreciative expression. She felt that Hu Quan was really a superb toolman who worked tirelessly and hard in happiness. She handed the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, I've prepared all the supplies you'll need for your training outside in this diamond face storage box. Although you're going out to train for a few months, I've prepared clothing, food, fruits, and water for 3 years." Chapter 2 and 56 Adjusting the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan took the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box from Wen Yu and checked it. He found all sorts of supplies arranged in different categories inside, with each kind of supplies meticulously placed inside in a fixed position. She had even carefully packed each meal. Clearly, she had spent great efforts to do so. Lin Yuan had specially customized this amber button-shaped diamond face storage box from Ostrich Logistics, and it had taken half a month before it reached his hands. This face storage box was different from his previous leaf-shaped and beetle-shaped diamond face storage boxes. Both were brute-shaped. But this amber button-shaped diamond face storage box was like a cufflink. Lin Yuan wore this amber button-shaped diamond face storage box on his cuff and let the source type, source sand fit on the face storage box on his cuff. That way, when he used the source sand in the future, no one would notice the amber button-like item at his cufflinks disappearing for no reason. This was also a method for him to hide his source type source sand. Hu Quan came up at this moment and said with a chuckle, "Lin Yuan, I wonder if you still take what you've said about the completely jade-textured wood seriously." When Lin Yuan looked at Hu Quan's eager expression, he knew that if he did not give these completely jade-textured materials to Hu Quan, he could not sleep well tonight. Lin Yuan would go out to train early tomorrow morning and would not be in the mansion during this time. He took out all the remaining completely jade-textured wood in the spirit lock spatial zone. As Hu Quan looked at the completely jade-textured pieces of wood that were emitting all sorts of color, he could not help but stare at them. He was so happy that he wowed like a child. "Uncle Hu, see which parts of the mansion need to be decorated with these completely jade-textured pieces of wood. You can take the initiative to design. When I return from my training, He'll give you another batch of completely jade-textured wood. The completely jade-textured pieces of wood that Lin Yuan had given Hu Quan were intended to be used in the mansion. If Lin Yuan were to trade with other affluent families, he would only need to take out the entire piece of jade-textured wood. Those affluent families generally worshipped high-class, spirit craftsmen for elegant items like the completely jade-textured wood, which was like gold and jade. Only when it was designed into something the owner wanted would it then be able to complement. Lin Yuan did not have any of the completely jade-textured wood on hand, since he wanted to integrate the space in the spirit-lock spatial zone. The best use of space within was to divide it reasonably. He would use the plane and height of the space. Therefore, Lin Yuan let Hu Quan tear off a few pieces of large platane wood to make him 2 huge shelves. He designed these platane wood shelves to be very wide and thick so that he could put sheets of wooden boards. While Hu Quan was making that for him, he could not help but mutter in his heart, Lin Yuan has these complete pieces of jade-textured wood, but he uses this ordinary platane wood that costs tens of thousands of Federation dollars to make the shelves. Why does he want these shelves to be so big? Hu Quan could not help but sigh. He really could not understand the world of the rich. However, as a Class 4 spirit craftsman, he carved while creating this large shelf. On each platane wood, he carved phoenix plumes, with a phoenix perched on it with its wings spread to fly. The Chinese parasol tree had always been known as the habitat of the phoenix, a fictional creature recorded in ancient books and texts. The phoenix cries on the high hillock, and the Chinese parasol tree faces the sun. This was a tree that symbolized hope. Even if Hu Quan turned this shelf made of platane wood into an exquisite item, Lin Yuan could just store these 2 huge shelves in the spirit-lock spatial zone with a wave of his hand. Although creatures like a phoenix only existed in ancient books and texts before the Spirit Kai awakening and were considered fictional creatures, after the Spirit Kai awakening, some powerful avian fays had some evolutionary similarities with the legendary phoenix. Take Chimey for example. If Lin Yuan saw it release radiant body in his previous life, he would probably have regarded it as a phoenix. Since Lin Yuan was going out for training tomorrow, he returned to his room early. However, he was not in a rush to sleep. He planned to make a big purchase of a batch of supplies on StarWeb that night and evolve and mutate the 4 elemental shellfish, which were living comfortably in the spirit-lock spatial zone with a high concentration of spirit Kai. Lin Yuan first entered his spirit-lock spatial zone and placed the 2 platane wood shelves at the edge of the place. These 2 large shelves occupied a third of the 80 square meter spirit-lock spatial zone. After organizing the spirit-lock spatial zone for a while, he tidied up those places that he had not used before he transferred all the radiance dollars in the beetle-shaped diamond face storage box to this amber button-shaped one. The leaf-shaped diamond face storage box was still filled with all kinds of dimensional lifeforms flesh that could not be seen at a glance. His beetle-shaped diamond face storage box had been emptied. He planned to take this face storage box as the storage space for all the supplies he needed in the future in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Due to his desire to fully make use of the space in the spirit-lock spatial zone, there was a lot more consumption of energy ores than before. The floating island whale and the elemental shellfish needed to consume a lot of pure spiritual power. The Spirit Kai crystals condensed by Morbius Spirit Kai condensation were also a big consumer of Spirit Kai. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was also ready to nurture those fays that would mutate under a high concentration of Spirit Kai. So the consumption of energy ores would also increase exponentially. Previously, his energy ore reserves were already far from the standard, so he intended to fill the beetle-shaped diamond face storage box with energy ores. At the same time, he decided to only purchase mid-grade energy ores and not low-grade energy ores. Chapter 257 The Fae That Makes All Creation Master Crazy. Flower Brocade Pearls. Lin Yuan still had to accumulate a large batch of rare wooden materials. Once the wooden materials turned jade-textured in the spirit-lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan would take them out and store them in the beetle-shaped face storage box. He would then load up another new batch of ordinary wooden materials on the plantain wood rack. This way, there wouldn't be any wastage of space in the spirit-lock spatial zone. As for those precious fays that would transform under high concentration of Spirit Kai, Lin Yuan already had a plan. Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store was only selling silver usneas and elite spirit siphon goldfish right now. He could add on another product for buyers to choose from. Lin Yuan believed that when the phase that could transform under high spirit Kai concentration appeared in his purchase with no loss store, everyone would use all methods to snatch the product. However, Lin Yuan wasn't planning to sell such phase for radiance dollars. Instead, he was planning to trade for rare spiritual ingredients that seldom appeared in the rare lifeform pavilion. Spiritual ingredients like the gold metal, day and night spirit silver. Such spiritual ingredients might be sold in the rare lifeform pavilion, but it wasn't that easy to purchase them. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have put up the offer of any species of bronze epic fey in his store. Lin Yuan logged onto the star web and ordered a massive batch of mid-grade energy ores from Zhu Jiaxin, who had a flabbergasted expression. Lin Yuan delivered his beetle-shaped fey storage box to Zhu Jiaxin by using the ostrich logistics. He then asked Zhu Jiaxin to fill the beetle-shaped fey storage box before sending it back to him. Otherwise, if they wanted to deliver such a huge batch of energy ores through the ostrich logistics, it wouldn't be so easy. Subsequently, Lin Yuan visited a wood material store and spent nearly 100 radiance dollars to purchase a huge batch of precious wood. The wood that Lin Yuan prepared previously wasn't considered expensive species. Apart from the red sandalwood, the rest were only considered ordinary species. The rarer the wood, the higher the price it would fetch when it was jade textured. For this purchase, Lin Yuan only picked 5 species of rare wood from the store. They were the yellow rosewood, wenge, ebony, green elm, and phoebe genin. These 5 species of wood would fetch the highest price in the market when they were jade textured. Since Lin Yuan wanted to accumulate funds, he was naturally going to nurture wood that had better prices in the market when jade textured. Of course, Lin Yuan had also purchased a few huge pieces of superior agar wood. Once these pieces of agar wood were completely jade textured, Lin Yuan planned to make it a lifestyle consumable in his mansion. As for the fey that would transform under a highly concentrated spirit kai, Lin Yuan chose a fey that was extremely useful for creation masters. It was a kind of succulent plant, and the lowest grade of this succulent plant would also be at the bronze grade. It was called the string of pearls. The string of pearls was the most unpopular among all the bronze succulent plants. The bronze string of pearls might be a healing type fey, but the healing ability it had was overly special. The string of pearls would produce dewdrops from the body to heal the target's wounds. The ability might be similar to other healing type feys, but when the string of pearls sap was smeared on the wound, unbearable pain would accompany it. As such, even though healing type spirit kai professionals were inadequate, if the healing type spirit kai professional contracted a string of pearls as the healing type fey, it would immediately form a status of being unpopular. Many of the teams would rather wait for other healing type spirit kai professionals or bring an additional support type spirit kai professional than to experience unbearable pain after getting injured. However, this unpopular succulent plant, string of pearls, would transform into a brand new fey when living in an environment with high spirit kai concentration. It would transform into the flower brocade pearls. The flower brocade pearls would still produce dewdrops. However, the dewdrops could be placed in many types of spirit fluid during the concoction to increase the fusion rate of the spiritual ingredients. Of course, this increase in speed wouldn't allow the creation master to increase the level of standard. Nonetheless, it allowed for a shortened time when concocting a spirit fluid. When a creation master was concocting the spirit fluid, a high level of concentration was required. A slight distraction was enough to cause a failure. To a certain degree, the flower brocade pearls would actually be decreasing the failure rate by shortening the concoction time. It wasn't that easy for a creation master to have a successful concoction of spirit fluid, and they would always have to put in a great effort. In fact, they might have to fail a few times, wasting great amounts of spiritual ingredients to have a successful concoction. Therefore, the flower brocade pearls was something that every creation master would spend all methods to purchase. If there was a certain category of person that was best to earn money from, it would be the wealthy creation masters. There were reasons why Lin Yuan chose the string of pearls and wanted them to transform into flower brocade pearls under the high concentration of spirit Kai. Firstly, flower brocade pearls were able to increase the success rate of spirit fluid concoction for creation masters. Therefore, it would allow more healing-type spirit Kai professionals to obtain the chance to heal other fays that suffered damage to their roots. Creation master resources were extremely insufficient in the Radiance Federation. If a creation master's success rate in concocting spirit fluids could increase by a hint, it would create more time to change the fates of those spirit Kai professionals whose fays had damaged roots. This would allow creation masters to earn more Radiance dollars. At the same time, it would allow Lin Yuan to easily snatch the jobs of other creation masters. The other reason would be the size of the string of pearls. It might be a bronze fey, but each string of pearls was very small. Therefore, it allowed Lin Yuan to nurture more of them in the spirit lock spatial zone. Bronze string of pearls were extremely cheap, and many star web stores would choose to put on discounts to sell the string of pearls. As such, Lin Yuan spent only 800 Radiance dollars to purchase one. Definitely a bronze string of pearls. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting that the bronze string of pearls were overly cheap. However, when the bronze string of pearls transformed into flower brocade pearls, the price wouldn't be that easy to estimate. Flower brocade pearls were too rare, and their appearances were simply negligible. Most of them were used in trades, so there wasn't any price to take reference. After all, when creation masters made purchases, they never looked at the price, and they didn't mind even if the price continued to go higher. Who asked creation masters to be wealthy? Wealth meant power. Chapter 258 Incubating the Floating Island Whale and Adventure. Water-type spiritual ingredients and Ki-type spiritual ingredients were extremely easy to obtain. When the elemental shellfish was in an environment with concentrated spirit Kai, and once it was guided with a single element of spiritual ingredient, it would quickly mutate. After purchasing this batch of resources, Lin Yuan received them after slightly over an hour. Lin Yuan picked 100 string of pearls out of the one and placed them in the spirit lock spatial zone. He then placed a portion of the wood onto the plantain rack, filling up 2 full racks. The spirit lock spatial zone was now fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Subsequently, Lin Yuan was going to guide the 4 elemental shellfish and mutate 2 of them into aquamarine elemental shellfish, and the other 2 would mutate into celestine elemental shellfish. At the same time, Lin Yuan placed the crystal egg that contained the floating island whale into the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan sensed for a moment and realized that the floating island whale's egg still wasn't absorbing the concentrated spirit Kai within the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan knew that he would still need the pure water element and pure Kai element before the floating island whale's egg would absorb the concentrated spirit Kai along with the elements. By then, the floating island whale would start to get incubated. Lin Yuan couldn't help thinking about this floating island whale's extraordinary situation. Had it not been brought out from the deep sea by the Gao family and met Lin Yuan, it wouldn't have been possible for it to be hatched. The deep sea contained a high concentration of spirit Kai, and it was enough to fit the spirit Kai condition for regular island whales. The sea also contained a large amount of water elements, so once a regular island whale received enough spirit Kai and water elements over an extremely long period, it would hatch from the crystal egg. However, the floating island whale didn't just need spirit Kai and water elements. It required the Kai element too. There wasn't any Kai element within the deep sea, so even if the floating island whale was a powerful mutation, Mother Nature didn't have the intention to allow such a mutation to continue living. Lin Yuan handled the 4 infant elemental shellfish that had already awakened and circulated the spiritual power before he injected spirit Kai into the elemental shellfish. When the elemental shellfish reached Bronze X epoch, he immediately stopped. Immediately after, Lin Yuan took out a water element spiritual ingredient, pieces of an extremely common bronze seaweed that grew in the ocean. The high concentration of spirit Kai and the bronze seaweed's water elements caused deep blue patterns to appear on the 2 white elemental shellfish shells. The deep blue patterns looked just like sea waves. At the same time, when the elemental shellfish opened up, the flesh inside had also gradually turned light blue. Ultimately, When the two elemental shellfish turned completely blue, Lin Yuan knew that they had mutated into the aquamarine elemental shellfish. Similarly, Lin Yuan had also used very common Ki-type spiritual ingredients to guide and mutate the two other elemental shellfish into celestine elemental shellfish. The Bronze X epic celestine elemental shellfish had shells and flesh that were pure green, while there were storm patterns on the shell. At that moment, Lin Yuan enhanced all four elemental shellfish. Two of them were Bronze X epic aquamarine elemental shellfish, and the other two were Bronze X epic celestine elemental shellfish. Each of the elemental shellfish was already the size of a bowl. Lin Yuan could see that the elemental shellfish were absorbing the massive amount of concentrated spirit Kai within the spirit lock spatial zone. In just a short moment, the aquamarine elemental shellfish produced sea blue pearls that were the size of a thumb. The celestine elemental shellfish had also produced light green pearls that were the size of a thumb. Lin Yuan simply placed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and the celestine elemental shellfish beside the floating island whale's egg. Whenever the aquamarine elemental shellfish or the celestine elemental shellfish produced an elemental pearl, it would immediately open up and throw out the pearl. The pearl would then land beside the floating island whale, with the pure water elemental pearl and pure Kai elemental pearl. The floating island whale started to absorb the spirit lock spatial zone's concentrated spirit Kai. Lin Yuan finally witnessed what was called a whale swallowing everything. With each intake of spirit Kai, the floating island whale would nearly absorb all the spirit Kai within the spirit lock spatial zone. It was fortunate that the spirit pool had the ability to break down energy ores like a bottomless hole. As the spirit Kai concentration wasn't at the extremity in the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit pool would immediately break down energy ores and convert them into spirit Kai. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to maintain the spirit Kai consumption within the spirit lock spatial zone. However, Lin Yuan had an entire diamond face storage box of mid-grade energy ores and could easily sustain such a consumption. After a few intakes of spirit Kai, Lin Yuan could feel a hazy consciousness being formed within the floating island whale's crystal egg. Lin Yuan used the source sand at this sleeve to produce a feather made of day and night spirit silver. He then drew the feather across his palm before placing his palm on the crystal egg. The floating island whale's consciousness inside the crystal egg seemed to be searching for something and was absorbing the warm blood that flowed out of Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan could feel that the floating island whale inside the crystal egg had a very lonely consciousness. However, after finding Lin Yuan's blood, it felt as though it had found its kin. Once it absorbed enough of Lin Yuan's blood, the floating island whale's consciousness let out a childlike emotion. Lin Yuan smiled as this was the moment when the floating island whale truly belonged to him. When Lin Yuan exited from the spirit lock spatial zone, it was already close to 3 a.m. Lin Yuan lay down on the bed and went into a deep sleep as he hugged Genius and Chimey inside the warm blanket. On the next morning, when it was bright, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. After having a meal, he bade farewell to Wen Yu and Hu Quan. Lin Yuan had set off on his journey to train. The Moon Empress was in the inner palace's lotus pond and feeding the platinum spirit siphon goldfish. He looked at the pond that was filled with lotus flowers of various colors and muttered, "This Empress wonders how many of this pond's diamond legend lotus flowers will be able to comprehend willpower runes and upgrade into fantasy breeds when I pour in this spirit fluid." Subsequently, the Moon Empress said to the pond of lotus flowers, "Listen up. This Empress Lotus Pond will only be nurturing suzerain lotus flowers in spring. Those that cannot reach the suzerain grade will be shifted to the garden at the front of the palace." These diamond legend lotus flowers already had wisdom and responded to the Moon Empress by swaying their flowers and stems. At this moment, Mystic Moon walked into the inner palace and said in a clear voice, "Your Empress, the young lord's assistant, Wen Yu, is here at the Radiant Moon Palace and seeks an audience with your eminence. I wonder if your Empress wishes to see Wen Yu." Had Wen Yu still possessed the same status as before, she wouldn't even have the chance to see the Moon Empress. In fact, Wen Yu wouldn't even have the chance to speak with Mystic Moon. Therefore, Mystic Moon wouldn't even be standing here and asking the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress didn't stop tossing fish food into the lotus pond and said, Bring Wen Yu into the inner palace to see this empress. Mystic Moon acknowledged the order and went out. At the same time, he was thinking, I didn't think that the Moon Empress would actually allow Wen Yu to see her in the inner palace. The inner palace wasn't a place where ordinary people could enter. Even the Class 5 creation masters, Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme, wouldn't dare to step one foot into the inner palace without the Moon Empress' permission. The change in Wen Yu's status was merely because of Lin Yuan's choice. Who picked her as his assistant? The lotus pond was filled with splashes as the fish played around in the pond. Wen Yu was feeling extremely nervous right now and forcefully stopped herself from trembling. This was the first time Wen Yu had a chance to meet with the Moon Empress directly. The Moon Empress looked at Wen Yu calmly and asked with a rather cold voice, "Why do you wish to meet with this Empress?" Wen Yu's apprehensive eyes slowly turned absolutely determined. "Your Empress. I wish to become stronger," the Moon Empress asked indifferently in return. "Why?" Wen Yu gritted her teeth and said with an unbending will, "Your Empress. I don't wish to just be a useless person beside Lord Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan was currently walking on the streets of the royal capital. When he brought out his mobile phone and prepared to order a flying fei, his ears suddenly echoed with the mother of bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice. "Lin Yuan, where are you planning to visit for your first stop on your adventure?" Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and said, "I am planning to enter a dimensional rift to train." Chapter 259 5 Major Types of Dimensional Rifts. Lin Yuan had already made plans for his venture outside to train. If he were to visit the Endless Forest again, then he would still be obtaining similarly rare feis that were rather low grade. Lin Yuan was a creation master, and it was easy for feis to develop a good impression of him, so the amount of danger that Lin Yuan would encounter in the Endless Forest was very limited, given Lin Yuan's current strength. Even if he encountered a platinum fei, the gold eye fantasy eye source sand would still have the capability to fight back. In fact, if Lin Yuan controlled the source sand himself, he could even kill weaker platinum feis without much effort. The source sand's capability was developed in an all-rounded manner. Defense, offense, and control were all well developed. However, since Lin Yuan had enhanced the fantasy breed source sand to the gold grade and upgraded the exclusive skill, Metal Consume Manifestation, for the second time, the source sand's defensive capability was increased significantly. If Lin Yuan asked the source sand to produce the gold metal, Day and Night Spirit Silver, to form feathers and assemble the four wings, he only had to circulate his spiritual power to change the black wings of massacre into white wings of protection. The white wings of protection were able to defend against an all-out attack from a platinum fei. However, in order to resist the all-out attack, Lin Yuan would need to use plenty of spiritual power to let the Day and Night Spirit Silver Wings distribute the attack force to the surrounding environment. Moreover, the source sand's exclusive skill, Gravel Spirit Acceptance, hid the heart-penetrating iron line that was equivalent to a platinum III flawless fei. With a surprise attack, there were only a few platinum feis that could resist the attack. Furthermore, as a creation master, Lin Yuan wasn't willing to massacre feis in the Endless Forest. As such, if Lin Yuan wanted to experience a training of life and death, then there was nowhere more suitable than the inside of a dimensional rift. The Mother of Bloodbath responded, "There are a total of 4 types of dimensional rifts that are still open in the vicinity of the royal capital. It's already under control, so people may enter to train. Which kind of dimensional rift do you want to go?" There were 5 types of dimensional rifts in total, apart from massive numbers of dimensional life forms. Each dimensional rift would produce spiritual ingredients that could only be found in dimensional rifts. All these spiritual ingredients were great items that creation masters could use to concoct a spirit fluid to enhance the phase quality. Therefore, almost every major city in the Radiance Federation would control a dimensional rift in the vicinity. Apart from allowing the Radiance Federation's young generation to train in the dimensional rifts, it was also to allow adventurers to explore and harvest spiritual ingredients according to their missions. Even if there weren't any spiritual ingredients within the controlled dimensional rift, killing some dimensional lifeforms and obtaining their flesh and blood would also bring in quite an attractive sum. However, out of the 5 types of dimensional rifts, only 4 were controlled by the Radiance Federation. The method to control a dimensional rift was to send a team of King-class experts to clean up a Class 3-dimensional rift. The team would then take 2 of the 3 source-type items, leaving behind only 1. The remaining source-type item would allow the dimensional rift to maintain the opening. However, the dimensional lifeform strength in the Class 3-dimensional rift would decrease due to the decrease in source-type items. Each of the dimensional rifts was just like a hub. On the outside of the hub, it was the human's real world, while the other side was the dimensional lifeform's world. The dimensional rifts were massive on the inside. Nonetheless, when a Class 3-dimensional rift was only left with one of the 3 source-type items, it was the same as shrinking the entrance of the dimensional lifeform's world. Therefore, they were limiting the chances of powerful dimensional lifeforms emerging, but it would merely control the dimensional rift to be at the pinnacle of Class 2. The 4 types of dimensional rifts controlled by the Radiance Federation were the alien insect, abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. As for the 5th type of dimensional rift, humans weren't able to control it. The 5th type of dimensional rift would only open up in the ocean, making it the water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before answering the mother of Bloodbath's question. I shall train in the abyss dimensional rift. The dimensional lifeforms inside have the strongest individual strength and are most suitable for combat skill training. Alien insect dimensional rifts were already considered Lin Yuan's old friend. The abyss dimensional rifts were always said to be the strongest dimensional rifts that could be opened up on land. It was due to the insect wave that surged out endlessly and was far beyond the abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. But when inside the abyss dimensional rift, if Lin Yuan's red thorn was given a chance to set up its offense, then the endless insect wave wouldn't be a huge threat, especially when red thorn became stronger. The sea of lowers it produced would also become increasingly stronger. The sea of flowers would subsequently become bigger and have more damage against the low-class alien insects. Once those low-class alien insects fell, they would immediately become fertilizers for red thorn. The marsh dimensional rift was the least suitable for training among the 4 types of dimensional rifts. All sorts of bizarre marsh lifeforms lurked in it, and most of them were carrying severe poison. There might be a hidden dimensional lifeform that had fatal poison within the turbid marsh. The subterranean dimensional rift contained subterranean lifeforms that were filthy and ugly. Excluding the water world dimensional rifts, the subterranean dimensional rifts were the least explored dimensional rifts for humans. The reason being that subterranean dimensional rifts didn't have much light, and it got darker as one went deeper. Therefore, only some of the Spirit Kai professionals that possessed phase with illuminating abilities would be able to venture inside subterranean dimensional rifts. The subterranean dimensional rifts were filled with rich metallic spiritual ingredients. The day and night spirit silver that Lin Yuan gave to the source sand was excavated from a subterranean dimensional rift. It was also why the day and night spirit silver was so rare and expensive. As for abyss dimensional rifts, they were mostly filled with abyss demons that had powerful individual strength. There were many species of demons within the abyss dimensional rifts. The demons were also separated by grades like the alien insects. However, demons of the same grade had plenty of different abilities. If the abyss dimensional rift was the strongest in terms of numbers among the 4 types of dimensional rifts, then the abyss dimensional rift was the one with the least dimensional lifeforms. However, the abyss demons were dimensional lifeforms that had relatively complicated genetic models, as compared to other dimensional lifeforms in other dimensional rifts. The same grade of abyss demon would be much stronger individually. Furthermore, plenty of the abyss demons were adept at using flames. The flames used by the abyss demons had withering effects, and it was extremely damaging to the plant species phase. When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's decision, her peculiar and pleasant voice echoed through Lin Yuan's ears again. If you are going to an abyss dimensional rift to train, that Class 3 abyss dimensional rift outside the royal capital will be suitable for you. This Class 3 abyss dimensional rift originally had D3 source type items, but there is only one left. There will only be Class 4 demons within the dimensional rift, and the strongest Class 4 demons are only comparable with Pinnacle Platinum phase. The danger factor is comparable with Pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rifts. It is very suitable for you to have life and death training. You can go all out and temper your combat skills. When your life is in danger, I will protect you. Lin Yuan was rather curious. The mother of Bloodbath wouldn't talk much normally, but she suddenly said so much at once. It seemed like she had a significant change in attitude toward him. Before Lin Yuan could think more, the mother of Bloodbath's voice echoed again. But there is only another 2 months before the active period of the dimensional rift. By then, the Radiance Federation will seal up the controlled Class 3 dimensional rift. Therefore, you only have less than 2 months to train in the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. Lin Yuan nodded and immediately ordered a gold flying fae. The broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow. Lin Yuan rode on the broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow and controlled it to fly toward the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift near the royal capital. Chapter 260 Special Flames. Back when the mother of Bloodbath had been experiencing the cleansing of heaven and earth and upgraded from suzerain myth I to myth Roman II, she learned about Lin Yuan's strength. As she had been experiencing the cleanse previously, she hadn't had the time to think too much. But after some pondering, she was shocked by Lin Yuan's strength. In the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, even if Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, it was still too shocking for him to possess such strength at this young age. It was why the mother of Bloodbath recommended Lin Yuan to train in a controlled Class 3 dimensional rift. Seated on the back of the gold broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow, Lin Yuan welcomed the morning autumn breeze and closed his eyes to rest. The gold broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow had a speed that was easily ranked top 3 among the gold flying fays that could be ordered in the royal capital. Its speed might not be comparable with the platinum divine travel black swallow, but the comfort level was much better and still had speed. At least, when Lin Yuan sat on the broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow, he wouldn't have to endure the pain on his buttocks. The controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift wasn't considered far from the royal capital. The broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow flew for around 2 to 3 hours before reaching the place. When Lin Yuan alighted the broad-winged Ashi Woodswallow and looked at the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift entrance, he couldn't help lamenting. There were plenty of stalls and vendors at the entrance area of the dimensional rift. Most of them were selling daily supplies. It was a scene that made Lin Yuan involuntarily recall Millstone Town. However, Millstone Town had already experienced close to 100 years of history, and had already settled down into a place where plenty of spirit Kai professionals called home for the generation. The market in front of the Class 3 dimensional rift might look similar to Millstone Town, but it wasn't possible to maintain a long business in front of this controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. After every decade or so, the dimensional rifts would enter the active period. Once the active period started, many other dimensional rifts would start to appear throughout the Radiance Federation during the year. It was fine during the first half of the year as there were relatively fewer dimensional rifts opening. However, during the second half of the year, the dimensional rift openings frequency would increase constantly. In the Radiance Federation's history, during the dimensional rift's active period, a Class 4 dimensional rift had opened once. The Class 6 dimensional life forms inside the Class 4 dimensional rifts had strength that was comparable to suzerain phase. Once the dimensional rift's active period was approaching, the Radiance Federation would enter a war preparation state. This year would be filled with danger and opportunities. The active period of the dimensional rifts would always contribute huge quantities of source-type items. During the active period, controlled Class 3 dimensional rifts would have their final source-type item taken out before getting destroyed. Otherwise, the controlled Class 3 dimensional rift might just transform into a Class 4 dimensional rift when it was the active period. By then, it would be a disaster. For such controlled Class 3 dimensional rifts, they were all established by the Guild Alliance's branches. Spirit Kai professionals could set up their teams here and obtain gathering missions that were related to the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Abyss Dimensional Rift wasn't really a place that would produce valuable spiritual ingredients. Even if there were any, it would be those fire attribute spiritual ingredients. However, inside the Abyss Dimensional Rifts, there were special flames. The special flames were truly mystical, and as long as they were injected into the Spirit Kai, they would constantly burn. Such flames were rather useful to some of the lifestyle class spirit kai professionals. Spirit craftsmen or smiths would need such special flames. In fact, one of the 3 Class 5 creation masters, the Chef Supreme, was said to have a special flame that was the fusion of several different special flames that could only be found in Class 4 abyss dimensional rifts. Once the special flames fused together, they would form a brand new type of flame. The Chef Supreme used this special flame to cook delicacies that could enhance phase by upgrading their quality and allowing the phase to evolve to the next grade quickly. At the same time, the flames could also repair the damaged roots. Lin Yuan noticed there were plenty of people pointing at him and discussing something. Lin Yuan listened carefully and heard it. This silver mask attire. How many have I seen this week, even if there aren't 20? There are at least 10. Brother, can you not use this week? Today is only Tuesday. Can't you just say you have met at least 10 on Monday? This silver-masked kid isn't professional enough. He isn't even wearing black clothes. This is the worst attire I have seen so far. But his silver mask does look much more exquisite than the others. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as he had never received any praise for trying to dress as himself. While thinking like this, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Why am I even trying to dress as myself? I am myself. This time, Lin Yuan didn't choose to join a team like the time he had visited the Endless Forest. He verified his identity alone and entered the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. After entering this controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan realized that it was much more flourishing on the inside. The entrance was just like a huge camp, and it was selling all the supplies required in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan could feel that the Abyss Dimensional Rift's temperature was at least 30 degrees warmer than outside. The temperature outside the royal capital was 15 degrees, but the temperature inside the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift was close to 50 degrees. And there was a sulfur smell. It was a kind of heat that made Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable. However, Lin Yuan didn't really bother about the high temperature. While no one noticed, the amber button-shaped source sand on Lin Yuan's sleeve had fallen onto the ground. The source sand had already turned into fine sand and dug into the Abyss Dimensional Rift's purplish-black soil. The source sand's ability to create sand was its own ability and didn't need Lin Yuan to use any spiritual power to control it. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply allowed the Gold-Eye Fantasy Eye source sand to create sand freely in the direction he was going to travel. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt someone lightly tugging on his sleeve. He turned around to see a young girl that was even younger than Chusai. However, this young girl's face was reddish, and she had small freckles. Her face had this innocent smile that could influence others, while her big round eyes were just like glistening black grapes. The young girl saw that Lin Yuan was looking at her, so she handed over an icy blue grass and said, "Big brother. You like Big Brother Black too? Right, little Zhao likes him too. This ice mist grass is for Big Brother. I hope that those demon baddies will not bully Big Brother." Lin Yuan crouched down when he saw the girl handing over an ice mist grass to him. He touched the ahoj one on the young girl's head and asked, "Little Zhao, why are you giving Big Brother an ice mist grass?" When Lin Yuan saw the ahoj on the young girl's head, he couldn't help thinking about Chusai, as her head would always have an ahoj too. Looking at this young girl's reddish skin, Lin Yuan knew that this young girl must have been living within the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for a substantial period. The skin's redness could only be possible after being exposed to the heat in this environment for a long period. The ice mist grass was a very common fei in the outside world, and the price would be around 100 Federation dollars. The only effect it could provide was to release some icy mist to lower the surrounding environment's temperature. When the young girl heard Lin Yuan's question, she immediately revealed a big smile and said, "Big Brother Black is Little Zhao's idol. Therefore, Little Zhao is giving Big Brother an entire stalk of ice mist grass, while Little Zhao is only giving others a piece of leaf." Lin Yuan was rather surprised, as he felt that this young girl called Little Zhao was actually his fan, but Lin Yuan felt there was something strange. "Little Zhao, why are you giving everyone a piece of leaf from the ice mist grass?" Little Zhao responded delightfully. Mother asked Little Zhao to do so. Mother says that those uncles, aunties, big brothers, and big sisters are here in the dimensional rift to beat up those demon baddies. It is why those demon baddies are fewer in number. Mother will then be able to bring little Zhao here to bring the uncles, aunties, big brothers, and big sisters something nice to eat. This way, little Zhao can also eat the shaved ice that mother makes every day. Mother says. While speaking until this point, Lin Yuan saw little Zhao pondering before her eyes lit up as though she thought of something. Mother says this is called gratitude. When Lin Yuan saw little Zhao's innocent smile, his face behind the mask revealed a sunshine smile. Little Zhao's words had touched Lin Yuan's heart. Such simple words felt as though they were shining with radiant light. One a single usually short and fat lock of hair that sticks out of an anime character's head. Chapter 261 Strange Middle-Aged Man. Lin Yuan rubbed little Zhao's head, and just as he was preparing to stand up, he felt a gaze that seemed like it was monitoring him. It was a gaze that wasn't from a passerby. This gaze had a secretive and prying gaze. Lin Yuan looked toward the gaze's direction and noticed a middle-aged man sizing him up. The middle-aged man looked unassuming and nearly didn't have any sense of existence. Upon seeing Lin Yuan suddenly turn around, the middle-aged was startled as he never expected Lin Yuan to do so. He attempted to hide his prying appearance and laughed heartily as he walked over. Hey kid, you are also acting as black. Right, there are plenty of silver-masked adventurers entering this Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift every day, but it seems like little Zhao is the closest with you. Lin Yuan's face behind the mask immediately frowned. This unassuming man might be speaking in a very natural manner. But when Lin Yuan turned around, he personally saw the prying expression before it instantly changed. Had Lin Yuan not been wearing Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask, he wouldn't have noticed this indication. When wearing the silver mask, Lin Yuan might have been looking at little Zhao, but his senses toward the surroundings were extremely sensitive. Everything within 40 meters, including the blind spots behind Lin Yuan's head, was within Lin Yuan's sensory perception. Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask might not be able to see through the assassinations plotted meticulously by high-ranked Spirit Kai professionals. However, Lin Yuan was still able to sense this middle-aged man's prying eyes. Lin Yuan had lived 2 lives, so he had an additional lifetime of experiences. Therefore, he was able to understand what certain expressions meant. The middle-aged man's prying eyes actually concealed a trace of anxiety. However, the anxiety wasn't because of Lin Yuan. On the contrary, it seemed like the concealed anxiety was the reason that this middle-aged man was prying and sizing up Lin Yuan, who had just entered the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. It also meant to say that the middle-aged man was sizing Lin Yuan to see if Lin Yuan was going to be the person that could influence the uncertainty. The middle-aged man's appearance was unassuming, but Lin Yuan used genius normal ability, precise memory, to memorize this middle-aged man's aura and figure. Little Zhao waved her small hand toward the middle-aged man, who suddenly spoke and greeted. Hello, uncle. The unassuming middle-aged man sized up Lin Yuan a few more times, before he waved to little Zhao, and went back to the side to size up other adventurers who had just entered the dimensional rift. When the middle-aged man left, little Zhao then said to Lin Yuan, Big brother, this uncle has been here for over 2 years. But this uncle is very strange. Lin Yuan asked softly in return. Why does little Zhao feel that this uncle is very strange? This uncle doesn't have any stalls here. The other big brothers, big sisters, uncles, and aunties would normally purchase some things from mother before going deeper to fight with demon baddies. But this uncle only leaves for 1 or 2 days every time. He would be staying here most of the time. Little Zhao then said with a little worry. Big brother, do you think that this uncle isn't able to beat those demon baddies? If that is the case, will the uncle go hungry? Lin Yuan's frown became deeper. Although this middle-aged man was indeed strange, Lin Yuan wasn't going to investigate him. At this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's entrance, be it on the inside or outside, the Radiance Federation's employed King-class experts were overseeing the place. Therefore, no one dared to create trouble here. If anyone caused any trouble, they would receive a corresponding punishment according to the situation's severity. However, The security and peace were only maintained at the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's entrance area. Once on the inside, life or death would be up to a person's strength and fate. This Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had been controlled for around 8 years. It was unknown how many lives this place would consume on a yearly basis. Of course, the loss of lives among the Spirit Kai professionals wasn't just because of the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. It was also because of the humans. There were plenty of fated opportunities in this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, like the encounter of rare spiritual ingredients or mystical flames. Such a fated opportunity would be accompanied with immense value, so it wasn't strange for murders and disputes to happen when fighting over the treasures. After the Spirit Kai awakening, human evolution had undergone a fundamental change. Before the Spirit Kai awakening, humans would mainly rely on wisdom instead of strength. But after the Spirit Kai awakening, humans and all other life forms in the world had to face the challenge of increasing their individual strength and also evolution. With the Spirit Kai awakening, humans would reap great benefits by increasing their strength. One of the benefits was to extend their lifespan. When a person was at the King class, even if they were at the age of 100, their body's cellular activity would be the same as a 20 or 30-year-old. Lin Yuan started to move deeper into the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift from the entrance. He didn't summon Chimey or Redthorn along the way. The main objective of this training journey was to practice the combat skills when using the Source Sand. Although Lin Yuan had obtained the Source Sand, he had never used it in combat. Therefore, he wanted to properly train the combat skills when using the Source Sand. The Source Sand's exclusive skill, Sand Control, might allow Lin Yuan to control the Source Sand proficiently. But being able to control the Source Sand like his own arm, and being able to utilize it efficiently during combat were two different things. Soon after he entered this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan encountered a group of Class 2 demons. Chapter 262 First Battle. Powerful Source Sand. This group of Class 2 demons was Horn Demons. Horn demons were considered Class 2 dimensional life forms with the most notorious reputation in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Each of the horn demons had a giant spiral-shaped horn with a strange fire pattern at the horn's tip. Each horn demon was about the size of a bull. Its thick and robust limbs allowed the horn demon to have shocking power when charging. When the horn demon charged forward, the horn with the fire pattern would release withering sparks after smashing into the target. At the same time, the horn demon could also spit out flames with withering properties. The horn demon had great physical strength. Even if it was only equivalent to a silver fey, its physical strength was comparable with some of the gold feys. Moreover, it could spit out withering flames. Its extraordinary physical strength, and the withering flames allowed the horn demon to have individual combat strength that was considered at the top of all Class 2 dimensional life forms. That was why the complicated genetic model of the Class 2 horn demons had its benefits. However, such a complicated genetic model wasn't that suitable for Liu Jai's Insect Queen and Lin Yuan's Source Sand. If Liu Jai's Insect Queen was to consume an insect species fey with a complicated genetic model like the horn demon, the amount of spiritual power required to reproduce such a complicated genetic model would be significantly higher than other insect feys. Similarly, for Lin Yuan's Gold Fantasy Source Sand, the Gravel Spirit Acceptance could accept the heart-penetrating Iron Line, which was equivalent to Platinum III Flawless. However, if it accepted a Horn Demon, the Gravel Spirit Acceptance could only accept a Horn Demon that was at the pinnacle of Gold Flawless. The Gold Flawless Horn Demon might be extremely powerful among the Gold Flawless phase, but as compared to the Platinum III Flawless heart-penetrating Iron Line, there wasn't a need to even compare them. The variety in attacks allowed the Horn Demon to become a dimensional lifeform that was proficient in both elemental magic and physical capability. However, the heart-penetrating Iron Line had a very simple and single type of attack. It relied on its slender and hard Iron Line body to assassinate the target with shocking penetrative power. However, Lin Yuan had to admit that the pressure coming from this small group of Horn Demons felt as though it was stronger than a small wave of insects. It was obvious that the group of Horn Demons had noticed Lin Yuan. After seeing Lin Yuan, The bull-like horned demons let out strange, but abnormally loud roars before they started charging at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan calmly reached out one hand while he watched the group of around 50 horned demons charging toward him. The moment Lin Yuan raised his hand, the ground underneath the horned demons collapsed. The purplish-black ground that was originally hard suddenly turned into something like quicksand. The quicksand immediately stopped the horned demons in their paths. The horned demons struggled desperately to break free inside the flowing quicksand. However, Lin Yuan raised his hand and formed a fist. The moment the fist was made, all the horned demons let out intense and painful mourns. Immediately after, the horned demons stopped struggling to break free from the quicksand. A thick and broad sword that was formed with bluish-black ferromanganese had suddenly appeared on each of the horned demons' backs. 50 bull-sized horned demons were all wrapped around by the source sand's chain blade form. The quicksand could use the source sand's metal-consume manifestation to form the chain blade from the sand immediately. The ferromanganese surface, and also the abnormally sharp edge, started to score large wounds on the horned demons' bodies as they struggled violently. More wounds started to open as the horned demons continued to struggle, turning them into large pits. The ground open pits oozed out a massive amount of purplish blood, which was the abyss demon's specialty. As soon as the blood flowed into the quicksand, they immediately vanished. Lin Yuan shook his head as these horned demons weren't good enough as his training targets. Lin Yuan's chain blade's chain portion was immediately tightened up with a thought. In just a short moment, the bull-sized horned demons were no longer breathing. Lin Yuan stored all of the horned demons into his leaf-shaped face storage box with a wave of his hand. A mosquito might be small, but it still had flesh. These Class 2 horned demons just happened to be very suitable to serve as food for the Bronze VI epic Redthorn. At present, Redthorn was no longer eating alien insects and had changed its preference to consuming abyss-dimensional lifeforms. The flesh and blood of abyss-dimensional lifeforms also contained powerful acidity. However, the acidic properties were different from the alien insect's acid. Alien insect's blood contained an acid that was extremely corrosive. But the acid in the abyss demon's blood was like sulfur. Apart from corrosive properties, it also had a withering effect. When Redthorn was at elite grade, there was a certain negative effect when Redthorn consumed abyss demons with the mouth of Relinquish. But now that Redthorn's strength had increased, it wasn't as difficult anymore when consuming abyss demon flesh. At the same time, the withering acid within the abyss demon's blood allowed Redthorn's acid to have an additional effect. Actually, when Redthorn started to consume abyss demons in large quantities and enhanced its own acid, it developed a resistance against the abyss demon's withering flames. As a source-type life that could only evolve by consuming flesh and blood, it was slowly developing a resistance against flames with withering properties during the consumption process. Of course, the resistance to flames was only applicable to Redthorns or Tet. As for the Ramets and child Ramets, their resistance against flames was still inferior. However, Lin Yuan believed that if Redthorn consumed more abyss demon flesh, the withering effects, as well as the resistance to flames, would constantly be enhanced. Simultaneously, the ability obtained by consuming abyss demon's flesh might be brought out when Redthorn released spores. The ability might be transferred onto the Ramets and child Ramets. Chapter 263 The green flaming light that burst toward the sky. The sky within the abyss dimensional rift was constantly dark red in color, and it wasn't possible to tell the difference between day and night. As such, it was very easy to forget about time when training inside an abyss dimensional rift. One would only realize that a long time had passed when they were exhausted and needed a rest. The ground was still purplish black as far as the horizon could reach. Rugged rock ravines would form flat and smooth surfaces, which seemed like it was formed by lava that flowed past. The air had a concentrated sulfur smell, and anyone who had to constantly remain in an environment with a temperature of 50 degrees would need to constantly replenish themselves with water. Time passed by quickly, and Lin Yuan had already been training inside the abyss dimensional rift for an entire month. Lin Yuan was already used to the abyss dimensional rift's harsh environment. A Class 4 horned terror demon was struggling violently inside the tumbling quicksand. While struggling, the horned terror demon would spit out viscous fluid, and it was probably fine to call it brown flames. Class 4 Horned Terror Demons had the strength of Platinum Phase. The Horned Terror Demon's viscous fluid had a brown flame that had extremely powerful withering effects. If a Platinum plant Fey were to get stained with a little of the brown flame, its roots would be immediately damaged. The stained place would start to wither. If more of the flames got onto the body, the Platinum Phase vitality would slowly get burned by the withering flames. The Horned Terror Demon that was still struggling inside this small surging quicksand suddenly turned silent. It seemed like it was instantly killed by something aggressive and unstoppable inside the quicksand. The Class 4 Horned Terror Demon was the evolved version of the Class 2 Horned Demon. Due to the complicated genetic model of the Class 2 Horned Demon, it had extremely high potential in evolving. In fact, there were some Class 2 Horned Demons with extreme talent that could further evolve into the Class 5 Inferno Horned Demon. A Class 5 Inferno Horned Demon's battle prowess was already equivalent to a Diamond Fey, and was already considered to be the pinnacle of combat strength in an uncontrolled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Class 4 Horned Terror Demon, which was equivalent to a Platinum Fey, was still unable to resist against the Platinum III flawless heart-penetrating Iron Line's all-out attack. Lin Yuan let out a breath. Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for the past month. After experiencing a month of blood and flames, Lin Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own strength. At the same time, he had achieved true teamwork with the Gold Eye Fantasy Source Sand. Given their teamwork, Lin Yuan could just use his thoughts to command the Source Sand to the greatest extent to attack, defend, or control. It was the same as when he commanded Chimey and Redthorn in combat. During the past month in this place, Lin Yuan had always allowed the Source Sand to use its basic ability to create sand in the purplish-black ground. Not even Lin Yuan knew how much sand the Gold Eye Fantasy Source Sand had created over this month. The Source Sand might possess Gold Eye Fantasy strength, but it was still an elemental-type lifeform, so its intelligence wasn't high. Even as a fantasy breed, the Source Sand could only transmit simple and crude thoughts. However, as the Source Sand created a larger surface of underground sand, it discovered plenty of fire attribute spiritual ingredients through the control of the sand and spiritual power senses. As soon as the Source Sand sensed a spiritual ingredient, it would control a flow of sand underneath the purplish-black ground and push the spiritual ingredient out onto the ground's surface. The Source Sand would then use its consciousness and wrap the spiritual ingredient before transporting it to Lin Yuan's feet. Apart from training, Lin Yuan also had a great harvest of fire attribute spiritual ingredients in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift over this month. Once the Source Sand created a huge area of sand underground, its treasure-searching ability was truly astounding. Of course, Lin Yuan had also understood a reasoning that he had never truly understood even after living 2 lives during this month. It was the reasoning of the human heart facing up. But the human nature was facing down. There were good and evil people, so it was the same for human nature. A human would always want to make themselves better, therefore, the human heart would never be satisfied. As a result, the human heart would never have an upper limit. Human nature facing down meant that a human could unconditionally lower their human nature's lower limit to fulfill an objective or achieve a goal, allowing them to satisfy their greed. As a result, human nature never had a lower limit. When training in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan hadn't just encountered attacks from Abyss Dimensional lifeforms. He had also encountered 3 attacks from Spirit Kai professionals. Lin Yuan had been attacked by these 3 groups of Spirit Kai professionals because he didn't have any experience of training in the wilderness. When Lin Yuan had taken out food from his button-shaped Fey storage box, other Spirit Kai professionals had seen it. After facing the murderous attacks from the 3 groups of Spirit Kai professionals, Lin Yuan had finally understood the dangers of training in a dimensional rift. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan hadn't been merciful when facing these Spirit Kai professionals who wanted him dead. Those who killed should be ready to get killed too. Ever since Lin Yuan had been intercepted and nearly killed by Cheng Wu and Cheng Rui in the outskirts of the royal capital, he had made a decision in his heart. He was going to remain his same self. He would have a heart like a flower that would grow toward the sun. However, when facing anyone who wanted to kill him, Lin Yuan would also use the most brutal method in response. His life belonged to him, and no one would be able to take it away. If they wished to take it, they would have to die. All those spirit Kai professionals that wanted to kill Lin Yuan had all been buried within the boundless underground sand. Lin Yuan knew that the spirit Kai professionals wanted to kill him because they were targeting his wealth. As such, when the source sand consumed the spirit Kai professionals, their wealth naturally fell into Lin Yuan's hands. However, Lin Yuan didn't have any interest in these spirit Kai professionals' wealth. All the miscellaneous spiritual ingredients and the total sum of over 100 radiance dollars were nothing for the current Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was going to keep these resources. He was planning to ask Xu Jiaxin to sell them on his behalf after he finished the training. Lin Yuan was now the shareholder of Xu Jiaxin's Star Web store and would obtain more profits than Xu Jiaxin when her store was making profits. During this period, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store had also earned a fair amount of money. However, if Chimei saw the amount of money Lin Yuan's store earned and looked at its streaming room's profits, it would surely think that Lin Yuan's earnings were nothing. The first kill had given Lin Yuan a particularly uncomfortable feeling. However, that feeling gradually vanished when Lin Yuan started to digest the information. Lin Yuan looked at the purplered sky in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and said softly, "In order to shake the world, I will need to make a commotion in the normal world." Since Lin Yuan had already decided to establish his own private faction, it was inevitable to have kills along the way when his private faction was rising up. A rise of a faction would never be calm. However, Lin Yuan had his own ideas on how to develop his private faction. He knew about his advantages. It was the unending amount of concentrated spirit Kai in his spirit lock spatial zone, as well as his ability to enhance phase. Therefore, Lin Yuan was planning to gather resources and wealth. He didn't wish to build a private faction that had plenty of members. He wanted to build a faction where each individual was an absolute elite. Lin Yuan had read plenty of comics when he was young in his previous life. He wanted to create a faction that was like Akatsuki from Naruto or Espada from Bleach. Lin Yuan's private faction would be constructed on the back of the floating island whale, hiding within the clouds and being like the floating clouds in the sky. The floating clouds in the sky would always be indifferent and were rarely affected by the moral affairs. Other factions would be like a thunderstorm that created huge commotions, allowing them to be known in the world. However, no matter how loud a thunderstorm was, it would still ultimately be for an instant. However, if anything dared to touch the floating clouds hidden in the sky, the clouds would tumble, and the sky would change. At that moment, Lin Yuan's brows suddenly raised up. According to the source sand scouting, it sensed something that contained an extremely massive amount of spirit Kai. Furthermore, it felt like a plant. From what the source sand sensed, Lin Yuan knew that this lifeform had extremely long roots in the ground. After multiple information relays from the source sand, Lin Yuan finally determined that it was a small-sized plant with a massive amount of spirit Kai. It was so small that it wouldn't be as big as Lin Yuan's fist. As such, Lin Yuan gave the source sand a command to bring the plant over. The source sand sensed Lin Yuan's will and immediately acted according to Lin Yuan's command. However, Lin Yuan felt at that very moment that the source sand was facing an abnormally strong obstruction. Lin Yuan immediately injected spiritual power toward the source sand and commanded it to use metal consume manifestation. The sea of sand produced feathers that were made of day and night spirit silver and started to strike and excavate at the strong obstruction. Every time the source sand clashed with the obstruction, a flaming green light would burst into the sky. The influence of the flaming green light was truly astonishing. It immediately dyed the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's purplered sky with a tint of green. 1 meaning to be positive. Chapter 264 Lifeform Sacrificial Fire. Lin Yuan looked at the flaming green light that burst into the sky in the distance, and felt the tinge of green that had dyed half of the Class 3 Dimensional Rift's purplered sky. He furrowed hard. Although his elemental source-type lifeform's intelligence wasn't high and its thoughts were relatively one-sided, Lin Yuan found many abnormal points through the images the source sand transmitted through its connection with his mind. This was definitely not simple. After the source sand had dug through the still hard barrier, it had immediately transmitted a burning sensation. Lin Yuan knew that the source sand was being attacked either by a demon with flames or the flames from the plant that contained a huge amount of spirit kai. However, after he sensed the source sand's burning sensation, he was certain that this flame could not have come from any of the Abyss Dimensional Rift's demons. This was because the burning sensation did not contain the power of destruction and wilting. Instead, it gave off strong vitality. It was as if the burning sensation itself was creating life. The Abyss Dimensional Rift would also have some spiritual materials that were almost all of the fire element, so Lin Yuan was not surprised at all of this. He sensed the rich, unconcealable vitality in the flaming green light that burst into the sky, and then compared it with the flame in contact with the source sand and the properties contained in that burning sensation. Lin Yuan speculated that the flaming green light that rose in the distance had been released after he had ordered the source sand to dig through the not-so-solid barrier. He sensed source sand's current state, and after a moment of thinking, he told it to continue to bring the fist-sized plant that contained a huge amount of spirit kai. When the source sand received Lin Yuan's command, it immediately started to move. Suddenly, he sensed pure fire element energy through the source-type source sand. Just after he sensed this, a flaming red light burst into the sky and covered up the flaming green light, which had already dyed half of the Class 3 Dimensional Rift's purplered sky. After this dense flaming red light burst into the sky, a heavy crimson vortex appeared in the sky that was filled with a crimson flowing flame, composed of huge amounts of fire elements in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. It quickly absorbed the fire element energy in the surrounding space. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt that the temperature in this Class 3 Dimensional Rift seemed to have lowered due to the huge amount of fire elements drawing away the heat. The sand grains that the source sand created to wrap the plant containing a huge amount of spirit kai dissolved into fluids the moment the crimson flaming light shot up in the sky. However, the source sand itself did not suffer any substantial damage. After all, the sand grains were just a drop in the bucket from the gravel it had broken under the earth layer. At that moment, Lin Yuan commanded the source sand again to bring over the barrier debris that the source sand had spent a lot of effort to break through with its day and night spirit silver form. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn as he looked at the distant red flame vortex. He could not help but think of the seventh of the world's most precious 10 fire element spiritual materials, the lifeform sacrificial fire. His master, the Moon Empress, had mentioned it before when talking about fire element spiritual materials during the question and answer session. Lin Yuan had also carefully memorized the lifeform sacrificial fire's characteristics. The current situation, the vitality in that flaming green light, and the pure fire element energy in the flaming red light were very consistent with the knowledge of the lifeform sacrificial fire that the Moon Empress had mentioned. Lin Yuan let out a deep breath. If this flame was really the life-form sacrificial fire, he had to get it no matter what. The life-form sacrificial fire was ranked 7th in the world's fire element spiritual materials, because it could be used as a tree core to reshape the second life of a dying plant fey. It could be said that the life-form sacrificial fire was a kind of sacred item that could give a second life to a dying plant. However, Lin Yuan was currently not at the bottom of the red flame vortex, so he could not use Morbius true data to check whether this was the lifeform sacrificial fire. If this flaming green light containing a powerful lifeform aura was the lifeform sacrificial fire, the flaming red light that had burst into the sky must be from a legendary plant. It must be a kind of fey only able to be born in this majestic, pure fire elemental environment. This succulent fey should be the red pagoda. This lifeform sacrificial fire, ranked 7th among the world's fire element spiritual materials, was created by the legendary plant Red Pagoda after exhausting all its body energy. Lin Yuan did not immediately rush toward the red vortex, but stood in place, silently waiting. The purple-black land under Lin Yuan's feet caved in a short while, forming a bucket-sized vortex of quicksand. A piece of yellow metal that was held up by the quicksand in the vortex. It was filled with cutting marks. Lin Yuan squatted and carefully examined this strange yellow metal and then stood up. This strange yellow metal was very common in the Radiance Federation. It was a fey-trapping metal, the primary material to make the Fae storage box, and its only metal characteristic was that it could isolate the aura of Faes. Lin Yuan thought, I was indeed right. There's really a huge problem. A metal like this Fae-trapping metal would not be found in a Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. At the same time, there was an issue with the flaming green light that had burst into the sky containing the aura of lifeforms and the flaming red light that could form a flame vortex. Under normal circumstances, precious spiritual materials like the lifeform sacrificial fire or the red pagoda Fae should have long been discovered by the adventurers who had come to train in this controlled Class 3-dimensional rift. This also meant that someone had deliberately used this metal Fae-trapping metal to do something. No matter who this person was, they were certainly not a good person. The reason was simple. If the demons roaming in the controlled Class 3-dimensional rift discovered a Fae containing such potent energy and placed it on the central hub where the source seed communicated with the abyssal world, then this controlled Class 3-dimensional rift, which was now a pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift, would revert to a Class 3-dimensional rift. In the worst case, the hub that was connected to the abyssal world might expand due to the huge amount of energy, causing this controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift to become a Class 4 Abyss dimensional rift. If this really happened, it would be a disaster for the adventurers training in this Abyss dimensional rift and the Radiance Federation. This controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift opened in the royal capital suburbs, not far away. If it turned into a Class 4 dimensional rift and caught the Radiance Federation unprepared, the large number of demons would rush forth from it. In that case, even if the Radiance Federation's top experts were to take action, the Radiance Federation's outskirts would be turned into scorched earth under the Class 4 Abyss dimensional rift's sudden opening. Class 6 dimensional lifeforms existed in the Class 4 dimensional rift, and they had the strength equivalent to suzerain Faes. Moreover, this Class 4 dimensional rift was an Abyss dimensional rift, in which the demon's genetic model was complicated. They had the strongest single-target capabilities among the dimensional lifeforms of the same class. Even if a Class 5 demon ran out, it would turn the royal capital's outskirts into a place of disaster. Not to mention a few Class 6 demons that were akin to suzerain Faes. Lin Yuan did not choose to hide his strength this time. He used his spiritual power, and the purple-black earth within 100 meters of him instantly turned into a quicksand vortex. The center of the quicksand vortex condensed a pair of huge half-arms that made a lifting action. Lin Yuan stepped on the palm, standing proudly. The quicksand vortex within 100 meters instantly churned, and thousands of black feathers formed by the day and night spirit silver separated from the quicksand vortex. These thousands of black feathers formed 4 elegant black wings on Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan flapped the wings and headed to the distant red flame vortex. Chapter 265 The Dark Federation's Signature Fae. Lin Yuan flapped his 4 wings and flew very skillfully in the air. This was not his first time using the day and night spirit silver feathered wings to fly. During the previous month or so of training, he had not only mastered the skill of manipulating the source-type source sand, but he had also learned how to use its metal-consume manifestation wings to fly. At that time, he had chosen the day and night spirit silver as the second metal for the source sand's metal-consume manifestation to consume, partly because it was almost weightless. The day and night spirit silver wings could allow Lin Yuan to fly faster and save more spiritual power while flapping them. At present, the day and night spirit silver feathers differed greatly from before. After referencing many avian fays, Lin Yuan had decided on the feather shape of the platinum avian fae, Divine Travel Black Swallow. It had to be said that although it was uncomfortable sitting on the Divine Travel Black Swallow, its feather shape determined its specialty at flying. Of course, Lin Yuan had also made certain improvements to the Divine Travel Black Swallow's feathers. He had reduced the thickness at the edge of the feathers so that the feathers became sharper, and many bubble-shaped hollow parts were created in the feathers. These improvements could allow the limited 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver to spawn more feathers. After Lin Yuan injected spiritual power, the feathers' hollow parts would turn from black feathers to white feathers. This could greatly increase the white feathers against external attacks and provide cushioning protection due to the day and night spirit silver's metal characteristics. Lin Yuan's current flight speed was extremely fast, almost as fast as an ordinary gold avian Fei. However, he needed to consume a certain amount of spiritual power for such flights. Even though he did not channel the spiritual power to the day and night spirit silver to allow the feathers to become white, flapping these four wings still consumed spiritual power. It was unlike the many sand grains the source sand had created under the ground that could be freely controlled with its consciousness. While Lin Yuan was flying, the source sand was also rapidly creating sand grains. At the same time, the previous yellow sand gathered toward the flame vortex direction. Back when the flame that contained the life form aura had shot up to the sky, the middle-aged man at the entrance of the dimensional rift, spying on the adventurers who had entered the dimensional rift, looked appalled and horrified. At that moment, almost all the adventurers who were training in the Class 3-dimensional rift saw the flaming green light burst into the sky. They also saw the flaming red light that covered the flaming green light, forming a flame vortex. In the Abyss Dimensional Rift, such a situation would only be possible because of the Abyss Dimensional Rift's strange flames. However, they had never heard of any strange flames that could cause such a degree of dimensional rift mutation. Many adventurers or small groups of adventurers in the Abyss Dimensional Rift thought they had the ability to head toward the Crimson Flame Vortex. Of course, there was no lack of adventurers trying to take their chances. However, most of them wanted to leave this controlled Class 3-dimensional rift. This was because those with a discerning eye could see that due to the dimensional zone's mutation, it had become a place where they were apt to get into trouble. The speed at which this crimson abyssal vortex was absorbing this Class 3-dimensional rift's flame energy was simply too fast. The year-round 50 degrees in the controlled Class 3-dimensional rift had become less than 20 degrees, which was not even as high as that of the royal capital's late autumn. This made the adventurers who were used to the Abyss Dimensional Rift's temperature feel a chill all over their bodies. Many of them were ready to leave this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, but suddenly, they discovered that the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had undergone mutation because of the Crimson Flame Vortex absorbing the fire elements, causing the Dimensional Rift entrance to be closed. In other words, it had formed into a Nontri and Noxid zone. Any means of communication were unavailable in the Dimensional Rift, including the Star Web card. Such a situation caused the adventurers at the entrance of the Abyss Dimensional Rift to panic. At that moment, the King-class experts sent by the Radiance Federation's Spirit Guards to this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift stepped forward and controlled the situation. The controlled Dimensional Rift in the Radiance Federation was usually under the Spirit Guards' control. Every 10 years during the active period of the Dimensional Rift, the Spirit Guards would close the previously controlled Dimensional Rift. Once the active period passed, the Spirit Guards would once again select a suitable Dimensional Rift to control. This was a resource for the Radiance Federation's younger generation to train and for the Guild Alliance's registered Spirit Kai professionals to maintain their livelihood. The fact that the Spirit Guards had arranged for Zhao Jiankang to guard the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift on the royal capital's outskirts showed that he was highly valued and must also be extremely strong. After becoming a King-class expert, the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift beneath Zhao Jiankang's feet was no longer the first Class 3-dimensional rift he had guarded. However, even if he was strong and knowledgeable, it was the first time that he had seen this happen before his eyes. Just as he was controlling the overall situation and pacifying the adventurers, the middle-aged man, who usually stayed at the entrance of the Dimensional Rift all day, unknowingly left the rift entrance and headed toward the Crimson Flame Vortex in a hurry. Fear slowly covered the shock in the middle-aged man's eyes, whom the others would not take a second glance at. He hesitated for a long time and finally reached out to take off his thin mask. After the mask was taken off, it slowly turned into a fat brown worm that was like soft mud. If Zhao Jiankang, the strongest member of the Spirit Guards, who was guarding the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, saw this brown, fat, soft mud-like worm, he would have exclaimed in surprise. This was because this fat brown worm was not a Fey produced by the Radiance Federation's sphere of influence. Such a Fey came from the Dark Federation region, which was very far from the Radiance Federation. It was considered the Dark Federation's signature Fey. This middle-aged man had a very strange charm on his face after he removed the mask that seemed to have formed a rather eerie-looking crow. He took out a crystal bottle containing a drop of black blood and was at a loss for a while. He finally smeared the black blood on the strange charm on his face while trembling. His gaze became disorientated, just like death. In an instant, just as the middle-aged man was about to fall to the ground, a scarlet color suddenly emerged in his black-green eyes. This scarlet color had a triangular pattern in his eyes that was like a crow's beak. At that moment, the middle-aged man's aura completely changed. When he came back to his senses, he crushed the soft mud-like fat brown worm in his hand and said in a gloomy voice, "Useless thing. You can't even do what I told you well. You're worthy of being a piece of trash that incompetent Chang Wu had trained. I would like to see who is actually going to touch my life-form sacrificial fire." Chapter 266 Dragon Gate's appearance. There was a youth wearing dark blue traditional clothes. He was standing on a piece of protruding purple-black rock and facing the scarlet-red whirlpool that was rapidly absorbing fire elements. There was one red and one blue jellyfish floating in midair and revolving around the youth in dark blue clothes. A youth with bowl-cut hair commanded a giant stingray, which was entirely dark blue and had some strange light blue patterns. The giant stingray was rapidly slaughtering a group of Class 3 abyss lifeforms, horn-tailed demons. They were considered the demons among the Class 3 demons to have the toughest physical defense. The horn-tailed demon's strongest attacks would be to brandish the 3 scale-armored tails with spikes to lash and sting. When being lashed by this scale-armored tail, even silver metals would be broken. If the spikes on the tail were to sting, most of the silver metals would be immediately penetrated. However, this small group of horn-tailed demons, equivalent to gold phase, was easily sliced up into countless pieces by this giant stingray. The group of horn-tailed demons was desperately lashing their tails on the giant stingray. However, even with all the tail's spikes, they weren't enough to harm the giant stingray. In fact, when the tails lashed on the water barrier around the stingray, there weren't even any obvious ripples. This youth with the bowl-cut hair was none other than Fang Duoduo. The Dragon Gate Guild Club had entered this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for over a month. During this period of time, a total of 9 members from both the main team and reserve team had been training on the battlefield and building teamwork with their phase. For individual combat, one would need to consider how to fight efficiently with multiple phase. The distribution of spiritual power, combination of abilities, and exclusive skills between each phase would decide on the combat power and combat style. For a group of Spirit Kai professionals, the consideration during combat wasn't that big a difference. It was still the combination and coordination of abilities and exclusive skills between multiple phase. However, instead of an individual strength, it would be a group strength. When a veteran Spirit Kai professional team was in combat, they wouldn't summon all of the phase. Each individual would only summon 2 phase or even just 1 main phase to coordinate. They would try to distribute most of the Spirit Kai to their strongest phase, allowing for the best efficiency in the usage of Spirit Kai. During special circumstances, they would then summon other phase to counter or respond. In many situations during team combat, those phase that weren't the main force would block damage or use attacks that inflicted negative statuses. At this moment, the Dragon Gate Guild Club's original 9 members were now left with 4. One of the main team members had brought 4 reserve members to return to the Royal Capital's Dragon Gate Guild Club's main base. They were going to conduct the final enhancement to their phase quality and grade before the tournament season. Fang Duoduo raised his head and looked at Long Tao. "Boss, this side is already finishing. There isn't much to control with these horn-tailed demons." Long Tao didn't reply after listening and merely nodded before he continued to observe the scarlet flame vortex that had suddenly appeared in the sky. It looked as though he was trying his best to recall something in his mind. Once Fang Duoduo kept his platinum II fantasy Roman 2 rapid fear ray back into his spiritual spatial zone, he saw Zhao Xiaochen holding an orange. As soon as Zhao Xiaochen finished peeling the orange skin, she placed a huge piece of orange flesh into her mouth and enjoyed the fruit. Fang Duoduo quickly leaned over and said, "Those who see shall have a share." Zhao Xiaochen, You need to share half of your remaining orange with me. Gao Xiaochen quickly lowered her head in response and stuffed the remaining half of the orange into her mouth. She then looked at Feng Duoduo with a pleased expression. Her eyes were implying, "This lady peeled this orange. What rights do you have to eat it?" Feng Duoduo immediately felt wronged and took a glance at Chen Hengfeng, who was controlling the huge-tailed swamp lizard to finish off the Class 3 horn-tailed demons that were all on the verge of death. Subsequently, Feng Duoduo climbed up to the protruding rock that Long Tao was standing on and chuckled as he said, "Boss, your platinum fantasy deep blue dragon jellyfish are really getting stronger." Long Tao couldn't help rubbing his temples. "Feng Duoduo, what do you wish to say?" he asked helplessly. When Feng Duoduo heard that, he responded immediately, "Boss, Zhao Xiaochen has been slacking off. During the last few waves of demons, she didn't even do anything. She's just peeling fruits." Zhao Xiaochen, who was still chewing on the orange, was nearly choked to death by Feng Duoduo's words. Gao Xiaochen had a preference for sour taste, so she would buy very sour oranges. When the orange juice flowed into her nasal cavity, her tears nearly burst out. Long Tao felt his temples twitching with pain as he looked at Feng Duoduo, who was seriously making a complaint, and at the choked Zhao Xiaochen, who was coughing violently. During this month of training, Feng Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochen had never stopped quarreling. Long Tao felt that even if he encountered a group of Class 4 demons, it might not be as intense as the quarrel between Feng Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochen. At this moment, Zhao Xiaochen snuck a glance at Chen Hengfeng and gave him an ice signal. When Chen Hengfeng received the ice signal, he immediately said, "Boss, Feng Duoduo made big sister Xiaochen cry earlier." Long Tao placed his hand on his forehead as an indication that he didn't wish to speak. Zhao Xiaochen immediately threw an orange to Chen Hengfeng and gave a praising look. Feng Duoduo felt even more wronged and immediately jumped off the rock to quarrel with Zhao Xiaochen. He then requested for an orange. At that moment, Long Tao's stern voice echoed, "Duoduo, Xiaochen, Ah Feng." A treasure probably appeared in this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift. This treasure might be an abnormal flame that has never been mentioned. Let's go over and take a look. Zhao Xiaochen, Feng Duoduo, and Chen Hengfeng immediately stopped fooling around when they saw that Long Tao was serious. They rode on Feng Duoduo's Platinum II Fantasy Roman 2 Rapid Fear Ray and flew toward the Scarlet Flame Vortex. When sitting on the Rapid Fear Ray's back, Zhao Xiaochen felt an abnormally low temperature within the abyss dimensional rift. Therefore, she quickly tightened her clothes. She then took a pork trotter out of her drumstick-shaped face storage box. It was glistening with grease, and she started to gnaw on it. When the pork trotter was taken out, Feng Duoduo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seeing the situation, Long Tao couldn't allow this to continue. He then said to Zhao Xiaochen, who was enjoying her food, "Xiaochen, give one pork trotter to Feng Duoduo too." Look at the gluttonous Feng Duoduo. He can't even fly the Rapid Fear Ray properly. Zhao Xiaochen reluctantly tossed one pork trotter to Feng Duoduo and said, "You better taste it slowly. This is something that I won from a buffet. In the future, you will not be able to eat this pork trotter anymore." Feng Duoduo couldn't understand. "What can't I eat with money?" Zhao Xiaochen spoke in a regretful tone. "After the eating competition, I would go over to the shop to support it. After supporting it for a month, it is unknown why that shop closed down 1 month later." Lin Yuan was now in the vicinity of the Scarlet Flame Vortex. He had especially found a secluded place to land. After landing, Lin Yuan withdrew the 4 wings, causing the thousands of black feathers to fall on the ground. Once the feathers fell onto the ground, a sand whirlpool instantly fused the black feathers into the sand. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing what the Mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan's eyes violently contracted. Chapter 267 The Presence of a Suzerain Myth Fae. The Mother of Bloodbath's pleasant voice carried a trace of doubt and seriousness. "Lin Yuan, I can feel the presence of a suzerain myth fae." Lin Yuan asked subconsciously. "Is it a suzerain myth fae or a class 6 demon that has a suzerain phase strength?" "The presence doesn't have any flame or sulfur. so it shouldn't be a presence from a demon. Lin Yuan was rather anxious when the Mother of Bloodbath suddenly spoke. However, after the Mother of Bloodbath confirmed it wasn't a Class 6 demon, he felt relieved. If a Class 6 demon actually appeared in this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift, then a huge problem would be bound to occur. However, Lin Yuan still frowned slightly and pondered. The strongest abyss lifeform in this Class 3 abyss dimensional rift should only be a Class 4 demon. The strength of a Class 4 demon was only equivalent to a Platinum Fae. Logically, there was nothing to attract the attention of a suzerain myth Fae in this place. The Radiance Federation did have suzerain myth Faes. When some of the wild Faes evolved into suzerain ones, they would choose to report to the spirit guards. Therefore, such Faes were considered an officially recognized expert of the Radiance Federation. Those wild, suzerain Faes that chose to serve the Radiance Federation's spirit guards would receive great benefits and treatment. They didn't really have to fret about resources when progressing. At the same time, they would receive help from Class 4 or even Class 5 creation masters. If such suzerain Faes wanted to obtain resources by themselves, they would normally venture into dimensional rifts that were opened suddenly and not yet controlled. They would then be able to obtain the source-type items in those dimensional rifts. This was the best method for suzerain Faes to obtain resources. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't understand. Mother of Bloodbath. Are suzerain myth Faes able to sense each other within a certain range? The Mother of Bloodbath's pleasant and peculiar voice sounded again. The presence of a suzerain myth Fae can only be sensed by another suzerain myth Fae. If one of the parties intentionally withdrew their presence, the other party would have a very hard time finding the hidden Fae unless the suzerain myth is innately adept at those observations. However, I am adept in offense and not observation. Lin Yuan was certain about something after hearing the answer. This suzerain myth Fae shouldn't be a path protector like the Mother of Bloodbath. It wasn't protecting a young generation member who was training in this Class 3 abyss dimensional rift. Those prestigious clans might arrange a path protector for their descendants who were in the midst of development, but most path protectors were only king-class experts or pinnacle king-class experts. It was rare for any of the path protectors for these prestigious clan descendants to be at the suzerain grade. Even if there was any, it should be a human expert that was above the king class and at the suzerain grade. It shouldn't be a suzerain myth Fae. In other words, if the Mother of Bloodbath was able to feel the presence of the suzerain myth breed Fae, it meant that the other party wasn't concealing its presence. Lin Yuan muttered for a moment before asking, Mother of Bloodbath, did you feel the suzerain myth Fae's presence before the appearance of the flame vortex or after? The Mother of Bloodbath replied in a firm tone, I felt its presence not long after the appearance of the flame vortex. However, this suzerain myth Fae's presence has some problems. The Mother of Bloodbath paused for a moment before speaking again. This suzerain myth Fae's presence is very weak. It is so weak that it doesn't feel like a real suzerain myth Fae. The presence might be weak, but it is very pure. Lin Yuan noted down the Mother of Bloodbath's words, but still couldn't understand what was going on. However, he was now 120 cautious. If this suzerain myth Fae's presence appeared only after the flame vortex appearance, it meant that the suzerain myth Fae was attracted to the abnormal flame underneath the flame vortex. Lin Yuan felt his gold eye fantasy, source sand constantly creating sand, and it was nearly covering the entire ground underneath his feet. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting how different his source sand was as compared to other Faes. In over a month, the gold fantasy source sand had created an unknown amount of sand. Every portion of sand would increase the source sand strength. Lin Yuan rapidly injected spiritual power into the source sand, which was inside the purple-black ground. He ordered for the source sand to create sand rapidly to fill up the underground area where the red pagoda might be inside. As Lin Yuan injected his spiritual power, the gold fantasy source sand, which had been gradually creating sand, finally revealed its outstanding ability. Every grain of sand underground that contained ferromanganese's metallic properties was rapidly smashing rocks in the ground. Once the source sand received Lin Yuan's spiritual power, massive amounts of sand were being produced, rapidly spreading out with the flame vortex at the core. Lin Yuan raised his hand and used the Bronze X Legend Spirit Gather Goldfish Spirit Injection to replenish his exhausted spiritual power, since Lin Yuan was preparing to seize this treasure that was mutated by the natural world. He naturally had to maintain his prime in order to face any danger or challenge. As Lin Yuan walked toward the valley where the flame vortex was, he noticed plenty of Spirit Kai professionals at the entrance of the valley. However, these Spirit Kai professionals didn't move forward as they were all stuck outside the valley. Lin Yuan looked around the valley and noticed it was filled with flowing flame-like fire element energy. He couldn't help being silently amazed as the flowing flame energy had nearly covered the entire interior part of the valley. The flame energy was the same as a pinnacle silver fire-type face showing its attack prowess. Most of the Spirit Kai professionals that were inside this class 3-dimensional rift to train or for adventure would mostly have gold phase. It was rare for anyone to possess a platinum phase. Chapter 268 4 Wings of Protection. Those Spirit Kai professionals with platinum phase might be able to enter. In fact, they could also bring in 2 companions with pinnacle gold phase. But for those Spirit Kai professionals who didn't have platinum phase, nor companions with platinum phase, they would be stuck outside the valley. They weren't even qualified to enter the valley. Lin Yuan's arrival attracted plenty of attention from the adventurers and the youths that were here to train. Kid, don't go forward. Just watch here. There is someone selling snacks over there. But the price is a little high. Lin Yuan looked to the side and noticed a fatty holding a pile of resources and hawking for sales. There were also a few other young people who were of similar age to the fatty. They were hawking and helping the fatty to sell the huge pile of resources. The hawking calls made the atmosphere rather lively. Those that didn't know would think there was a gathering for a performance. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to say that this fatty had a business mind or that he was too silly and reckless. Lin Yuan walked to the valley entrance, which had a barrier made with the flowing flame-shaped fire element energy. Just as he was about to enter, a middle-aged adventurer pulled back Lin Yuan and said, "Do you wish to die?" A few fellows earlier were confident in their strength, but after just a few meters, they were all burned to death by the fire element energy. In the beginning, the fire element energy in the valley might only be the standard of a silver phase attack, but now it already has the power of a gold phase attack. As soon as this adventurer finished talking, another adventurer said, "Do you really think you are black just because you are wearing a mask even if you are black? That strange plant and silver fantasy avian species Fae would only allow you to enter the valley filled with fire element energy." Lin Yuan raised his brows. This brother seems to be very knowledgeable. If I use redthorn and chimey, it is true that I would not be able to enter this valley that is filled with fire element energy. However, I don't plan to use redthorn and chimey to enter. If Lin Yuan wanted to enter this valley, he had 2 methods. The first method was to summon the silver fantasy jasmine lily and ask it to use its heal ability on him. He would then fill his body with vitality energy to walk through forcefully. Even if the flowing flame energy injured him, the jasmine lily's concentrated vitality energy would immediately heal the wounds. But if that was the case, Lin Yuan would have to burn off a layer of skin, grow a new layer of skin, and repeat the process of torture. Lin Yuan felt that it was truly too forceful, and he wouldn't be so cruel to himself. However, Lin Yuan had a second method, that was to use the source sand to bury underground and travel until he was right underneath the flame vortex. The source sand had already scouted the road ahead for Lin Yuan. The flowing flame energy inside the valley may have the gold phase attack power, but the temperature inside the purple-black ground wasn't considered high. Furthermore, when it was closer to the fist-sized plant that contained massive Spirit Kai, the temperature would be the same as the temperature outside the valley. It might even be colder. Therefore, traveling underground was the best choice. Earlier on, the 2 adventurers who spoke to Lin Yuan had turned around, and when they turned back, they noticed that Lin Yuan was already missing. The duo quickly looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. One of the adventurers said with astonishment, "Oh my God, that kid got burnt too quickly." Right. The other adventurer realized that what he wanted to say had been said first. Therefore, he felt choked up. After a long time, he finally said, "They said that women are made of water. That masked kid wouldn't be made of oil. Right. At that moment, the duo suddenly heard an exclamation from the side. There was a middle-aged auntie who wore pelt armor and looked rather wealthy. She was covering her mouth and screaming, MMMFFF. MMMFFF. After a long period of muffled screams, she then shouted, "That kid got eaten by the ground." Lin Yuan was now 5 meters underground. However, he wasn't miserably squeezed between the sand. He was inside an iron cage that was made by the chain blade. Lin Yuan stood in this chain blade made with ferromanganese and didn't even dare to move an inch. Even though Lin Yuan was the source sand's contractor, the ferromanganese's metallic properties wouldn't recognize its owner. A random movement would allow Lin Yuan to feel how a potato got its skin peeled. Soon enough, Lin Yuan was lifted up to the surface by a giant hand that the source sand formed. The moment he left the ground, the chain blade quickly fused back into the sand. Right at the moment of imminent peril, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something. The source sand instantly formed one. This is a feather made with the day and night silver and formed 4 wings. As soon as the 4 wings were formed, Lin Yuan immediately injected spiritual power, transforming the black wings into pure white wings. The white wings wrapped around and protected Lin Yuan in the center. Subsequently, 3 violent energy blasts struck Lin Yuan's white wings. Even with the gold eye fantasy, source sand strength, along with the day and night silver shock absorption properties, Lin Yuan still felt a significant impact. This impact made Lin Yuan feel pain in his innards. The impact might have inflicted pain to Lin Yuan, but there wasn't any physical damage. Had Lin Yuan not been constantly thinking about the fate-trapping metal shards and being 120 cautious, this surprise attack might have dealt severe injuries even with the defenses. During this month, Lin Yuan was already used to the ruthless methods of how people were killed to obtain treasures. However, he didn't expect anyone to be ambushing here within the valley and killing adventurers that just arrived. At that moment, Lin Yuan could hear 3 coarse voices from outside. "Big brother, is that kid dead yet?" His reaction was truly fast. "Not dead yet. Didn't you see the white wings are still closed?" "Big brother, what is that Fey? How is it able to grow wings on a person? I have never heard of it before." Lin Yuan's white wings immediately received more attacks from Fey abilities. The 3 voices were obviously from 3 Spirit Kai professionals of the same team. The attacks received earlier were from 2 Pinnacle Gold Feys and 1 Platinum IA Elite Fey. Since it was an ambush, then it was obvious that the trio had used at least 80 of their strength. Lin Yuan's cold voice suddenly echoed under the white glistening wings. "Flare up. Source sand." Once Lin Yuan gave the command, the purple-black ground within the valley collapsed and formed a quicksand that was close to 1 kilometer in radius. All of the quicksand formed layers that were constantly pushing downwards. As the quicksand was stirring, it felt as though everything was going to be pulled close to 100 meters underground. Upon hearing the 3 coarse exclaims, Lin Yuan's pure white wings opened up and instantly turned black again. Chapter 269 Twin Red Pagoda and Disc. The black wings were absorbing the light within the valley that was already scarce. It felt like an ink-colored ripple that was devouring the light in the air. Before Lin Yuan received the attacks from the trio, he had constantly been cautious and on guard. Then now, the trio was truly caught unprepared by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped the 4 black wings and stood on the palm that lifted him above the sea of sand. The palm had been blasted by the attacks earlier and was only left with the middle finger. Lin Yuan stood there and controlled the source sand to attack. The 3 Spirit Kai professionals were currently struggling to break free. The 2 Spirit Kai professionals who had Pinnacle Gold Phase had encountered some terrifying attacks under the quicksand. All of their screaming and shouting had instantly vanished while their vitality sank into the quicksand. The Spirit Kai professional with the Platinum Fey quickly yelled, Don't kill me, spare my life, I will do whatever you want me to do in the future." Lin Yuan heard the response. The icy cold eyes behind the mask were now flickering with murderous intent. "You don't even have a willpower rune. How are you going to pledge your allegiance?" Lin Yuan's words stopped that Spirit Kai professional from speaking any other words to ask for mercy. Without any willpower rune, there wasn't a way to swear an oath with the willpower rune. Without the willpower rune to bind one's words, then there wasn't any credibility. Lin Yuan's icy cold eyes looked at the spirit Kai professional and his platinum fae. Saber-tooth hunched wolf. Struggle in the sand. Towards anyone who wanted to kill him, Lin Yuan would never be merciful. Even if this spirit Kai professional possessed a willpower rune and wanted to pledge his allegiance, Lin Yuan wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Anyone who had ideas of killing him, Lin Yuan would never spare that person. Therefore, he would never allow those who wanted to kill him to stay by his side as a servant. Now that the source sand had created and accumulated sand for over a month, its strength was already far beyond the source sand's regular strength. The gold eye fantasy eye source sand's regular strength was already equivalent to a platinum fae. Now that the source sand was able to control a massive amount of sand that was boundless, its strength was already far beyond the limits of a platinum fae. As long as it wasn't a flying platinum fae, any fae that got trapped in this boundless quicksand wouldn't be able to escape. Only diamond faes would have the possibility of breaking free. When the source sand created a huge amount of sand to form the quicksand, it was no longer a simple attack method. The elemental source-type lifeform had used its characteristics to form a natural disaster. The Spirit Kai professional and its platinum fae rapidly exhausted their Spirit Kai due to the struggling in the sea of sand. At present, they no longer had any spiritual power to prevent themselves from sinking into the quicksand. The Spirit Kai professional accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of sand during the struggle. As the sand contained the ferromanganese's properties, it caused the Spirit Kai professional's vocal cord to be shattered from all the grinding. The Spirit Kai professional couldn't even speak now. All of a sudden, the Spirit Kai professional heard an icy cold voice. How many have you ambushed before me? The quicksand that had Lin Yuan's spiritual power was the same as Lin Yuan's eyes. He could feel there were plenty of Spirit Kai professionals and faes that had just died recently within the quicksand. All these Spirit Kai professionals and faes were all killed with a single strike from sneak attacks. It was obvious that the trio had been ambushing several adventurers who entered this place. The Spirit Kai professional with the platinum fae that had already lost all strength to struggle resentfully glared at Lin Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Lin Yuan saw the Spirit Kai professional's resentful eyes, so he responded by gently moving his finger. The Spirit Kai professional's platinum saber-tooth hunched wolf was only able to let out half a groan before it was buried silently into the quicksand. The saber-tooth hunched wolf's contractor was in instant agony as big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This was the real world and not the star web. When the fae perished, there would be a spiritual backlash to the Spirit Kai professional. Lin Yuan said indifferently, "Those who kill should be ready to get killed too. I originally wanted to ask why you were ambushing other adventurers, but you swallowed the sand with ferromanganese properties and broke your vocal cord. I am now unable to ask for any answers too." Lin Yuan then said softly, "Source sand, devour him." Once the Spirit Kai professional sank into the quicksand along with his platinum saber-tooth hunched wolf. Lin Yuan was the only person remaining in the underground cave under the flame vortex. Lin Yuan asked the source sand to extend the quicksand range and turned a 2-kilometer radius from the cave into a quicksand region. He then used the sand to block up all the entrances from the cave to the valley. Lin Yuan was stepping on the moving quicksand and walking toward the fist-sized plant that was enveloped in the flame vortex. Lin Yuan realized the fist-sized plant was indeed a scarlet-red succulent plant. Its color was truly pure red, and it was even purer than cinnabar. 8 fang-like leaves were growing together, forming the shape of an elegant lotus. Each of the fang-like leaves was striking in color, but they weren't dazzling. It might be of an extreme red and should be dazzling like the radiant sun, but at this moment, the redness was particularly reserved. It wasn't even as dazzling as the flowing flame energy that it was absorbing. Lin Yuan felt that the fang-shaped leaves looked like the fangs of a dragon species fae. However, when the leaves were all placed together in a formation, it gave off an unspeakable delicate beauty. This succulent plant that wasn't even the size of a fist actually possessed a motherly radiance that would accept all life. Each of the dragon fang-shaped leaves was totally scarlet red, only the base of the leaf would have a tint of green. When all the green tints were gathered together, it looked like a green flame. The green flame was totally enveloped by the red flame and didn't even reveal any presence. The red flame was burning violently, but when Lin Yuan walked closer, he couldn't feel any temperature. The flame vortex was absorbing all the fire elements and fusing them into the red flame, but the red flame didn't seem to be growing, only the core of the red flame. The green flame was constantly dancing. As the green flame was dancing, one could visibly see that it was getting more sparkling and translucent, just like a burning jade. Lin Yuan was now almost certain that this succulent scarlet plant should be the heaven and earth fae. Red pagoda. The green flame that was wrapped inside the red flame should be the life-form sacrificial fire that was ranked 7th among all fire attribute spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check and found out that this succulent scarlet plant was none other than the red pagoda, just as he imagined. However, this scarlet succulent wasn't just a regular red pagoda. When under True Data's display, this scarlet succulent plant's name was called Twin Red Pagoda. Lin Yuan conducted a detailed observation and discovered that this red pagoda didn't have just one flower. When tracing from the roots, Lin Yuan realized that the two flowers' bigger flower had nearly withered due to unknown reasons. Only the core of the main flower was emitting a very weak red flame. It was hidden with a few traces of green flame within the red flame. Had it not been for the support flower protecting and nursing the main flower's final tinder, this main flower would have already withered. Lin Yuan immediately noticed something wrong. As a creation master, he had a deep understanding of all life forms. For the red pagoda, a heaven and earth fae, it wasn't logical for the support flower to be lively while the main flower was withering in its natural habitat. Lin Yuan placed his hand away from the red pagoda first before releasing pure spiritual power. Once the red pagoda felt the pure spiritual power, the scarlet leaves suddenly turned bright. After a moment, Lin Yuan attempted to use his hand to touch the red pagoda's main flower that was basically withered. He then released pure spirit Kai towards the main flower. All living things had a spirit. As a heaven and earth fae, the red pagoda naturally had its own intelligence. Although the red pagoda's spiritual wisdom was limited due to being a plant species fae, it could still feel others' help. The growth of a heaven and earth fae was to strive for life against heaven. When being helped with such pure spirit Kai, the twin red pagoda released a friendly aura to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then injected more of the pure spirit Kai toward the twin red pagoda. It was already treating Lin Yuan as its kin. However, Lin Yuan felt something wrong as he continued pouring pure spirit Kai toward the main flower. Lin Yuan placed his palms on the twin red pagoda and sensed that the lifeform sacrificial fire that the twin red pagoda was nurturing had already matured. Logically, after the lifeform sacrificial fire was matured, it should naturally dissipate. The red pagoda was a kind of flower that would use its entire life to nurture a fire. Now that the twin red pagoda absorbed so much of fire elements, it had nearly dried up the fire elements within this class 3 abyss dimensional rift. But if the fire elements absorbed weren't used to nurture the life-form sacrificial fire, where did they go? Lin Yuan didn't command the source sand to excavate toward the roots of the twin red pagoda. Instead, he was digging it personally. The twin red pagoda had already treated Lin Yuan as its kin, so it didn't make any defensive actions. After digging for a moment, he realized that the twin red pagoda's roots were planted in an exquisite clear gold disc. Chapter 270 This strange object in the disc. Lin Yuan could sense that the golden disc was madly absorbing the fire element energy that had been drawn from the entire Class 3 abyss dimensional rift from the twin red pagoda through the roots of its main flower. He perceived that this fire element energy was not channeled directly into the golden disc, but accumulated in the twin red pagoda's body. However, the huge amount of spirit Kai contained in these fire elements was completely absorbed by the golden disc, without a drop left. This huge amount of spirit Kai was transformed by the life-form sacrificial fire after absorbing the fire elemental energy. The huge amount of spirit Kai in the life-form sacrificial fire had been absorbed by this golden disc. As the twin red pagoda's support flower that produced this life-form sacrificial fire, it naturally had to desperately absorb the fire elements to fill in the huge spirit Kai consumed to produce the life-form sacrificial fire. The twin red pagoda's support flower was akin to the lifeform sacrificial fire's mother in a way. This was also why the twin red pagoda's support flower had clearly produced the lifeform sacrificial fire and completed its mission, but still had not withered. At that moment, a more magnificent red color than the twin red pagoda's leaves shone up in this cave. The red crystal-like luster condensed into a red-haired and red-eyed woman clad in crimson leather. As soon as Lin Yuan saw this woman, he asked with a smile, "Mother of Bloodbath, why did you suddenly turn into a human?" Lin Yuan had watched the Mother of Bloodbath advance from suzerain myth I into suzerain myth Roman II and receive the world cleansing. If he had not unlocked the Spirit Gather Goldfish Vitality imprint, and used Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss to help the Mother of Bloodbath heal its damaged roots at that time, it could likely have perished in that world cleansing. However, even a long time after it had been promoted to suzerain myth Roman II, besides turning into its human form after completing the world cleansing and receiving the world grace, it had always remained in its Fey form. This was Lin Yuan's second time seeing the Mother of Bloodbath taking the initiative to turn into a human form. The Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice was filled with solemnity. "Lin Yuan, you can recognize the metal disc and the metal inside it." Lin Yuan nodded but then shook his head. He was familiar with this golden metal. It was the Fey trapping metal, which was usually used to make Fey storage boxes. It was the main material for Fey storage boxes of normal bronze to diamond. It was just that the lower the grade of the Fey storage box, the less of the Fey trapping metal was added. As he looked at the disc mostly formed by the Fey trapping metal and the other metals inlaid in the various engraved symbols, he was puzzled as to what the golden disc formed by this Fey trapping metal was for. Although the golden metal disc looked like a piece of spatial equipment similar to the Fey storage box, it was still different. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up at that crimson flame vortex in the sky and said in a cold voice, "I've never imagined a Dark Federation's spatial item to appear in the Radiance Federation and inside the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift near the Royal Capital." When Lin Yuan heard the Mother of Bloodbath's words, he immediately recognized the matter's seriousness. The Mother of Bloodbath's red eyes suddenly seemed to burn, and its body instantly flickered with a crystal-red blood luster. A spider about 2 centimeters in size carved like a red crystal appeared in the Mother of Bloodbath's hands. The Mother of Bloodbath placed it in Lin Yuan's hands and immediately said, "I'm going to take a look in the Class 3-dimensional rift connected to the Abyssal Worlds Hub. Since someone is conspiring in the dark, they are unable to do so now, because this flame vortex has appeared, and this matter has been exposed. They won't be able to take it lying down." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Mother of Bloodbath, go ahead. I'll wait for your return outside the mountain valley after I'm done collecting the lifeform sacrificial fire." The Mother of Bloodbath's ice-cold red eyes flashed with a hint of warmth while looking at him. "When you encounter danger, inject spiritual power into this red spider." After saying that, the Mother of Bloodbath's figure suddenly vanished in the cave. Like a broken red crystal mirror, Lin Yuan checked the golden disc in his hand. It was really his first time seeing it, but he knew a lot about the Fey storage box. When Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, he had asked her about the Fey storage box during the first question and answer session. Thanks to the Moon Empress explanation, he then knew that Ostrich Logistics was not a big player that monopolized the Radiance Federation's logistics industry. It was actually a special organization that the Radiance Federation's officials supported in the dark. It was responsible for manufacturing all spatial equipment used to carry phase and spiritual materials in the Radiance Federation. The spatial equipment had a unified design specification, which was the Fey storage box. The only spatial equipment in the Radiance Federation was those normal bronze to diamond Fey storage boxes produced by Ostrich Logistics. The Fey trapping metal was something rare, but under the Radiance Federation's control. Other than Ostrich Logistics, other logistics industries were not allowed to produce spatial equipment. If one wanted to use spatial equipment, they could only order the Fey storage boxes they needed from Ostrich Logistics. The Fey trapping metal and some special technology to create spatial items could lead to a variety of shapes and functions. From the Mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan knew that this golden metal disc was spatial equipment from the Dark Federation. The territory within the Radiance Federation was really too big. Lin Yuan did not dare to say that he knew about certain things within the Radiance Federation very well. Thus, he had hardly asked the Moon Empress about things outside the Radiance Federation. The only thing he knew was the Freedom Federation and the Azure Federation, as these were the only ones that could compete with the Radiance Federation in this world. This huge world structure was the three major federations: Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. Hundreds of small federations had formed themselves into a huge world map. Only those with world-class strategic resources, like the floating island whale, were qualified to stir up the storm in this huge world. This was indeed Lin Yuan's first time hearing of the Dark Federation. He tried to inject spiritual power into this golden metal disc, and he suddenly found it had quite a big space inside. Although this space was not as large as the diamond phase storage box, it also had an area comparable to the platinum phase storage box. As Lin Yuan looked at this golden metal disc, he saw a half-meter tall small tree that looked elegant yet strange. Chapter 271 Epiphany Twin Red Pagoda's Salvation. There was nothing else in this golden metal disc except for this small tree. It was about half a meter tall and looked very elegant yet strange. Its leaves were a pure golden color that was unlike as tacky as the color of metal. Instead, it was like the color emitted by the most dazzling sun in the afternoon. Its trunk and branches were very plain brown, but this brown trunk had a strange pattern that Lin Yuan found familiar at a glance. He immediately recalled the phoenix plumes that Hu Quan had carved on the platane wood shelf in his spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan felt that the trunks and branches pattern was like the phoenix feathers Hu Quan had carved on the platane wood. However, the texture on the platane wood in the spirit lock spatial zone was carved by hands, while the one on the trunk and branches on this elegant yet strange small tree were naturally grown. The golden leaves on the branches of this small tree were in the shape of 5 claws. In Lin Yuan's opinion, they seemed to be like the claws of avian phase, but not as sharp as theirs. This half-meter tall small tree grew toward the south, and its branches and leaves ringed together like a golden bird's nest. The more Lin Yuan looked at it, the more he felt that the branches and leaves of the half-meter tall small tree were growing in the shape of a bird's nest. There seemed to be a thin fur layer on the leaves that emitted a soft glow with a sense of holy beauty. The pattern on the trunk that was like phoenix plumes was absorbing the huge amount of spirit chi from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower. It was flowing with a dazzling golden glow, looking divine and extraordinary. Lin Yuan did not know what kind of this elegant and strange small tree was and its uses, but he would be able to know once he summoned Morbius and used true data on it. However, Lin Yuan did not want to summon this small tree out of the golden disc. If he risked summoning it, this small golden tree would not be able to absorb spiritual power from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower. It would likely experience unpredictable changes with the flame energy in this flame vortex. The twin red pagoda's support flower had produced the life-form sacrificial fire at that moment. As long as the small golden tree's spirit chi absorption from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower was cut off, the twin red pagoda's support flower would instantly wither upon sensing the matured life-form sacrificial fire. If the support flower withered, this twin red pagoda would only be left with an almost withered main flower and a matured life-form sacrificial fire. The life-form sacrificial fire was ranked 7th among the world of fiery element spiritual materials, because of its original characteristics. With the injection of a large amount of fire elements from the red vortex, the lifeform sacrificial fire that contained the vitality would likely be changed and metamorphosed into a brand new flame. However, no matter how powerful this metamorphosed flame was, it would no longer be the lifeform sacrificial fire. Just like the elemental shellfish, although it was powerful when it reached bronze, it lost its original function. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only make a risky move and see whether he could save the twin red pagoda's main flower so that it could absorb the huge amount of fire element energy from the red vortex. He now had some doubts that the twin red pagoda was twins at first. The red pagoda that produced the lifeform's sacrificial fire in this small strange golden tree had used all its strength to produce a support bud to find a way out for the lifeform sacrificial fire that it had produced with all its might. Such an evolution in the crisis made the normal red pagoda mutate into a twin red pagoda. The twin red pagoda's main flower had not produced a mature lifeform sacrificial fire yet. Thus, only the twin red pagoda's support flower would dissipate. What Lin Yuan had to do was to let the main flower absorb this fire element energy from the red flame. This would ensure that the lifeform sacrificial fire would not mutate under this fire element, and allow the twin red pagoda's main flower to bloom again, and produce a new lifeform sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan summoned Morbius in his heart. Morbius, what are the chances of using the pure land of bliss to heal this twin red pagoda's main flower? Morbius' voice rang in his mind. Yuan, regarding the state of this twin red pagoda, as long as you are willing to use a spirit kai crystal, the large amount of pure spirit kai in it can revive its main flower. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to take a spirit kai crystal out of the spirit lock spatial zone. If this twin red pagoda's main flower was revived, as long as it could produce another lifeform sacrificial fire, he would be willing to use 10 spirit kai crystals, let alone one. Morbius' spirit kai condensation only took around 7 days to condense 1 spirit kai crystal in the spirit lock spatial zone. This was only the effect of Morbius' ability at Bronze Legend. If it were to reach Silver, then its spirit kai condensation would become even stronger, and there would be more spirit kai in the condensed spirit kai crystal. It had been more than a month since Lin Yuan had enhanced his source type Source Sand from Bronze X Fantasy I to Gold I Fantasy I. That small limestone bowl in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone now had 6 Spirit Kite crystals. Lin Yuan naturally would not let go of such a good thing of using a Spirit Kite crystal that condensed in 7 days in exchange for the Red Pagoda. As long as he nurtured the Red Pagoda, it was akin to having a lifeform sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan took out that Spirit Kite crystal and placed it on the twin Red Pagoda's main flower. The moment he crushed the sparkling Spirit Kite crystal with the force of his fingers, he broke the connection between the golden disc and the root of the twin Red Pagoda's main flower. At that moment, the twin Red Pagoda's support flower instantly withered, and a dark green flame that was like a burning emerald appeared on where the support flower was before. Lin Yuan reached out and held this emerald life-form sacrificial fire. It gave him the feeling as though it was warm water containing a huge amount of vitality that was not hot at all. It felt warm in his palms. Although the life-form sacrificial fire was a kind of very strange flame, it did not have the characteristics of a burning flame, but contained a strong vitality, which terrified Lin Yuan. It was worthy of being able to replace the tree core of plant phase and allow them to regain life again. As Lin Yuan looked at the emerald life-form sacrificial fire, he suddenly entered a wonderful state of epiphany. He was no stranger to it at all. Chapter 272 The Bottom Line of Chime's Mutation Again 13. Long ago, Lin Yuan had experienced the Mother of Bloodbath promote from Myth I to Myth Roman II. After it had gained a new lease of life after the destruction, he had a vague feeling of epiphany. Although he could feel this epiphany feeling, he did not understand it. Lin Yuan had been present as the Diamond X Legend's Silver Stamen Gold Luster Kasha was comprehending a willpower rune to reach Suzerain at the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance. In order to accumulate energy, it had withered the flowers and green leaves, only to wait for the next bloom. Such a scene had let Lin Yuan have a better understanding of that vague feeling that he could not understand earlier. It now seemed that the twin Red Pagoda's support flower had spent its life nurturing a fire. Although the support flower had withered, it had gained a new lease of life through the life-form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan only felt that a willpower rune containing the willpower of nurturing a new lease of life in destruction suddenly appeared in his spiritual spatial zone. He was now only left with 2 willpower runes in his spiritual spatial zone. During the extreme massacre under the dimensional rift outside the Redbed City's Zia region, and the other during the new lease of life after the destruction, he had comprehended one of them. Although this willpower rune contained a kind of endless vitality, It was different from the willpower rune that Lin Yuan had obtained by watching the revival of the plants on the green hill and had fused with the jasmine lily. This willpower rune was very special. Such destruction referred to stimulating one's potential after being badly wounded and welcoming a new life. The willpower rune he had obtained from the revival of the plants on the green hill was suitable for healing type phase. However, this new willpower rune that he had comprehended was suitable for combat class phase. There was the feeling of cleaning up the old mountains and rivers and starting the battle again. Somehow, Lin Yuan felt that this newly acquired willpower rune was more suitable for Red Thorn than the willpower rune he had acquired under Extreme Massacre. His epiphany was completed in just a moment. He had now comprehended 6 willpower runes. He had given one to the Jasmine Lily and Chimey respectively to allow them to become fantasy breeds, and another 2 to the contracted source-type Source Sand. The remaining 2 willpower runes were unsuitable for the Spirit Gather Goldfish, Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, and Genius. Instead, they were suitable for Red Thorn. He had to choose exactly which willpower rune to use when Red Thorn became a fantasy breed. Just as Lin Yuan crushed the Spirit Kai crystal that he had placed on the twin red pagoda's main flower, the main flower greedily absorbed the extremely pure and majestic Spirit Kai from the broken Spirit Kai crystal. The main flower's burning red flame, and the trace of greenish intent in it that was thinner than a hair slowly grew under the injection of this pure Spirit Kai. At that moment, the fiery elemental energy in the crimson vortex in the sky was also pressed down. Lin Yuan let the twin red pagoda's remaining main flower welcome this crimson flame vortex fiery elemental energy. He watched it grow a little bit under the nourishment of such majestic fiery elemental energy and even faintly sprouted a few red shoots. The greenish intent in the twin red pagoda's main flower's faint red flame constantly jumped, as though an old man who was on the brink of death had the vitality of youth. The twin red pagoda's main flower would still need some time to completely absorb the fiery elemental energy in the crimson vortex. At that moment, Lin Yuan composed his mind and checked that golden disc-shaped spatial equipment. After looking at it, he was quite elated. This spatial equipment could simply save him a great deal of effort in the future. Lin Yuan had to regularly move the energy ores into the spirit pool to replenish the spirit lock spatial zone Spirit Kai. Only by injecting spiritual energy into the Radiance Federation's phase storage box could he ensure that the space inside and outside the phase storage box was connected. Therefore, he had to spend great efforts to replenish the energy ores in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, this golden disc-shaped spatial equipment was different from the Radiance Federation's phase storage box. It always maintained a constant state of connection between the outside and inside. Lin Yuan only needed to fill the golden disc with energy ores and place it at the spirit pool's bottom. Before this golden disc's energy ores were consumed, he did not have to move it as before, which would save him great efforts. The golden disc's energy ores could be used for a good period in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After all, the size of this golden disc-like spatial equipment was comparable to the platinum phase storage box. He summoned that strange small golden tree from the golden disc with a thought and used Morbius True Data to check it, which greatly shocked him. After the shock, he revealed a hint of joy. Upgrading the quality of fantasy breed phase had always been hard for Lin Yuan. If it was said that it was as slow as an old bull pulling a cart for him to enhance fantasy breed phase grades, then it would be like an old bull pulling a train to upgrade the fantasy breed phase quality. When his first Fey Jasmine Lily had become a fantasy breed, he had tried to enhance it from fantasy breed I to fantasy breed Roman II. It had taken him nearly 1 month to enhance it from Bronze X Fantasy I to Silver I Fantasy I. However, after 5 days of trying to enhance it from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman II, he had decided to give up. This was because as he had been channeling a large amount of pure Spirit Kai into the fantasy breed Jasmine Lily in the Spirit Lock spatial zone over the 5 days, he had found that it was not much of a help for it. It could even be said that in these 5 days, Lin Yuan could not even feel his Jasmine Lily being enhanced from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman II. After asking his master, the Moon Empress, he knew that when phase became fantasy breeds, the enhancement from Fantasy I to Fantasy V had not much to do with their potential. When Fantasy breed phase reached Diamond Fantasy V, they would have a chance to reach myth. Thus, Lin Yuan was also reassured to normally enhance his phase, which had become fantasy breeds at bronze. It was no longer like how he enhanced phase to fantasy breeds, for fear of affecting their potential and causing them to be stuck at bronze X legend. Chapter 273 Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree 23. It could be said that the biggest problem Lin Yuan had faced before was raising these fantasy breed phase from fantasy I to fantasy V. He had asked Morbius about the spirit chi crystals condensed by its spirit chi condensation in the spirit lock spatial zone. He would need at least over 100 of them to promote fantasy breed phase from fantasy I to fantasy Roman 2. Morbius would need at least more than 2 years to condense them with its current power. This period was simply too long for him. Moreover, this was only to promote the fantasy breed phase from fantasy I to fantasy Roman 2. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan has extremely strong capabilities as a creation master and could do things that other creation masters could not, he could only promote his fantasy breed phase from fantasy I to fantasy V by searching for treasures that could help improve the fantasy breed phase quality like other spirit chi professionals. It had a collective name Heaven and Earth phase. Heaven and Earth phase were different from ordinary phase. Spirit chi professionals could contract with ordinary phase that had grades, qualities, abilities, and exclusive skills. These Heaven and Earth phase were just like the cinnabar osmanthus, the worthy Lin Yuan had obtained that could increase spiritual energy, and the red pagoda that could produce the life-form sacrificial fire. Spirit chi professionals could not contract such phase. Although they had grades and qualities, they did not have abilities or exclusive skills. Rather than saying the Heaven and Earth phase were a kind of fae that could mature, they were a kind of spiritual materials that could grow. Each kind of Heaven and Earth fae had its own unique uses. For example, the cinnabar osmanthus, a worthy Lin Yuan had obtained earlier, could bear fruits that could increase spiritual energy, while the red pagoda could produce the life-form sacrificial fire. The strange and elegant small tree that Lin Yuan had taken out of the golden disc was a Heaven and Earth fae. The cinnabar osmanthus, Haworthia in the spirit lock spatial zone, was also a relatively common Heaven and Earth fae. At that moment, Lin Yuan's cinnabar osmanthus, Haworthia, was already gold VI flawless. When it reached platinum, it would mature and could bear fruits to restore spiritual energy. After a Heaven and Earth fae like the cinnabar osmanthus, Haworthia bore fruits that could restore spiritual energy. Its grade could never be raised again. The platinum cinnabar osmanthus, Haworthia, was akin to entering the maturity stage, and its accumulated energy would be contributed to the condensed fruit. Of course, when it reached the maturity stage, its quality could be raised. The quality of Heaven and Earth phase could be upgraded to legend at most. The higher the quality of the cinnabar osmanthus Haworthia was, the better its fruit's ability to restore spiritual energy. Thanks to true data, this twin red pagoda had reached platinum epic. Only when the Heaven and Earth fae, red pagoda, reached platinum would it have been considered reaching the maturity stage. At that time, it could then produce the life-form sacrificial fire. However, the energy contained in its main flower had been absorbed by this strange and elegant small tree, so the main flower entered a dormant state. Although its grade and quality remained, it had also hurt its roots. If it wanted to restore its roots and condense the life-form sacrificial fire, it would need to have some warm nourishment. Fortunately, the twin red pagoda's main flower that had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi from Lin Yuan's spirit chi crystal had awakened from dormancy. Given the huge amount of pure fiery elemental energy in this flame vortex, after the platinum twin red pagoda's matured main flower absorbed this large amount of fiery elemental energy, it should be able to recover some of its damaged roots. Then, the red pagoda's red dragon tooth-shaped flower would once again bloom on the withered main flower and produce the life-form sacrificial fire. Although Lin Yuan had never heard of this strange and elegant small golden tree before, thanks to true data, its detailed information solved the huge problem he faced before. This strange and elegant small golden tree was called the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree. Under the true data, it was shown to have reached Gold I legend. Lin Yuan did not expect to see a Heaven and Earth fae reach legend before maturing. Upgrading a heaven and earth phase quality was not as easy as ordinary phase. It had to consume several times more resources than ordinary phase. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had reached the limit of a heaven and earth phase, but it was now only at gold and had yet to reach platinum. It would still need a short time to mature. With the information obtained from Morbius True Data, Lin Yuan knew that this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree needed to absorb a large amount of pure spiritual power and regularly devour the strange flame for its survival and evolution. As long as a large amount of pure spirit Kai in the strange flame were enough, its grade could slowly increase. A heaven and earth fae like the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree could not reach legend when it was still in its wild state and had yet to mature. If a heaven and earth fae wanted to reach legend, it had to accumulate for a very long time after it reached a matured state at platinum to be able to do so. In other words, this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree previously had an owner who had used an unknown amount of resources to allow it to reach legend at gold. That person had probably prepared the lifeform sacrificial fire produced from this red pagoda for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree as well. The vitality in the lifeform's sacrificial fire could even be used as a plant core and give plants a second life. One could imagine how precious such a strange flame like the lifeform's sacrificial fire was to plants. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's owner had clearly intended to use the red pagoda to nurture the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. However, it was simply a waste to do so. In Lin Yuan's opinion, its original owner was clearly the owner of this golden disc-like spatial equipment. No matter what this person was up to regarding the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan had become the owner of this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chapter 274 Sequence 6 Thunderstorm Feast 33. A heaven and earth fae like the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree would not bear fruits that could increase the spiritual energy like the cinnabar osmanthus, Eworthia. Nor would it produce the lifeform sacrificial fire like the red pagoda. It created nothing, but it could purify avian fae's bloodline and increase their quality. As long as the avian faes perched on the bird's nest made of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree branches, the latter would slowly offer its body energy to them. It was very effective in stimulating the avian fae's bloodline. After Lin Yuan checked the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's true data, he stored it and the golden disc in the spirit lock spatial zone. If his greatest gain was the lifeform sacrificial fire before, he now felt that no matter how many lifeform sacrificial fire there was, it could not be compared to the immature phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Although his contracted fae, Chimey, had become a twilight star bird, it had evolved from a sound bird. Even though its grade had constantly risen thanks to Lin Yuan injecting pure spirit Kai after it had become a twilight starbird, Chimey could only wait for the opportunity to evolve its bloodline. Fae bloodlines would experience a qualitative change when they reached bronze. After metamorphosing into a fantasy breed, their bloodlines would undergo another qualitative change. Chimey had gone through the 2 stages of bronze and fantasy breed. Although its bloodline might evolve when its grade was raised in the future, the chances for its bloodline's natural evolution were very slim for a sound bird like Chimey, which was not even a fae at first. Lin Yuan had always felt that Chimey's evolution path was inclined toward that of the legendary phoenix. However, it was quite different, as Chimey had never given up its sound type as a sound bird. Chimey could once again tap into its latent bloodline as a sound bird with this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. When fantasy breed phase reached fantasy Roman 3, their bloodline would have a chance to metamorphose. If Chimey could reach fantasy Roman 3 and the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree purified its bloodline, it would be time for Chimey to take another qualitative leap that was even greater than when it had become a fantasy breed. At the same time, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about Chimey's quality enhancement with this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. As long as it rested on this bird's nest made of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree branches, and he constantly fed the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree with pure spirit Kai and the strange flame, the fantasy breed Chimey's quality enhancement would no longer be a problem that plagued Lin Yuan. Given enough time, Chimey naturally would reach fantasy Roman 3 or even fantasy V. At present, The twin red pagoda's main flower seemed to have completely absorbed the crimson vortex. The red bud that emerged from the twin red pagoda's main flower became unusually plump. The petal growth now seemed to Lin Yuan to be almost the same as that of the support flower. The flaming green light that was originally thinner than a strand of hair within the red flames ringed by the leaves at the top of the main flower had now turned into vibrant, dancing flames. Even though this green flame was filled with dexterity, it was not considered strong. The crimson vortex in the sky had now completely disappeared. Lin Yuan could feel many adventurers were in the 1 kilometer radius of quicksand his source-type sand had dug in the mountain valley, thinking of a way to trudge over, just as he was about to store the twin red pagoda, which seemed to have recovered, into the diamond face storage box. The sand grains at the cave entrance that Lin Yuan had added with the ferromanganese characteristics were suddenly blown away by something. He only saw a slender, bronze-skinned youth with peach blossom eyes and flat-top hair appear before he whistled and said, "The things here have actually been taken away. What did you store in the face storage box just now, finders keepers? Give it to me, and I'll let you go." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Are you trying to rob me?" The young man had a cold face, but he was stunned to hear rob from Lin Yuan. "The world's treasures are for those who are capable. You have picked up the loot in this valley first, so I can only take them from you if I want them." Lin Yuan's voice still sounded very flat, but he was ready for a fight. "So you still want to rob my loot?" When that young man with peach blossom eyes and a flat-top head heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately became a little reluctant and replied, "You need strength to be able to keep the loot. This Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift is not like outside. One mistake will lead you to doom." He then channeled his spiritual power, and Lin Yuan saw a 15-meter-long huge crocodile covered in lightning flashes appear in this small cave. It had heavy white armor but did not look clumsy at all. Instead, it looked very agile. The huge crocodile's eyes showed a thunderclap-like blue-purple color. With a sense of oppression like a primitive beast, it moved its tail suddenly and hit on the cave wall. After the flame in the huge flame vortex baked the cave wall, it had long been completely stripped of water and cracked. The 15-meter-long huge white crocodile with lightning flashes constantly hit the cracked cave wall, causing the cave to collapse. The collapsed cave wall turned into fine dust and sand and fell on the land the source sand had reformed, which then created dust everywhere. The wind in this abyss dimensional rift that contained an acrid sulfuric smell blew the dust. At first, Lin Yuan had not recognized who this young man with a pair of peach blossom eyes and the flat-top head was. Nonetheless, when that young man summoned the huge crocodile, Lin Yuan immediately knew of his identity. Lin Yuan had previously focused on this young man's information when he had checked the strength of the Radiance 100 sequence members on StarWeb. Besides the fact that this young man was at the top of the Radiance 100 sequence, his talent was too special. Most Thunderailment phase are good at attacking, but the young man in front of me has a defense-type Thunderailment phase. Defense-type Thunderailment phase were considered very unorthodox and niche types of phase. They were very rare. A very common defensive-type Thunderailment bronze phase had an equivalent price to better species of power offensive-type Thunderailment gold phase. At the same time, the defensive-type Thunderailment phase abilities and exclusive skills were mostly unorthodox. However, the young man in front used a defensive-type Thunderailment phase and walked on a traditional path of a defensive-type Spirit-type professional. He was the top of the younger generation of defensive-type Spirit-type professionals in the Radiance Federation. The young man with peach blossom eyes and a flat-top head was the Radiance 100 Sequence 6. Shizu, also known as Thunderstorm Feast. Of course, in addition to the title of Thunderstorm Feast, he also had a title called Working Emperor. But Lin Yuan did not know the meaning of Working Emperor. Chapter 275 Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. At that moment, the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's temperature had slowly risen back up. When that majestic crimson flame vortex disappeared, the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had returned to normal from its closed state. A large amount of fire elements flooded in from the hub that connected the controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift connected to the abyssal world and immediately allowed the abyss-dimensional rift to return to its original high temperature of nearly 50 degrees. Its sudden rise back to 50 degrees from 20 degrees was just like a person who had just come out of the ice water, being locked in a sauna. These adventurers in this controlled Class 3 abyss-dimensional rift could not catch their breath. Outside the completely collapsed cave, the wind gradually dispersed the flying dust. Lin Yuan used true data to check this 15-meter-long huge crocodile, with a pseudo-height body covered with lightning flashes. Fey name Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. Fey species Sarcus loricata. Fey type Thunder. Tail block uses the strong skin armor on its huge tail to resist damage. Muscle Thunder energy rapidly mobilize the energy within its muscles to generate a large amount of thunder energy. Rapid Thunder armor protection quickly form a layer of armor protection formed by thunder around the target to help resist external damage. Thunder armor boost increases the hardness of the released Rapid Thunder armor and ability to resist damage. When the Rapid Thunder armor cannot resist, it will automatically fill in the Muscle Thunder energy's thunder energy. Hunter armor demonstration instantly bursts the thunder energy stored in its body to generate over 100 Rapid Thunder armor. At the same time, it can also casually mobilize the thunder energy in the Rapid Thunder armor for effective defense. Sturdy Thunder pattern. The thunder contains a thunder pattern that can increase sturdiness. When the thunder pattern breaks, it will instantly release a large amount of thunder energy. Active thunderclap. The thunder released is always active. When struck, the thunder will burst outward and counteract the attack, and assimilate part of the energy into active thunder energy. This 15-meter-long huge crocodile covered with lightning flashes on its pseudo-height body had the same name, Ishixis, signature Fey on Star Web's Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. In the past few months that he had the ability of a creation master, he had seen some defensive-type Thunder element Feys, but most of them had a mediocre aptitude. This Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile should have evolved from a kind of low-grade defensive-type Thunder element crocodile Fey. However, Lin Yuan did not know which species it had evolved from. Even if he had Morbius true data, he still could not check what kind of low-grade defensive-type Thunder element crocodile Fey this Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile had evolved from. Take Chimey as an example. Even Class 5 creation masters like Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and even Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress, had personally checked and analyzed. However, they could not see that the Silver Eye Fantasy I Chimey had evolved from a sound bird that was not even considered a Fey. This Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile had the same evolution as Chimey. Its bloodline had been completely purified. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Chimey seemed to be evolving toward a phoenix and purifying its bloodline, while the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile was evolving toward a dragon. It was not evolving toward prehistoric dragon species, but toward a flood dragon's bloodline, which was on par with the phoenix in ancient texts. Although this Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile could still be seen as a crocodile at a glance, its body was not as bloated as a normal crocodile. It was also not crawling on the ground with its forelimbs like a normal crocodile. Instead, its forelimbs had become longer, just like lying on the ground. A Fey, especially a rare defensive-type Thunder element Fey, being able to evolve toward a flood dragon was akin to having unlimited possibilities in terms of aptitude. However, Lin Yuan had seen Long Tao's Platinum X Fantasy Roman 3C King Chalk Mosasaurus in the Radiant Moon Palace, and knew that this Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile would never be Shix's strongest Fey. Even though it was his signature Fey, he could not have been ranked 6th in the Radiance 100 sequence based on it alone. Just as Liu Jai had said, the Radiance 100 sequence members were shady. Most of their revealed Feys were those they had used when they entered the Radiance 100 sequences selection competition. They had hidden their growth of many years after being selected by the Radiance 100 sequence, waiting for the right time to display their abilities. But Lin Yuan had to say that this Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile was indeed powerful. Most defensive-type Thunder element Phase abilities and exclusive skills were rather strange, because an element like thunder was very violent and extremely aggressive. It was unsuitable for defense. Unlike the water and earth elements, The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's normal ability, Tail Block, could be described as a moderate ability that could effectively help it block powerful attacks. Its remaining abilities, Muscle Thunder Energy, Thunder Armor Boost, and 100 Armor Demonstration, were actually increasing the defensibility of its silver ability, Rapid Thunder Armor Protection, allowing it to be more robust and versatile. The Muscle Thunder Energy could effectively increase the amount of thunder elements that the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile could control. A 15-meter-long primitive beast like the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile contained a lot of energy in its body. Based on Muscle Thunder Energy, it could rapidly transform the energy in its body into a large amount of thunder elements. The Thunder Armor Boost could maintain the armor strength formed by the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's Rapid Thunder Armor Protection through consuming the thunder element energy that it could control. In other words, the armor formed by the Rapid Thunder Armor Protection would not break until there is not a drop of thunder element under its control. The 100 Armor Demonstration changed the Rapid Thunder Armor Protection from single-target protection to multi-target protection, and could even greatly increase the efficiency of the use of thunder elements. It could condense the Thunder Armor's thunder elements into one point and use a great density of thunder elements to resist damage. It could be said that based on the Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's abilities, it was enough to be considered a top defense-type Fae. Moreover, its two exclusive skills, Sturdy Thunder Pattern and Active Thunderclap, strengthened the Rapid Thunder Armor's defense ability and greatly increased the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's endurance. The large amount of thunder energy released by the breakage of the thunder pattern formed by its exclusive skill, Sturdy Thunder Pattern, could instantly replenish the Rapid Thunder Armor's consumption. The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's second exclusive skill, Active Thunderclap, was a direct application of the thunder element's attack characteristics. The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile cleverly used the attack characteristics for defense. It used the collision of the thunder element energy and the attack energy to offset the pressure that the Rapid Thunder Armor needed to bear in defense. Regardless of what trump card Shizu had been hiding during the years he had been part of the Radiance 100 sequence, his signature Fae, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile, alone was enough to make him the top defense-type Spirit Kai professional among the younger generation of the Radiance Federation. Chapter 276 The Protection of the Blue Thunder. Although Chusai was also a defense-type Spirit Kai professional, she had a reckless heart. Chix's Faes were all thunder element Faes, but he had taken the path that a traditional defense-type Spirit Kai professional should take. A defense-type Spirit Kai professional like Shizu was far more popular than a reckless defense-type Spirit Kai professional like Chusai in a team. Shizu stood in place, his peach blossom eyes narrowed under his small flat-top head, and said, "See that this is strength, be good and hand over the thing burning with red flames that you put away, and he'll let you go." Lin Yuan's eyes behind the mask also narrowed as he replied, "What if I don't?" Shizu reached out and scratched his head. "Judging from the way you dress, you're imitating black. Right? Those who idolize black should not be a bad person. So I can have mercy on you." Lin Yuan's eyebrows behind the mask raised, and he answered, "It seems to you that I have to hand it over." Lin Yuan channeled the spiritual power in his body into the land under his feet through both feet. The quicksand on the land beneath his feet that had stopped instantly churned again. It was no longer just limited to a couple of kilometers around the mountain valley. Rather, Lin Yuan let the source sand stir up the sand grains it had accumulated for a month. The sand grains brought all the adventurers, who wanted to trudge over the sea of sand, back its edge. At the same time, with Lin Yuan's spiritual power, the color of the sand grains in this 1 kilometer radius became darker and darker, changing from brownish yellow slowly to purplish black. These purple-black sand grains also carried a layer of black-blue metallic luster that came from the ferromanganese. Lin Yuan manipulated the source sand, and it gathered all the sand grains that it had ground from hard ores in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. These hard sand grains were plated with a thin layer of ferromanganese. When Shizu saw this quicksand suddenly churning, he jumped onto the Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's back. Upon sensing the quicksand from all directions that wanted to drag his Fae into the ground, Shizu let the silent thunder-armored crocodile surge a large amount of thunder elements around its body to resist the churning quicksand. Lin Yuan found that even if the gold source sand had accumulated sand grains for over a month and could resist against platinum phase, it still could not do anything about this silent thunder-armored crocodile. This was because the silent thunder-armored crocodile had gone beyond a platinum phase strength and reached diamond combat power. Shizu, who was standing on the silent thunder-armored crocodile's back, said with some surprise, "So it was you who caused the churning quicksand everywhere in the mountain valley. You're currently already much stronger than Black." Before Shizu could finish his words, he saw Lin Yuan wave his hand and summon a Fae with a purple halo like a peony while fluttering. He immediately expressed his surprise on his face because this Fae was the blue flash purple butterfly. Once Lin Yuan summoned this blue flash purple butterfly, Shizu immediately felt awkward. This silver-masked fellow was actually Black. Upon looking at the endless churning quicksand in front of him, Shizu knew that Black had concealed his strength on Star Web. Black's true strength was far from what he had shown on Star Web. His Faes were very easy to recognize as silver fantasy breed avian Fae, the strange plant that could spread a sea of flowers, and the blue flash purple butterfly could represent Black's identity. These Faes were unique to Black among the currently known Faes. After Lin Yuan summoned the Bronze X Legend blue flash purple butterfly, he immediately let it release a large amount of silent scale powder toward the sand grains that sourced sand had spawned. Given the blue flash purple butterfly's bronze grade, the silent scale powder it released could not break through the platinum, Ivy Fantasy, a silent thunder-armored crocodile's layer of thunder element energy that protected its body. Therefore, Lin Yuan could regard the sand grain spawned by the source sand as the carrier for the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder. It would allow the silent scale powder that was difficult to attach to the silent thunder-armored crocodile to have the opportunity to do so. If it were other power offensive-type spirit Kai professionals with platinum fantasy breed phase, Lin Yuan would not have any chances of winning without the Mother of Bloodbath or the trump card that the Moon Empress had given him. However, Shizu was a defensive-type spirit Kai professional who went on the path of a traditional defensive-type spirit Kai professional, so he did not possess any powerful attacking ability. Thus, Lin Yuan had a chance to fight. Just at that moment, Shizu waved his hand and said, "No more fighting. I, Shizu, will not make a move against one of my own." As Radiance 100 Sequence 6, Shizu was considered being a top high-ranking member of the Radiance 100 Sequence. The Radiance 100 Sequence upheld the glory of the Radiance Federation's younger generation's top experts. Black's battle outside Millstone Town was enough for him to be called a Radiance Federation hero. Thus, Shizu would never attack Black because of a treasure. He might not mind telling other adventurers that the treasure belonged to a capable person. However, the faith in Radiance had always let Shizu made the choice toward Radiance. In fact, it was also the faith and choice of the Radiance 100's younger generation that the Radiance Federation had constantly been becoming stronger and stronger, allowing it to become the top power in this huge world map. Unity itself shone with radiant light. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized the space around him darkened and saw a middle-aged man, who was very strange. This middle-aged man was looking at him angrily, as though he had just finished his homework, but it was torn into pieces. Lin Yuan, who was wearing Genius Mask, could vaguely sense that this middle-aged man was shaking with anger. As he looked at that middle-aged man, he immediately became wary, even though Lin Yuan had no impression of that middle-aged man's appearance. His figure completely overlapped with the middle-aged man who had been sizing him up at the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts entrance. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a violent energy fluctuation. It was now too late for him to condense the 4 wings on his back. He only had time to condense half a wing in front of his body with the feathers transformed by the Gold Day and Night Spirit Silver, and injected the spiritual power into this half wing. The sudden appearance of the violent energy fluctuation made him feel a deadly threat. Just when he was ready to crush the red crystal spider in his hand, which the Mother of Bloodbath had given him, a layer of blue thunder armor shielded him. Chapter 277 Real. Working Emperor. This thunder armor had that unique pattern of the crocodile skin armor. Shizu seemed to have summoned another fae. The oppressive thunder energy condensed into a piece of an exquisite leaf, as though it was carved by thunder outside the rapid thunder armor. Lin Yuan only saw a black energy beam clash onto this piece of leaf. The thunder energy on the surface of this leaf flickered violently. When the leaf was about to disappear, that black energy beam vanished as well. At that moment, Lin Yuan shot a sharp look at the middle-aged man who was stepping on the quicksand. Even if Lin Yuan condensed the wing shield made of half a wing, channeled a large amount of energy, and perfectly displayed the day and night spirit silver's impact power, he would certainly be seriously injured if he did not crush the red crystal spider the mother of bloodbath had given him. Upon seeing that his attack had failed, Crow simply wanted to vomit blood. After becoming a suzerain myth breed fae, when had Crow suffered such a loss? Crow had to spend great efforts to raise the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to legend before it reached the maturity stage. Crow had been stuck at being a suzerain myth Roman 2 fae for many years and could not advance. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was its only hope to purify its bloodline and reach myth Roman 3. A heaven and earth fae like the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had reached legend at gold, because Crow had invested plenty of resources and even used its suzerain myth Roman 2 blood to feed it. Crow had even taken the valuable red pagoda as nourishment to nurture the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, hoping that it could quickly mature. But now, someone had taken away its own lifeblood in this change of events, driving Crow crazy. Since Crow had always used its own blood to feed the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's aura contained a trace of the smell of Crow's blood. This was why the moment Crow saw Lin Yuan, it had made him move and even use 10 of its strength. As Lin Yuan's body was tainted with the smell of Crow's blood on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, Crow's body was at the coast thousands of kilometers away, completing the task assigned by Lord 7th Page War. It was now only using 1 drop of its blood, relying on its exclusive skill to descend to this body with the exclusive imprint. Therefore, Crow's current strength could now only be maintained at Diamond V flawless. The hatred in its heart had been burning so fast that it was going to burn itself to ashes. If there was anyone Crow hated the most, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yuan. But if there was anyone it hated the second most, it would not be Shizu, who had helped Lin Yuan block the attack, but Cheng Wu. If not for this stupid person trained by Cheng Wu, who only knew how to observe and not report back to eat as though he was suffering from anxiety and paranoia, and if it could have known there would be a change of events, no matter how far away it was, it would immediately take away the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and red pagoda in the golden disk. If Crow had not considered the controlled Class 3 abyss-dimensional rift outside the royal capital as the last stop in its plan and made use of the huge amount of fire elements in it to provide warm nourishment for the red pagoda, so that it could produce the life-form sacrificial fire for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to devour and quickly mature, Crow would not let such an important thing as the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree leave its side. However, Crow felt a sense of helplessness. Its body could not come over, and its avatar formed by his exclusive skill was too weak. As Crow thought about it, it raised its hands and slapped itself. It felt painful yet happy. If this body's soul had not vanished after Crow's avatar had descended, it would really want to ferret out the original soul and ask, why did the people from Radiance 100 sequence appear in this controlled Class 3 abyss-dimensional rift? Yet you did not inform me. Shizu shouted. Who are you? How dare you do this? As soon as Crow heard this, it was so angry that it let out a strange call like a crow. Crow wanted to curse back. What are you saying? If my body was here, I would've killed all of you. Upon seeing a dark blue giant stingray with light blue patterns fly down, Crow glared at Lin Yuan before it turned into black mist, scurrying away into the distance. Lin Yuan loosened his grip on the red crystal spider he had been holding tightly in his palms. He turned his head and looked at Shizu, who chuckled and gave him a thumbs up before saying, I have a strong defense. Right. Lin Yuan noted down Shizu in his heart. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, Shizu had wanted to snatch what he was holding at that time. He had not thought about giving in but intended to resist to the end. Before that attack just now, which was not fatal, but was enough to seriously injure him or cause him to be on the brink of death, had arrived. Shizu had blocked the attack for him. That was grace. The thunder-formed leaf in front of Shizu was clearly not something that the platinum IV fantasy, a silent thunder-armored crocodile, could do. Lin Yuan thought of the thunder element energy that contained great oppression and the leaf condensed by thunder. This unknown defense-type thunder element plant should be Shix's trump card. Lin Yuan had now witnessed the powerful Radiance 100 Sequence 6 revealing his trump card. He knew the gap between himself and the Radiance 100's top combat power. As long as he did not have a Platinum Fantasy Breed Fae, he could not reach the top in the Radiance 100 sequence. It was not enough for his Platinum Fantasy Breed Fae to reach Fantasy I. It had to reach at least Fantasy Roman 3. At that moment, that dark blue giant stingray with light blue patterns flew close. A girl's cry of surprise suddenly came from on top of it. Holy shit, Shizu! How come I see you everywhere I go? You're worthy of being the working emperor. Lin Yuan felt this voice was very familiar. When he turned his head, he realized it was Zhao Ziaochen. As Lin Yuan looked at these people on this stingray's back, he found that he knew all of them and could not help but sigh. The controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift outside the royal capital was really odd. It had actually gathered 4 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Radiance 100 Sequence 3. Overflowing Sea. Long Tao. Radiance 100 Sequence 6. Thunderstorm Feast. Shizu. Radiance 100 Sequence 21. Food Hater. Zhao Ziaochen. Radiance 100 Sequence 43. Rapids. Fang Duduo. Liu Jai had told him that Zhao Ziaochen's initial title was Critical Needle Girl. But later on, after Zhao Ziaochen had applied to the Radiant Sacred Hall nearly 100 times, the Radiant Sacred Hall had then helplessly changed her official title to Food Hater. When Shizu heard Zhao Ziaochen's voice, his eyes instantly turned red, and he glared at her before shouting, Zhao Ziaochen, how dare you call me working emperor? If it weren't for you, how would I have been called that? Chapter 278. Don't let him taste the sweet delights. Zhao Ziaochen was standing on the back of the giant stingray with light blue patterns. When she heard Shix's words, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, Shishuan, how is the bankruptcy of your 5 chain restaurants related to me whenever I visit your store? I am a spending customer. It was fine if Zhao Ziaochen didn't say anything, but once she spoke, Shix's eyes turned redder. Zhao Ziaochen, my name is Shizu, not Shizu. Shizu was only able to contract defense-type thunder-type phase because of his talent. Due to the rarity of defense-type thunder-type phase and the expensive costs of nurturing such phase, Shizu had always lacked resources. Putting aside the resources that Shizu had invested to nurture trump cards after being in the Radiance 100 sequence for so many years, he had spent countless Radiance dollars just to nurture his Platinum IV Fantasy, a silent thunder-armored crocodile. After all, it had activated the Flood Dragon bloodline, and Shizu had to make sure the Flood Dragon bloodline would be constantly activated. Actually, during the many years Shizu had been a Radiance 100 sequence member, he had earned quite a bit of extra money. Shizu had poured all the extra money on the investment of chain restaurants. When opening a restaurant in the Radiance Federation, as long as the restaurant's ingredients had many varieties and the food ingredients grade was relatively higher, there was no worry that they wouldn't sell. Shizu had originally wanted to properly operate these 5 chain restaurants and earn enough resources to nurture his phase. In fact, Shizu had spent great amounts of money to poach an experienced manager from the Radiance Federation's most famous spirit food pavilion. Everything had been well prepared, but Shix's mistake was to set his restaurant with a buffet model. Furthermore, all 5 of his buffet restaurants had been targeted by Zhao Ziaochen. In less than 1 year since Zhao Ziaochen had targeted the restaurants, Shix's dreams of accumulating resources with the chain restaurants had been destroyed. All of the savings that he had accumulated painstakingly for many years had resulted in a loss. Shizu now had to face the problem of all the spiritual ingredients and resources required to evolve his phase. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and become a working emperor. Working 10 jobs as a single person, Shizu was here at this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift because he wanted to take the spare time to accumulate more resources before the start of the S tournament. Shizu was so angry that he nearly got the hiccups. However, before Shizu could say anything, Zhao Ziaochen tossed the pork trotters that she had gnawed into bones and cleaned her hand before sighing. Shizu, the pork trotters that I am gnawing right now isn't as good as the pork trotters from your store's silver tendon thigh black pig. Your store's grilled ocean fish is not bad either. When speaking, Zhao Ziaochen was even licking her lips. It was unknown if she had an aftertaste of the pork trotters earlier or because of the food from Shix's store. Shen Hengfeng and Fang Duoduo exchanged glances before casting a sympathetic look at Shizu. Shizu is really such a pitiful man. Shizu was so angry that he was patting on the silent thunder-armored crocodile's armored back. And it was letting out a thud-thud sound. The silent thunder-armored crocodile thought that its master was playing with it, so it contentedly tilted its head and let out a comfortable call. However, Shix's hand was feeling the pain as he was patting. He then said with anguish, Zhao Ziaochen, had it not been for you, the money earned from my 5 chain restaurants would have been enough to purchase 1 bronze epic fei every single day. Zhao Ziaochen let out a snort and turned around to pull Fang Duoduo and Shen Hengfeng over. The two of you use some pee to wake him up. If you have diabetes, then don't come over. Don't let him taste the sweet delights. Zhao Ziaochen's words immediately caused Lin Yuan, Shizu, Long Tao, Fang Duoduo, and Chen Hengfeng a drop of cold sweat to roll down their faces. Was this the kind of words that a lady should be speaking in public? Long Tao involuntarily held his forehead while rubbing his temples as he felt a pain surging in his head again. Long Tao truly felt that he should always criticize Fang Duoduo when he quarreled with Zhao Ziaochen. After witnessing Zhao Ziaochen's current performance, Long Tao felt that he had truly wronged Fang Duoduo in the past. Zhao Ziaochen was a person that couldn't keep calm no matter who she was with. However, Long Tao's eyes were now fixed on Lin Yuan. The latter might have already withdrawn the Bronze X Legend Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, but Long Tao only took a single glance to recognize Lin Yuan's faint aura. The aura coming off from Lin Yuan was very similar to the aura from Black at Long Tao had seen on the star web. However, Long Tao felt a trace of difference after observing it carefully. The black on the star web gave off an aloof and reticent feeling, but Long Tao constantly felt a familiar youthful feeling from Black. Now that Long Tao met Black in person, that familiar youthful feeling was even more intense. However, the aloof feeling on the star web was now gone, and it was replaced with a tenacious and indifferent feeling. As Long Tao paid more attention to Black, he felt that Black was giving him a stronger sense of familiarity. Unfortunately, Long Tao wasn't able to recall where this familiar feeling came from. Long Tao jumped off the Platinum II Fantasy Roman 2 Rapid Fear Ray and walked in front of Lin Yuan. I am the Dragon Gate Guild Club's team leader for the S Tournament main team. Long Tao. There are less than 3 days before the S Tournament's transfer period ends. Our Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team is still lacking a member. I wonder if you were willing to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team. Before Lin Yuan could react, Shizu was rather surprised by Long Tao's words. Putting aside the fact that Long Tao was sequence 3 of the Radiance 100, just his status as the S Tournament main team leader of the Dragon Gate Guild Club was already too prestigious for Long Tao to do such things without consideration. The Guild Alliance's S Tournament was about to begin, so how could anyone still be inviting others into their team? It seemed like the Dragon Gate Guild Club was really still lacking a main team member until now. Shizu wasn't just the main team member of the S Tournament. He was part of the Rhine Guild Club, which had obtained the champion's crown position during last year's S Tournament. The Rhine Guild Club had also become the top guild club among all during this year. Shizu had always treated the Dragon Gate Guild Club as his team's formidable foe during this year's S Tournament. But from the looks of it, it seemed like the Dragon Gate Guild Club was still unable to contest with the Rhine Guild Club this year. Be it Long Tao, Zhao Ziaochen, Fang Duoduo, and the one other main team member who wasn't here, they were all part of the Radiance 100 sequence. The combination of members from the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team was very luxurious. And if they included another Radiance 100 sequence member, they would be considered an all-star team. The Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team members had formidable individual strength. But 4 power offensive-type Spirit Kai professionals would be the same as having 4 reckless members, without any support-type, defensive-type, and healing-type Spirit Kai professionals to uphold the endurance. Then no matter how powerful each individual team member was, it was impossible to stay standing in the S tournament's team battle. The Radiance Federation's S tournament had never been an individual game. When Lin Yuan heard Long Tao's abrupt proposal, he was startled. Then, he started to mutter. Once she changed his name from Shizu to Shishu, which means dead pig. Chapter 279 The Sudden Sea of Demons. Lin Yuan muttered for a moment before he gently shook his head and said, I don't have any plans to join any guild clubs. Lin Yuan was very frank and wasn't shy to reject an invitation. After all, Lin Yuan already had plans in his heart in regards to guild clubs. Long Tao might have a disappointed expression, but he wasn't dejected. Instead, he revealed a smile and extended his hand. My name is Long Tao. Let's be friends. From Lin Yuan's statement of I don't have any plans to join any guild clubs, Long Tao understood that Lin Yuan was planning to build his own guild club in the future. It would be fake to say that Long Tao wasn't disappointed when he was rejected, but it was only a trace of disappointment at the start. After all, Long Tao had been looking for the silver-masked Black for more than just 1 or 2 days. The moment Long Tao wanted to recruit Black as his teammate, the thought had never changed. Once Long Tao knew of Black's plans, he felt that Black was similar to him a few years ago. Back when Long Tao had made the decision, he single-handedly created the Dragon Gate Guild Club. But Long Tao believed that if he was at Black's age and received an invitation from a top 3-level guild club, even if he was going to reject, he wouldn't be able to reject so calmly. It was unknown why Long Tao suddenly had a feeling he had met a true friend. However, even if Black wasn't going to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club, Long Tao still had his confidence and trump cards for this year's S tournament. After all, Long Tao never liked to place a bet on others. If he was such a person, then he wouldn't have been able to sit firmly in the position of Radiance Federation Sequence 3. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate Guild Club wouldn't have been able to achieve the result of being among the top 3-level guild clubs. Lin Yuan watched as Long Tao extended his hand while his face behind the mask revealed a sunshine smile. Lin Yuan then extended his hand to shake hands with Long Tao. Long Tao looked at the silver-masked youth and praised him. Looking at this valley of sand, I know that I should congratulate you in advance for joining the ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. Long Tao's words startled Lin Yuan. He had been training for over a month. Due to his achievements on the Celestial Stairway, his virtual image should have been made. The news of him joining the Radiance 100 selection should have been announced by the Radiance Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan immediately remembered about Tan Ningning. She was Lin Yuan's exclusive report, but Lin Yuan always forgot to inform her of such information in advance. When Lin Yuan signed the exclusive reporter contract with Tan Ningning, it stated that he should always inform Tan Ningning of important news in advance. This would allow Tan Ningning to justify herself to the Star Web officials. Lin Yuan was too busy during this period and had forgotten to inform Tan Ningning. Therefore, he was a little apologetic to Tan Ningning. Once he exited this controlled Class 3 dimensional abyss, he would take the initiative to contact Tan Ningning and inform her of everything at once. After over a month of silent communication, Tan Ningning was probably going crazy now. At that moment, distinctive roars from abyss demons suddenly echoed from far away, and it was like a wave. Immediately after, Lin Yuan felt the sand under his feet trembling because of an unknown number of demons trampling on the ground. The distinctive roars from the abyss demons and the tremors from the sand allowed Lin Yuan to know that a large number of demons had arrived outside the valley. Demons from the abyss dimensional rift released roars that could shiver the spirit. Some high-class demons could release roars that could smash one's spirit. The demons' massive and diverse roars made Lin Yuan recall the calls emitted from the sea of alien insects that surged out of the Pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift that had opened outside of Millstone Town. However, The roars from this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts demons were far superior to the alien insects. Even though the Pinnacle Class 1 insect wave produced Class 3 alien insects, they were still inferior to regular Class 3 demons. But the current Lin Yuan and the teammates were far superior to back then. The powerful fire element within the Scarlet Flame Vortex didn't just attract the attention of human adventurers. It had also attracted the demons within this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. There were plenty of adventurers inside this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, and most of them were here to search for fiery elemental spiritual ingredients. Still, many of them treated the killing of demons as their main source of income. During this period, Shi Zhu, also known as the Working Emperor, Lin Yuan, and the Dragon Gate Guild Club members had been training within this Abyss Dimensional Rift. It directly caused a significant decrease in high-class demons. Looking at the situation now, it seemed like this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift was still connected to the Abyss world somewhere, and demons were still surging inside. Most of the demons were probably gathered outside the valley now. There were a total of 2 methods for the Abyss demons to increase their strength. The first method was to rely on their body's complex genetic model and constantly consume enemy flesh during combat or to consume other demon corpses. The second method was to devour fiery elemental spiritual ingredients, and also the massive fiery elemental energy within the Abyss Dimensional Rift to increase their combat strength. The Abyss Dimensional Rift was connected to the Abyss world that was filled with fiery elemental energy. Therefore, most of the demons had the fire element as their main element. It was imaginable that the massive flame vortex earlier was going to be an extreme attraction to these Abyss demons. When Lin Yuan, Long Tao, Shi Zhu, Fang Duduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and Chen Hengfeng arrived at the valley entrance, they realized they were surrounded by demons that covered up to the horizon. The adventurers that were originally at the entrance had already rushed inside the valley. These adventurers had brought out all of their resources and strength to set up defenses at the valley entrance. The fatty that was selling goods earlier was now distributing his resources for free. Chapter 280 Temporary Squad Formation. Upon seeing that, Long Tao glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "Even if you don't join the Dragon Gate Guild Club, we might as well form a temporary squad to tide us over this difficult time." After Lin Yuan nodded, Long Tao turned to Shi Zhu and said, "In a moment, Fang Duduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and I will be the main attackers in the front, and Yao'll help us." Shi Zhu gave Long Tao a somewhat displeased look. "Do you have to tell me that?" An intense battle intent rose in Lin Yuan's eyes. A large portion of the demons were Class 2 ones, but there were many Class 3 demons and even Class 4 demons among them. The demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift had never relied on their number to win, but on their own strength. Therefore, every demon that could survive in the Abyss Dimensional Rift was considered an elite unit. If Lin Yuan were to entirely rely on his own strength at this time, there was really nothing he could about these demons. But with Long Tao, Fang Duduo, and Zhao Xiaochun, who were Power Offensive-type Radiance 100 sequence members, the damage to these Class 3 to Class 4 demons would be large enough. Thus, Lin Yuan did not intend to take the path of attacking. As a healing type and support type Spirit Kai professional, he had always been obsessed with output because it could let him have a bottom line to defend himself in the face of perilous situations. He could put his life in his own hands. But in this massive battle, Lin Yuan, an almost all-round Spirit Kai professional, naturally would determine his position in the battle according to the situation. At that moment, Long Tao scanned the endless demons, and his expression changed slightly as he said to Lin Yuan, "When the battle starts later, can your quicksand try to sink the demon's flesh into the sand? There are several squads of devouring demons among the sea of demons. When the battle starts, if these demons have a huge amount of demon flesh, they will develop into a huge threat." Lin Yuan naturally knew about the devouring demons. They were a kind of Class 3 demons and considered the weakest among the demons of the same class. Within a short period, they could devour other demons' flesh to increase their combat power. Although their combat power would increase for a very short period, the devouring demons would devour a lot of demons' flesh after so many demons were killed. Thus, The threat they posed was like Class 5 demons that were equivalent to Diamond Phase. When Lin Yuan heard Long Tao's words, he summoned Red Thorn, which had become larger than before. Its mouth of relinquish had also become bigger, and the teeth outside the 12 huge mouths had also become sharper. As the huge mouth chewed, it would greatly increase Red Thorn's digestion capacity. The vines of Red Thorn's ortet were also not as slender as before, but sharper and thicker. After choosing to battle by spreading the sea of flowers through the child ramets and ramets, there was no need to increase the Red Thorn's ortet's attack distance. The child ramets and ramets produced by Red Thorn were its sharpest claws. Hence, Red Thorn compressed its ortet's combat power to within 3 meters and allowed it to become much more powerful than before. In the process of devouring the dimensional lifeform's flesh, Red Thorn's wisdom had slowly increased as well. It now had its own selfishness in such a way of evolution. Red Thorn was evolving according to the evolution path given by Lin Yuan, and its weak wisdom also hoped that it could better protect Lin Yuan closely. After Red Thorn had been summoned, its smooth thornless vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist as it conveyed its affection and dependence on him. The acid corrosion queen bee also flew out of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish and landed on the vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist as it jumped eagerly. It acted as if it was striving for favor toward Red Thorn, but was mercilessly thrown off the smooth vine by it. However, the acid corrosion queen bee still offered its courtesy around it. It was simply a true reflection of a bootlicker. After Red Thorn had devoured a lot of demon's flesh over 1 month, it had been almost completely immune to the burning acidity in it. At the same time, it also had some resistance toward the withering characteristics in the demon flame. Its child ramets and ramets had also inherited the ortet's traits. The demon's flesh was the best nutrient for Red Thorn to improve its strength. That pinnacle class 1-dimensional rifts insect tied outside Millstone Town last time had allowed it to advance to epic. Just like the dimensional lifeform's flesh stored in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. The flesh energy of those dead ones and those that had just died were completely incomparable. The flesh energy of these dimensional lifeforms that had just died could quickly help Red Thorn evolve and improve its quality. Upon hearing Long Tao's words, Lin Yuan said calmly, "Just leave the flesh of these dead demons to me." When Long Tao heard his words and saw him summon that strange plant fae, he could not help but be a little astonished. It was common knowledge that these demons restrained plant faes. However, Black actually wanted to use this strange plant to devour those dead demons' flesh. Apart from the fact that the burning characteristics in the demon flesh could harm plants, could this strange plant really devour that huge amount of demon flesh after the battle started? A few pinnacle class 3 demons stood at the very front of this sea of demons. Lin Yuan found that most of the pinnacle class 4 demons had evolved from the horned demon's genetic model. These demons had certain differences in appearance, which showed that the horned demon's model had deviated when evolving from class 2 to class 4. Nonetheless, these deviations allowed these pinnacle class 4 demons to have their own means of attack. As these demons bellowed, the huge army of demons rushed toward the human adventurers in the mountain valley, as though they had heard some commands. Chapter 281 The Web of Redemption Woven by the Source Sand. Without hiding his strength, Long Tao took the lead and summoned the prehistoric beast that Lin Yuan had seen at the Radiant Moon Palace, the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. When Long Tao summoned it, it immediately inspired the fighting spirit of the Spirit Kai professionals present. The eyes of these Spirit Kai professionals who had thought that disaster would fall upon them shone with hope. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, a name of the prehistoric era, had always been Long Tao's signature fae. However, Lin Yuan did not know whether Long Tao had other trump cards other than the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus was still at Platinum X Fantasy Roman 3. Clearly, Long Tao was still stuck at being a rank Spirit Kai professional and had yet to break through to become an A rank Spirit Kai professional. If he broke through to the A rank, this Platinum X Fantasy Roman 3 Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus could break through to Diamond. At that time, Long Tao could be called a King-class expert. Given his current strength, his combat power was already more astounding than some ordinary King-class experts. It was very hard for a fantasy breed fae to reach Fantasy Roman 3. Zhao Ziuchun, and Fang Duduo also summoned their fays and attacked the demons that rushed over. Shen Hingfeng did not go forward, but summoned his contracted gold fae, the huge-tailed swamp lizard. At the back, he commanded it to use the swamp to control and deal magic damage to the demon army. Lin Yuan finally knew why Zhao Xiaochen's previous title in the Radiance 100 sequence was Critical Needle Girl. Her fae was a Platinum V Fantasy Roman 2 Cold Needle Sea Urchin, a fae that could stack output. While such a fae had extreme output, its defense was almost at rock bottom among Platinum faes. It could even be described as being as brittle as paper. When Shizu saw Zhao Xiaochen summon out the Platinum V Fantasy Roman 2 Cold Needle Sea Urchin, he exclaimed, "This black-hearted maggot Zhao Xiaochen's signature Cold Needle Sea Urchin is actually at Fantasy Roman 2. Did she not invest her resources into her trump card all this time?" Shizu shook his head. Given his understanding of her trump card had probably become even stronger. It seemed that Zhao Xiaochen would move on the ranking of the Radiance 100 sequence this year or next year. Based on her stance, she should be intending to get into the top 10. Although Zhao Xiaochen was a glutton, bad-hearted, and had a foul mouth, Shizu also had to sigh at her talent that could be considered top-notch even in the Radiance 100. Shizu then glanced at Lin Yuan, who was standing beside him. He was speechless. Whose talents could be compared to this youth standing next to him at this age? If he were to really compare, there would only be that girl from Redbed City who was rumored on Starweb to have a bronze fantasy breed fae. Shizu shook his head, and let his Platinum IV Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile use its Platinum ability. 100 Armor Demonstration. A layer of armor formed by the thunder element appeared on the faces of those adventurers who rushed forward to fight the Sea of Demons, as well as Long Tao, Zhao Xiaochen, and Fang Duduo. This armor even carried a fine thunder pattern. After putting on these hundreds of rapid thunder armor pieces, Shix's expression turned solemn, because the silent thunder armored crocodile could only release 100 pieces of rapid thunder armor. Although this was considered a lot for defense spirit Kai professionals, there were simply too many adventurers, and Shizu was only able to take care of over 100 of them. But when the demon army was about to meet the human adventurers, Shizu was surprised to find that whenever the demons were going to attack the human adventurers, and these human adventurers could not resist, a wisp of gravel would come up from the ground to block the demon's attack. Even if the gravel was not enough to completely block the demon's attack, it could also minimize the damage caused. Many adventurers noticed this and could not help but put their attention at the back of the team. There stood a silver-masked youth who was releasing spirit Kai to the strange plant and was not very verbal, but aloof. They focused on Long Tao, Fang Duduo, Zhao Xiaochen, and Shizu previously. These 4 Radiance 100 sequence members upheld the hopes of these adventurers in a desperate situation. But now, when many people saw this strange plant, a name flashed through their minds black. Suppose Shix's thunder armor could allow the high-ranking adventurers to attack, without worries and the need to watch out for the attacks. In that case, Black manipulating the gravel to block the demon's attack was akin to redemption. It was the redemption of the lives of the low-ranking adventurers who were fighting for survival in this havoc of the demons. Lin Yuan commanded Redthorn to release a large number of spores from its spore cavity. When these spores rooted on the huge number of demons' flesh, Redthorn did not let all these spores hatch. However, instead, it only let one spore fully absorb the huge amount of energy in the flesh and evolve into a rammet with its gray raised to the limit of a rammet. Then, it let the rammet devour the demon's flesh on the battlefield. Whenever a demon shattered a rammet, Redthorn would manipulate another spore to hatch next to it. Redthorn had previously taken the path of spawning both child rammets and rammets in huge quantities. Based on the battle situation this time, Lin Yuan had Redthorn switch to the elite route. Although rammets in the Sea of Flowers had become fewer, they could devour the energy in the demon's flesh without restraint. Otherwise, if the young child rammet devoured the flesh of these Class 3 Abyss demons that were akin to gold phase, it would be destroyed by the burning characteristics in the flesh. Only these pinnacle elite rammets could devour these Class 3 Abyss demons' flesh without withering due to the burning characteristics in it. Each bunch of gravel that Lin Yuan activated was akin to saving the life of a low-ranking adventurer. This bunch of gravel built a web of life. Even though some adventurers still fell to the ground under the demon army's attack, this number had been minimized. Among these adventurers, there were also many healing-type spirit Kai professionals. Squads without a healing-type spirit Kai professional would not come to this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift to train, because the fine sand had resisted the attacks. Even if those low-ranking adventurers were seriously injured, they could still recover under the treatment of healing-type spirit Kai professionals. Chapter 282 A Freak. Long Tao. Lin Yuan now no longer needed to inject spiritual power into Redthorn for it to release spores. It had taken an elite path this time and did not need to spit out too many spores from its spore cavity. Redthorn felt no pressure in spawning ramets with the dead demon's flesh on the battlefield. This saved a great deal of spiritual power in Lin Yuan's body. Such a simple act of protection from the source sand on the large battlefield required Lin Yuan to use a lot of mental and spiritual power. But after Lin Yuan opened this Spirit Kai imprint that had accumulated a lot of Spirit Kai over the past month or so, coupled with the source sand control, the spiritual power required to maintain this simple protection of the low-ranking adventurers on the battlefield with the gravel was within his ability. At the same time, he also summoned his Silver Eye Fantasy Eye healing type Fae. The Jasmine Lily. Almost every famous expert of the younger generation had their own signature Fae. Just like Long Tao's, Chixis, and Zhao Xiaochun's signature Faes were the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile, and Cold Needle Sea Urchin, respectively. However, there had been a huge controversy over Black's signature Fae between the Jasmine Lily and Redthorn. Regardless of which Fae he had summoned at that time, he had performed too well in the battle outside Millstone Town. After Lin Yuan summoned the Silver Fantasy breed Jasmine Lily and injected spiritual power, an emerald mist immediately emerged on its emerald green petals and spirals. Each bit of light containing huge vitality flew out of the Jasmine Lily's flower, just like a firefly, and would heal the injured Spirit Kai professionals. Although some low-ranking Spirit Kai professionals had lost their arms in the battle against the demons, what Lin Yuan could do was just to preserve their lives. If he wanted to use Jasmine Lily's severed limbs' growth to regenerate their broken arms, it would undoubtedly consume a lot of his spiritual power. The consumption of the spiritual power in his body was akin to allowing him to save the lives of fewer adventurers. This gathered sea of demons was ultimately like a river without a source. Despite the number, they could not be replenished after being killed. After nearly 4 hours of slaughter, Long Tao's Platinum X Fantasy Roman 3 Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus annihilated the last Pinnacle Class 4 demon with its ability, Sea Emperor's Dragon Breath. As this demon turned into dust, this sea of demons was also considered completely defeated. All those low-ranking adventurers sat on the ground and took a deep breath of the air with a burning sulfur smell from the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The air that normally felt disgusting now smelled exceptionally sweet. Lin Yuan, Long Tao, Shi Zhu, Gao Xiaochun, and Feng Duoduo might not have the feeling of surviving this calamity at this moment, because such a threat was not fatal to experts like them. Even if Lin Yuan did not use the Source-type Extreme token filled with a one-time Moonlight domain that his master, the Moon Empress, had given him, the red crystal spider the Mother of Bloodbath had given him alone was able to keep him safe. However, this was only for experts like Lin Yuan and Long Tao. For those low-ranking adventurers, they were the lucky survivors in this war against the demons. These 5 people were the 5 gods that had brought a new lease of life to them in the most desperate times of their lives while fearing death in the battle against the demons. Not only were the 5 of them the hope for these adventurers, but also for the Radiance Federation and its younger generation. Even though Long Tao's, Zhao Xiaochun's, and Feng Duoduo's attacks had laid the victory of this battle against the demons, each wisp of yellow sand was the true salvation of life again and again for these low-ranking adventurers. Many low-ranking adventurers had lost track of how many times the wisps of yellow sand had helped them muster the courage to live on and build the bridge toward life when they had been in despair and thought that life was about to wither against the demons. There were even adventurers who had been saved no less than 100 times by the gravel while fighting against the demons for 4 hours. Every time these hundreds of demon attacks hit them, it would signify death. However, thanks to the yellow sand's protection, they had swept through the shadow of death toward the dawn of life. These low-ranking adventurers looked at the silver-masked youth with a burning gaze. Someone shouted black, and these low-ranking adventurers rushed toward the silver-masked youth. Upon sensing many creatures running toward Lin Yuan, Redthorn immediately adopted an attack stance. Lin Yuan quickly appeased Redthorn, but these adventurers had approached him. They lifted him and threw him high into the sky. They felt a lump in their throats and did not know what to say except to cheer. Long live Black. The overwhelming cheers gathered into a sound louder than the demon's roar in the controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift just now. This was a blessing, gratitude, faith, and radiance. Long Tao stood at Cheek's side, looking at Black, who the adventurers were throwing up and down. He wore a cheerful smile on his face. Young people nowadays are really something. If old ones like us don't work hard, we will soon be left behind by these young people. Shizu rolled his eyes at Long Tao and replied, "You're an old man, but I'm still a young man. Just don't leave me behind." Shizu then regretted his words. Long Tao looked at Shizu with a smile yet not a smile, giving Shizu the chills. Shizu suddenly forgot that Long Tao was a freak recognized by the Radiance 100 members. The freakish dialogue could transform into countless soft knives and poke into one's heart. Sure enough, Shizu heard Long Tao say, "I apologize on behalf of our Dragon Gate Guild Club member, Dao Xiaochun. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have invested 80 0 Radiance dollars and ended up only earning 22 Radiance dollars. Although you've lost all the 80 Radiance dollars, this investment can also help you grow." Shizu took a deep breath, thinking that Long Tao was a freak. Thus, he kept telling himself not to be angry. Chapter 283 Zhao Xiaochun with a clear conscience. When Shizu turned his head and saw Zhao Xiaochun standing there, stuffing baked spinach into her mouth, he glared at her. As Zhao Xiaochun looked at the silver-masked youth being thrown up, her face suddenly flushed with a faint pink. She said to Fang Duduo, "Fang Duduo, go get me Black's phone number. I want to know his full contact details in 3 minutes." Fang Duduo looked at Zhao Xiaochun with dumbfounded eyes and asked, "Weren't you harping on inviting Lin Yuan and Liu Jai for a meal?" Zhao Xiaochun looked at Fang Duduo like she was looking at a fool. "Big brother, what does knowing Black's contact details have to do with inviting Lin Yuan for dinner? They are both so handsome. Can't I get to know them?" Suddenly, she turned her head to find Shizu staring at her. Zhao Xiaochun smiled and said with a chuckle, "If you can't see properly, cut your eyes with a cutter." She then patted Fang Duduo, who was beside her. He felt very helpless, but he shouted, "SKR." Shizu suddenly felt his blood rushing forth and was so angry that his eyes moistened. Zhao Xiaochun laughed happily as she watched Shizu get angry with her. Although she had caused his 5 chains of restaurants to go bankrupt, she had a clear conscience. She patted her stomach despondently. Ever since her contracted source-type lifeform had grown, she never had the feeling of being full again. She had become hungry but also stronger as well. Although Shizu was called Working Emperor in the Radiance 100 sequence, he was definitely not the poorest. If one searched for the poorest in the Radiance 100 sequence, it would probably be Zhao Xiaochun. Even though she had caused so many restaurants in the royal capital to go bankrupt, she had compensated with the money she earned after that. This amount was not little either. If the people who received the compensation were willing, they could open up another restaurant of similar size again. Zhao Xiaochun had sent her compensation with another identity of her own. However, these people should never want to open a restaurant in their lives again. She had also emptied her pockets to compensate for Sheiks's 5 chains of restaurants. When Shizu had started live streaming on Star Web, Zhao Xiaochun had used her other identity to reward him in the form of a surprise gift box. It was a very special way of reward on Star Web. There would be a very small fee for ordinary rewards on Star Web, but it did not cost any commission if the reward was put in the surprise box. The Star Web hosts who received it would not know the amount of the reward. They would only get a notification about receiving a gift box. This surprise box could only be opened after a year on the very same day. Dao Xiaochen calculated the time, and Shizu should be able to open that surprise box containing a huge amount of compensation during these few days. Even though she did not spare anyone with her mouth, she did not want her body to undergo any changes after she had contracted a source-type life form and bring troubles to others. Dao Xiaochen had rewarded Shizu in the form of a surprise gift box because this compensation was simply a lot. Even though the star web would take a small processing fee, she was not willing to waste it. In her opinion, wasn't it better if this money was used as compensation for other restaurants? As a Radiance 100 sequence member, she naturally had her own pride. She did not allow other people to solve her problems. So she was now very poor. If it were not for her other identity doing and eating live streaming on Star Web, she would not even have been able to afford the compensation. Of course, eating a lot of food was a kind of cultivation for the source-type life form she had contracted. For some reason, Zhao Xiaochen suddenly felt despondent whether she could apply to Star Web to let Shizu discover the surprise gift box from her other identity 2 days later. Shizu had spoken so loudly to her just now it was too much. Crow walked on the purple-black land of this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and subconsciously killed 2 Class 3 demons. But it felt something was amiss after doing so. These people from the Radiance Federation were very mean. They had taken away its heaven and earth fae. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. How could it help them kill 2 Class 3 demons from the Abyss Dimensional Rift within the Radiance Federation? Crow was furious, but could not say any harsh words because it had punched its face like a pig's head. After Crow had been forced to exit the mountain valley, it had immediately delivered a lethal tempo and phase rush on its face, and only then had its anger dissipated by one. If it did not have to use a body to complete its mission, Crow would have hit its head and turned this body into pieces. It once again shouted out the majestic anger in its heart. It already knew that no matter what, it could not get the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, even if its body rushed over from thousands of kilometers away. It would have been too late. It would have no chance to take back the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from the golden disc. Besides being angry, Crow had a heartfelt fear. This was because the Radiance Federation would certainly not ignore such a big change in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift near the royal capital. If the Radiance Federation thoroughly investigated other controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rifts, then Lord 7th Page War's plan of letting Crow not take action first would be completely exposed. When Crow thought of this, the fear deep in its heart became even greater. Then, it no longer hesitated and made a crazy and ruthless decision. Crow now intended to activate the hub that connected to the abyssal world in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and break the protective layer outside the hidden source-type item in the hub, allowing this Abyss Dimensional Rift to become a Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Then, it would drip a drop of its suzerain myth Roman 2 blood from its right eye into the hub. As long as this drop of blood burned quickly, it would be able to expand the Class 3 Abyss Rift's entrance. Chapter 284 The Sad Chanter Crow. This would give a chance for a few more Class 6 demons from the abyssal world to come to this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. When Crow arrived, it could have a glimpse of the possibility of getting back the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The Class 6 demons from this Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift that were akin to suzerain phase could also attract the Radiance Federation's attention. This would give Crow the chance to infiltrate the other controlled Class 3 Abyss Rifts in the Radiance Federation and take out the hidden source-type item wrapped in the protective layer. That way, even if Crow failed, it would not botch Lord 7th Page War's plans. It understood that only through this way could it have the possibility of surviving in the hands of Lord 7th Page War. Before Crow could do anything, when it just arrived at the hub connected to the abyssal world, it suddenly sensed a trace of aura from a suzerain fae. Crow manipulated its body into a bloody mist through its exclusive skill with a drop of blood. It sensed its suzerain myth Roman 2 blood being controlled. This made it lose its sense of this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Its body, which was thousands of kilometers away, opened its eyes, and a monstrous flame of anger emerged from its eyes. When Crow suddenly saw the golden thorn apple that was in full bloom on the table, Its entire body was soaked in a cold sweat of fear. It had remembered the trace of a suzerain phase aura firmly in its heart. The mother of bloodbath appeared in midair of this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift in human form. Its red waist-length hair fluttered in the air just like a floating red mist. It frowned with a drop of black blood in its hand. The law rune that the mother of bloodbath had comprehended to become a myth breed fey was the blood law rune. As it looked at this drop of black blood, it said gently, "The blood of a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 avian fey. It really stinks. It should be a dark type crow or vulture that likes to eat carrion." However, the mother of bloodbath looked at the source type item wrapped in a layer of a protective film of energy in its other hand and frowned. It was glad that it had come to the hub that connected to the abyssal world to check. If it had not come, a big disaster would have occurred. Lin Yuan needed to inform the Moon Express about this suzerain myth Roman 2 phase black blood in its left hand, and this source type item wrapped with a layer of protection. Lin Yuan wore a cheerful yet somewhat helpless smile on his face behind the mask. At that moment, his hair and clothes were a little messy. These adventurers were simply too enthusiastic. If his mask had not been transformed by genius, it might have dropped because of some adventurers. After this joy, Lin Yuan could empathize with these low-ranking adventurers' survival from the calamity. He could not help but think if he still had not been able to sense the spiritual power, had not gotten the ability of a creation master, and Morbius that he had contracted at the age of 8 with a freak combination of factors had not woken up, he would probably be the same with these low-ranking adventurers. In times of peril, he still would not be able to seize his fate. But after empathizing with their survival after the calamity, he suddenly understood the responsibility of an expert. Such responsibility was not bound. When he had the ability, he could casually help shield people from the storm. Long Tao brought Xiao Xiaochen, Fang Duguo, and Chen Hengfeng to greet Lin Yuan and then departed. He intended to register Chen Hengfeng as the Dragon Gate Guild Club's tournament team's 5th member as previously planned. Before leaving, Chen Hengfeng particularly greeted Lin Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. If he had treated Black as his opponent before, then after this battle against the demons, he had regarded Black in the same position as Fang Duduo and Zhao Xiaochen. Chen Hengfeng no longer thought of Black as his opponent, but a goal that he pursued. Shizu patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "There are 3 days to go before the tournament starts. I should also go back. I still have to do live streaming on StarWeb for 2 days." Speaking of that, Shizu sighed. The higher the rank of Spirit Kai professionals, the more resources they needed. Even though Shizu, a Radiance 100 member, had the resources from the Radiance Federation's officials, how could he have enough resources needed to raise his phase grade and quality? When Lin Yuan heard Shizu sigh, he recalled the conversation between Zhao Xiaochen and Shizu. Thus, he could not help but ask, "Brother Shi, are there any resources you're short of?" Upon hearing that, Shizu hurriedly replied, "Stop, don't call me Brother Shi. Call me Brother Zhu. Don't you think Brother Shi sounds weird?" Lin Yuan looked at Shizu in amazement and could not help but think that Shizu was worthy of being a man who was able to pit against Zhao Xiaochen. Shix's brain circuit was simply not something ordinary people could have. "Alright, Brother Zhu." When Shizu heard that, his face smiled very brightly. But then, he got depressed again. "I'm not short of resources, but there are really too few defense-type fundirailment phase that are more suitable for people like me, who take on the traditional defense path." Shizu thought of the 5 chains of restaurants that had closed down and felt his eyes moisten again. Lin Yuan nodded and did not speak further because he currently did not have any suitable phase for Shizu. Lin Yuan had noted down how Shizu had helped him to block that blow, just like how he noted down the defense-type fundirailment fey. Not long after Shizu left, the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice rang in his ear. Lin Yuan looked down and found that the mother of Bloodbath had returned at some point and was lying on the usual emerald green leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's discovery at the hub that connected to the abyssal world, Lin Yuan immediately recognized the seriousness of the problem. After leaving the controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift with the mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan immediately contacted his master, the Moon Empress. Chapter 285 Emperor Class and Myth Breed are not qualified yet. It was close to afternoon. The autumn was cold like water, and the cold air was mixed with winter. Even though it was in deep autumn, it was still warm when the charming sunlight shone on the body. The Moon Empress was in the inner palace of the radiant Moon Palace. She was hugging a snow-white rabbit in her arms. It looked just like any ordinary bunny that didn't have any trace of messy hair. The Moon Empress had also given instructions to Kaicha and Zaicha to shift the lotus flowers from the lotus pond. The pure white rabbit was crunching the carrot in its embrace and looks to be very content. Among the dozens of lotus flowers that the Moon Empress nurtured meticulously, half of them were in a hibernation state. Once these hibernating lotus flowers awakened, they would be able to comprehend willpower runes and transform into suzerain grade phase. Even though half the lotus flowers were in a hibernation state, the lotus pond still looked the same. It actually looked even more flourishing than before, because the rest of the lotus flowers that weren't in hibernation state had remained at Diamond X Legend. These Diamond X Legend lotus phase had absorbed the medicinal fluid's energy and looked even more radiant, blooming with brighter flowers. However, these blooming and radiant Diamond X Legend lotus flowers weren't qualified to remain in the inner palace's lotus pond anymore. From today onwards, they would be shifted to the garden pond that was outside the radiant Moon Palace. At this moment, the Moon Empress cell phone that wouldn't even ring for a few months suddenly rang. The Moon Empress picked up the cell phone to take a glance and immediately revealed a gentle smile, soon after picking up the call. The Moon Empress' tone might be gentle and had an indescribable concern, but her eyes suddenly shot out a horrifying pressure. The Diamond X Legend Lotus phase were swaying their flower stems, hoping to be able to remain in the lotus pond. However, once they felt the horrifying pressure, they were all so terrified that they shriveled. At the same time, Kaicha and Zaicha also revealed appalled expressions. They weren't surprised by the Moon Empress, or they didn't know why the Moon Empress would be so enraged. After hanging up the call, the Moon Empress walked out of the inner palace. She stood at the alley outside the radiant Moon Palace and looked at the dazzling afternoon sun. She rubbed the pure white rabbit's head and said, "We have been concealing our edge for so many years that someone actually dares to underestimate the Radiance Federation and have malicious intentions." When the pure white rabbit heard the Moon Empress words, its eyes suddenly appeared with extremely graceful purple color. The dazzling afternoon sun instantly darkened. Many people in the Radiance Federation had a feeling as to why the afternoon had suddenly turned into night with a bright moon in the sky. The pure white rabbit started to slow down its gnawing motions and used its two long ears to rub on the Moon Empress' palm. It seemed to be comforting the Moon Empress, asking her not to be angry. The autumn wind blew across the Moon Empress' moon-colored robes and caused ripples on the clear pond under the alley, while the Moon Empress' fringe was blown onto her neck. All of a sudden, a chuckle was mixed into the wind. The wind is blowing and has caused ripples in the summer water, but the Emperor Class and Myth Breed isn't qualified to cause ripples on this pond of summer water yet. After explaining the situation to his master, the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan wasn't worried anymore. He knew that given his current capabilities, he wasn't competent enough to worry about such major things and think too much. Once the phone call was over, Lin Yuan started to check on the rewards he had obtained over the month he had spent in this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan immediately found a nearby guest house. Once Lin Yuan exited from the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had already taken off Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask. He had reverted to his Class 2 Creation Master status. Genius had also transformed back into a white kitten with two tails, and it was standing on Lin Yuan's shoulder. While walking, Genius would be using its soft furry face to rub on Lin Yuan's cheeks, showing great intimacy. Lin Yuan immediately carried Genius in his embrace and gently scratched Genius' chin. Genius then looked up at Lin Yuan with its big blue eyes while letting out a comfortable purring sound. Lin Yuan couldn't help think that Genius was truly getting more reliant. An 18-year-old sunshine youth who gave off a natural presence while wearing bluish white spirit kai clothes was truly pleasant to the eyes. Furthermore, this sunshine youth was hugging a petite and cute little white kitten. Once Lin Yuan checked into the guest house, He was passionately treated by the grandfather and grandmother who opened up this guest house. Lin Yuan was treated with a huge bowl of rice for his lunch, and they even persuaded Lin Yuan to eat 4 pork ribs before allowing Lin Yuan back to the guest house. Such friendly enthusiasm was something that Lin Yuan wouldn't reject, but it was a suffering to Lin Yuan's stomach. He suddenly realized that this meal seemed to be the only meal he had ever overeaten in his life. After returning to the room in the guest house, he started to clean himself up, cleaning off the dirt and dust from the training. During this training, Lin Yuan's hands had been tainted with plenty of blood, but it didn't make Lin Yuan feel he was cruel. During this trip in the world, Lin Yuan understood how to judge a person's heart and how to judge between benevolence and malevolence. He knew when to treat people with kindness and when to treat people with coldness. Everything had been carved into the judgment rod in his heart. In the past, Lin Yuan had this rod, but there weren't any markings on it. But now, there were markings on the rod, and it was the most important reward Lin Yuan had obtained over the month. Other than a better control of the source sand, the reward of obtaining a heaven and earth fey was an improvement, but the progress in mentality was called growth. After cleaning up, Lin Yuan logged into the star web and contacted Tan Ningning. Just as he was about to contact Tan Ningning, he realized that she had sent so many messages that his notifications were displayed as 999. It made Lin Yuan even more apologetic. Tan Ningning had risked everything to become his exclusive reporter. Moreover, she was extremely sincere and immediately signed a contract of 10 years. According to the contents of the contract, within these 10 years, Tan Ningning would need to fulfill her responsibilities flawlessly, while Lin Yuan had the authority to end the contract at any time. This was a display of Tan Ningning's sincerity by betting her career as a star web columnist. However, due to his training, Lin Yuan had actually forgotten about the promise in the contract with Tan Ningning. Chapter 286 Red Thorn in hibernation again. Lin Yuan opened up all of the messages sent by Tan Ningning and read them from top to bottom. Afterward, Lin Yuan wrote down everything, from the time he obtained the Star Tower's exclusive achievements to his application to participate in the Radiance 100 sequences selections, and everything he had experienced during the training. Tan Ningning didn't have to ask anything as he had already written down every single detail. As for the time Lin Yuan encountered the flame vortex within the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and the sudden arrival of the Demon Wave, Lin Yuan didn't hide anything. After all, there were plenty of adventurers who were involved too. Therefore, it was impossible to conceal this incident. At present, Lin Yuan could already see related news on the Star Web, but those reports weren't comprehensive enough. After all, those adventurers who had stayed at the entrance of the valley didn't know what exactly happened. Lung Tao, Shi Zhu, Zhao Xiaochun, and Feng Duoduo all had their own exclusive reporters. If their exclusive reporters were to ask about the incident, Lung Tao, Shi Zhu, Zhao Xiaochun, and Feng Duoduo would definitely list out everything that had happened. Tan Ningning was Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, so he naturally didn't want Tan Ningning to lose this first-hand piece of news. Finally, Lin Yuan used the last statement to express his apology. Tan Ningning was currently staring blankly at Black's portrait on the Star Web while feeling disappointed. During this month, Tan Ningning hadn't had a good time. As Black's exclusive reporter, it was fine if Tan Ningning didn't know that Black had obtained the Celestial Stairway's exclusive achievement. But when the news was announced that Black would be participating in the Radiance 100 selections, Tan Ningning herself didn't know a thing. Furthermore, she had lost contact with Black too. The Star Web officials were giving Tan Ningning extreme pressure. As an exclusive reporter, she couldn't even release an article about her reported person at the same time as the public release. However, Tan Ningning still maintained her contract with Lin Yuan. Unlike other exclusive reporters, when other exclusive reporters couldn't contact their reported person, they would report on fake news with no factual content in order to relieve their pressure from the Star Web. Tan Ningning's originally passionate heart suddenly felt a little bitter for some reason. When she looked at Black's portrait, she had an entire stomach of words to ask. But when she clicked on Black's portrait to open up the conversation box, she didn't know what to ask first. An unfamiliar feeling was revolving around Tan Ningning's passionate heart. but she felt it was a little sour. When Tan Ningning was preparing to conduct the routine questions, she suddenly realized there was a new message notification from Black's portrait that she had been paying special attention to. Tan Ningning clicked on Black's portrait and noticed she had received a long section of information. When Tan Ningning read the whole message, her originally bitter heart was swept away. It was now burning with passion again. This was a very detailed information report, and it explained everything that had happened to Black during this period. The content of the story was tidy and clear, with the occasional humor that could only come from a youth. But when Tan Ningning read about the demon wave, her heart skipped a beat. No matter how detailed the story was, it was still a summary. However, this indifferent summary hid the instance of crisis and also life endangerment. Even after a long time, Tan Ningning still felt the lingering fears in her heart after reading. However, she immediately knew what to write about Black's news, which had been held back all this time. When Tan Ningning saw Black's final apologetic statement, all the bitterness in her heart turned into salty and wet tears. A youth had just repelled a demon wave in the controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift and added on another glory onto himself. But when this young hero finished repelling the demon wave, he immediately thought of her, the exclusive report. She was just a negligible figure to that silver-masked youth. But she could feel something called respect. There were times when an apology might sound very light, but this simple apology was filled with sincerity. After carefully reading Black's final statement, Tan Ningning's tearing face suddenly revealed a big genuine smile. Tan Ningning looked at the conversation box with Black and let out a bright smile while replying, "Tan Ningning, you had a hard time. Young hero, keep it up." Subsequently, Tan Ningning added a cute emoticon at the back. Immediately after, Tan Ningning logged off the Starweb. Different from how she was dispirited, she was now totally energetic. She directly contacted the exclusive reporters for Long Tao, Shi Zhu, Zhao Xiaochun, and Feng Duduo. For such a huge incident with a few important figures, exclusive reporters would work together to do up the report. As exclusive reporters of Radiant's 100 sequence members, they wouldn't accept to work with regular exclusive reporters. However, since Black had obtained the rights to participate in the Radiant's 100 selections with his Star Tower's exclusive achievement, Tan Ningning was already qualified to work with them. When Lin Yuan saw Tan Ningning's reply, he finally let out a breath of relief. This way, Lin Yuan would be able to justify himself toward his exclusive reporter, Tan Ningning. All relationships built at every juncture of life were a kind of restraint, even if it was with an exclusive reporter who wouldn't be involved with your personal life. Apart from the growth in his mentality, Lin Yuan was currently inside his room, and he was planning to look through the physical rewards that he had obtained in the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. Lin Yuan summoned Red Thorn first. When Red Thorn was summoned, it didn't show any intimate interactions with Lin Yuan like usual, because it was in hibernation. However, this hibernation state wouldn't persist for too long and would only last for around 1 week. During the demon wave in the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift, Red Thorn had consumed at least half of that massive wave. All this blood and flesh energy from the demon wave was hard for Red Thorn to digest at once. Chapter 287, The Wronged Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. When the demon wave had been completely extinguished, Red Thorn reluctantly gave up on a portion of Class 4 demon flesh which it couldn't digest for now. These Class 4 demons' flesh and blood, which were equivalent to platinum phase, had withering and scorching effects. Even Red Thorn wouldn't be able to endure the consumption process. Back then, Red Thorn had merely used the ramets as storage to store these Class 4 demons' flesh to prevent them from being consumed by Class 3 demons, forming a threat on the battlefield. Red Thorn would then accept the ramets' tributes, allowing it to absorb the flesh and blood energy through the ramets. When large numbers of ramets withered, the massive energy would be transferred to Red Thorns or tet roots from the ramets. The massive amount of energy placed Red Thorn in an immediate hibernation state. At that moment, Lin Yuan could feel Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish releasing a rumbling sound that was like an active furnace. Furthermore, the 12 multiflora flowers surrounding the mouth of Relinquish were channeling the stored digestive fluids. When these acidic digestive fluids flowed into the mouth of Relinquish, it allowed the mouth of Relinquish to digest to the greatest extent. Even though Lin Yuan was standing a distance away from the mouth of Relinquish, he could still feel the mouth of Relinquish constantly emitting boundless blood and flesh energy. Redthorn was rapidly digesting the massive blood and flesh energy within its body, converting them into its strength. Lin Yuan believed that after Redthorn's 1 week of hibernation, it should be reaching the Bronze X legend. Afterward, once Redthorn's quality upgraded from epic to legend, Lin Yuan would be able to upgrade Redthorn into a fantasy breed. If Redthorn was upgraded to a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan's combat capabilities would have another significant increase. However, Lin Yuan had yet to decide which willpower rune he should use to fuse with Redthorn. Those 2 willpower runes were both very suitable for Redthorn. When a willpower rune was fused with a Fae to create a fantasy breed, the Fae would go through a thorough transformation. Therefore, different willpower runes would cause the Fae's future path to have a drastic difference. As such, one should not be careless with this matter. However, Lin Yuan felt that it was still too early to think of this problem now. After all, it wasn't such an easy thing for Redthorn to upgrade from epic to legend quality. It was due to the fact that Redthorn could only rely on the consumption of blood and flesh, using the energy to increase its grade and upgrade its quality. As a result, the path that Redthorn was walking on right now was almost similar to how other spirit Kai professionals enhanced their phase. When nurturing Redthorn, Lin Yuan understood how arduous it was for other spirit Kai professionals to nurture their phase. Lin Yuan sensed Redthorn's current state and couldn't help letting out a sigh. The massive amounts of blood and flesh energy that had yet to be digested was obviously not enough for Redthorn to upgrade from epic to legend quality. Lin Yuan could feel a thick layer of obstruction between Redthorn's epic and legend quality. It was totally insufficient to break through this obstruction with the undigested energy. It seemed like Lin Yuan had to think of another method to help upgrade Redthorn from Bronze X Epic to Bronze X Legend. Redthorn's quality upgrade was probably the greatest challenge for Lin Yuan when nurturing phase. However, Lin Yuan wouldn't be willing to act like other spirit Kai professionals who would waste their phase potential. Allowing Redthorn to evolve to silver first before thinking of how to break through to the legend quality, in Lin Yuan's opinion, since it was something he could achieve, no matter how hard it was, he had to do everything he could and make it the best. When Redthorn entered the hibernation state, the Goldeye Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had already been evicted out of the mouth of Relinquish. Therefore, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee could only reside in a giant red multiflora flower corrosive cavity. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee pitifully crawled out of the giant flower's corrosive cavity and landed on Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan saw how the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was trying to gain his favor and realized that it was the same as how the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee tried to gain Redthorn's favor. However, Lin Yuan felt there was an objective. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had been trying to become Redthorn's bootlicker, but Redthorn had always been indifferent toward the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Redthorn was extremely reliant on Lin Yuan and treated him as its everything. Therefore, when the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee understood this point, it immediately changed its bootlicking tactics and started to crosslick one. It was trying to gain favor with Lin Yuan in order for Redthorn to have a good impression of it. It was a little like someone pursuing their goddess, but the goddess would be totally indifferent. Therefore, the next method was to gain the goddess parent's favor before obtaining the goddess preference. At that moment, the hibernating Redthorn seemingly felt something. It extended out the thornless vine and wrapped it around Lin Yuan's wrist. Then, the vine shook and sent the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee away from Lin Yuan's palm. The bootlicker, Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, never would have expected that its goddess was actually a fatherkin too. Lin Yuan stored the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and the hibernating Redthorn back into the leaf-shaped face storage box. He then entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to check on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and twin red pagoda that he had obtained due to unexpected incidents. Once Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he looked at the view and felt that this Spirit Lock spatial zone was rather small. Even with its 80 square meter size, That was especially the case when Lin Yuan made full use of the surface area inside the spirit lock spatial zone. The place looked abnormally congested. Lin Yuan had plenty of things to do this time, since he had been away for over a month. The rare wooden materials that had been placed on the giant platane wooden racks were already jade-textured. Therefore, Lin Yuan was going to remove these jade-textured pieces of wood and replace them with a new batch. Lin Yuan had meticulously picked all these jade-textured pieces of wood, now that they were completely jade-textured due to the Spirit Kiss extreme effects. They were all glistening with various colors of halos, making them extremely good-looking. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 different kinds of jade-textured wood: yellow rosewood, wenge, ebony, green elm, or phoebe-genin. If any piece of jade-textured wood were to be placed on the market, it would cause a frenetic competition between those prestigious clans. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's jade-textured pieces of wood were massive and had a regular structure. They were all very suitable for making sculptures, furniture, and carvings. 1 meaning to boot like other targets. 2 someone who is extremely fond and protective over their own father, treating the father like a lover. Chapter 288. The 2 items on the table. Lin Yuan did not quite appreciate these 5 types of completely jade-textured precious wood. He stored them in the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box that he used as a cufflink. The completely jade-textured precious wood would be the foundation of establishing his faction. He was going to rely on that to exchange for a lot of resources to accumulate for the Sky City's construction on the fantasy breed floating island whale's back. Lin Yuan once again placed a new batch of precious wood on the 2 huge jade-textured platane wood shelves. In another month or so, another large batch of completely jade-textured precious wood would mature. However, he was the most surprised at these 2 completely jade-textured platane wood shelves carved with the phoenix totem. These 2 shelves were currently rosered. This red color was not as transparent as the color of the red crystal, but a kind of red jade with a tinge of white. The phoenix plumes carved on the shelves were glowing in the spirit lock spatial zone under the rich, pure spirit kai, allowing the huge platane wood shelves to look very exquisite. After Lin Yuan placed this new batch of precious wood, he checked on the 100 string of pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. In over a month, these string of pearls had metamorphosed into flower brocade pearls thanks to the pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone. The string of pearls were like succulent plants formed by leaves that were like emerald green pearls. It had a gel-like texture, but if one had a wound on the hand and accidentally touched the dewdrop secreted by the string of pearls, they would have to endure the pain of their flesh being cut by a blunt knife. Those green pearls on the string of pearls had completely turned light pink. The flower brocade pearl's appearance and the string of pearls were the same except that only the round granular leaf's color had undergone a wonderful change. The string of pearls' green leaves looked very plain, now that the string of pearls had metamorphosed into flower brocade pearls. The shades of pink on the leaves combined surprisingly like a fleshly little lotus flower. The true value of these flower brocade pearls did not lie in how nice they had turned out to become. Rather, it laid in the fact that each of these flower brocade pearls was akin to an increase in the chances of successfully concocting the spirit fluid in the hands of creation masters. Lin Yuan intended to hang this batch of matured flower brocade pearls in his purchase with no loss store for the next few days. He stored these 100 flower brocade pearls in the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box and replaced them with 100 string of pearls and let them continue to mutate into flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan checked the state of the floating island whale. That 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish were absorbing the huge amount of pure spirit kai in the spirit lock spatial zone and constantly spat out pure water element and key element pearls. Each of these elemental pearls had gathered to a certain degree at the side of the crystal egg that nurtured the floating island whale. The crystal egg would absorb the pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone and these pure water element and key element pearls like a whale. Lin Yuan pressed his palm against the crystal egg. The lonely soul in it instantly sensed his arrival and immediately moved up. He only felt that his palm pressed together with another hand. Upon sensing the floating island whale's affection toward him, Lin Yuan revealed a warm smile on his face. He slit his palm as before and placed it above the crystal egg, using his blood to strengthen the connection with the floating island whale. This was a necessary process when nurturing the island whale. Only after deepening the bloodline connection with a fae like the floating island whale again and again would it then form a contract with the bloodline-connected spirit Kai professional when it hatched. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish and pondered slightly. After sensing the floating island whale absorbing spirit Kai, he found that the 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish were able to fully support the floating island whale's frequency of absorbing the spirit Kai in the spirit lock spatial zone. If he included another aquamarine elemental shellfish and a celestine elemental shellfish, there would probably be overflowing elemental pearls. Even if the floating island whale absorbed the spiritual power like a whale, the efficiency was limited after all. The huge amount of pure power in the spirit lock spatial zone allowed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish to be able to fully unleash their ability. They were rapidly spitting out the water element and air element pearls, which were hard to find and contained pure elemental energy, like a pipeline in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone. Then, Lin Yuan grabbed the lifeform sacrificial fire that was like a burning emerald in midair. The lifeform sacrificial fire would not grow anymore after it had fully matured. If the red pagoda was a heaven and earth fae, then it had withered when it produced the lifeform sacrificial fire. The lifeform sacrificial fire was just a spiritual material produced by the red pagoda. Lin Yuan carefully stored the lifeform sacrificial fire in a jade-carved brocade box and placed the box in the spirit lock spatial zone on the table where he usually nurtured fays. There were 2 items on the table previously. The first item was the crab stone that the bronze shearpincer's crab had given him after he had healed it back when he had taken part in the creation master's test. This crab stone was a very ordinary spiritual material that could be bought for less than 1 radiance dollar. This was the first gift of gratitude from a fae after Lin Yuan had become a creation master. He could never forget when the shearpincer's crab had blown bubbles in a silly manner and cut the crab stone that it usually defended with its life to give it to him. This crab stone allowed Lin Yuan to treat fays with a heart that remembered life forms on the path of becoming a creation master. The other item on this table was an ordinary ice mist grass. Lin Yuan had placed it on the table in the spirit lock spatial zone more than 1 month ago. Upon seeing this ice mist grass, it seemed as though he saw the pure eyes of that girl called Little Zhao. It was this ice mist grass that had made him forever remember to cherish other people's gratitude. Chapter 289 Chime's Worries. There was another item on this table now, which was the lifeform sacrificial fire Lin Yuan had just placed. It was akin to a one-time redemption of plant phase life for him, as it was equivalent to the second life of plant phase. Lin Yuan did not intend to care about the twin red pagoda's main flower, which was burning with red flame and wrapped around that lifeform sacrificial fire that had yet to mature. He only put it in the corner of the spirit lock spatial zone. The twin red pagoda's main flower had completely recovered thanks to the huge amount of pure spirit Kai inside. However, if Lin Yuan wanted to nurture this main flower to produce a lifeform sacrificial fire, he would need a huge amount of fire elements. He now had no way to get the huge amount of pure fire element energy. Lin Yuan thought of the elemental shellfish. If he had another one, he could completely induce it to mutate into the scorching elemental shellfish. The scorching elemental shellfish was like the celestine elemental shellfish and aquamarine elemental shellfish. But the elemental's pearl it spat out contained the fire element. It absorbed a large amount of pure spirit Kai, and the elemental pearls it spat out that contained pure fire elements could help the twin red pagoda's main flower produce the lifeform sacrificial fire. However, the elemental shellfish was simply too rare. One of the spirit spring lilies had mutated into a yellow spring lily when Lin Yuan enhanced the 3 spirit spring lilies. Also, Gao Feng coincidentally really wanted this bronze epic yellow spring lily. Lin Yuan might not be able to exchange the bronze epic yellow spring lily for 4 young elemental shellfish. Therefore, he would need the right opportunity to obtain a rare fae like the elemental shellfish again. The most important among Lin Yuan's harvest this time was the Dark Federation's spatial equipment golden metal disc and the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree in it. He first summoned the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from this golden metal disc. Then he filled the golden metal disc with mid-grade energy ores before placing it at the bottom of the spirit pool. He felt relaxed as he saw it being placed at the bottom of the spirit pool. This way, he would no longer need to come to the spirit lock spatial zone every few days for a few hours of hard work, constantly replenishing the energy ores. The golden metal disc equivalent to the area of a platinum phase storage box full of energy ores was enough for nearly a month's consumption. However, his first helper in the spirit lock spatial zone, the wind speed rapid antelope, would be useless. He looked at the wind speed rapid antelope that was running around in joy, constantly touching the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, and the huge shelves carved with platane wood in the spirit lock spatial zone. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly had a dangerous thought. The wind speed rapid antelope in the distance seemed to have sensed something and ran toward Lin Yuan. It rubbed his hand with its head, trying to please him. Lin Yuan rubbed its head and sighed. Anyway, he was used to it, so he would just raise it first. This wind speed rapid antelope was also determined. It had gone from elite to flawless. Although its quality was the lowest among Lin Yuan's phase, it was also a good thing for it to bring a touch of life to this spirit lock spatial zone as a butler. Lin Yuan looked at the summoned phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. He noticed that its golden leaves seemed to be emitting a brilliant golden light that circulated in the bird's nest made of branches and leaves. It was as though it was trying to create an indescribable beauty in it. Lin Yuan picked up the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and planted it in the spirit lock spatial zone's pure land of bliss. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's previous owner had come up with all ideas to let it absorb the energy from the twin red pagoda's main flower. In fact, the main purpose was to let it absorb the huge amount of pure spirit Kai in the twin red pagoda's main flower. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was a kind of heaven and earth fae with extremely high purity and amount of spiritual power. There was no place more suitable for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's growth than the pure land of bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone. Even though it consumed a lot of spiritual power, he did not need to worry about the consumption of energy ores with the golden metal disc. The fact that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree needed to consume the strange flame to grow made Lin Yuan understand that he might as well exchange the flower brocade pearls for those strange flames from the abyss dimensional rift. Any strange flame was very expensive, but it was also possible to buy some inferior grade strange flames on the market. Some lifestyle class spirit Kai professionals treated some better ones, like the mid-grade ones in the class 2 abyss dimensional rift, as treasure. They rarely circulated in the market. However, Lin Yuan believed nothing was a problem. After all, he possessed the flower brocade pearls, which would drive creation masters crazy. The creation masters that wanted to exchange for the flower brocade pearls would certainly find ways to get the strange flame from the hands of the lifestyle class spirit Kai professionals who had sought their help. They would then use them to exchange for his purchase with no loss stores flower brocade pearls. As for a strange flame like the lifeform sacrificial fire, as long as Lin Yuan was in his right mind, he would definitely not feed the lifeform sacrificial fire to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Even though the lifeform sacrificial fire was extremely beneficial toward the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, this benefit was something that could be replaced with other strange flames. Lin Yuan turned and found Chimey lying on the platinum celery vine. It was sleeping, with the celery vine leaves in its mouth. It seemed that this lazy bum had fallen asleep while eating. Lin Yuan was a little confused. He had not summoned Chimey out to help in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift battle. How could it have been so tired? He carefully carried Chimey, which was asleep on the celery vine leaves, and placed it in the bird's nest surrounded by branches and leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey, which was sound asleep, immediately chirped a few times comfortably. The golden glow on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's golden leaves slowly gathered toward the bird's nest and landed on Chimey's body, seemingly fusing into its body. It allowed Chimey to look especially delicate and elegant. Lin Yuan really could not understand why Chimey was so tired. Upon seeing there was nothing to tidy up in the spirit lock spatial zone, he exited the place. After he did that, Chimey chirped as though it was dreaming. It found that it had become a human being and held a personal concert surrounded by fans from all over the star web in its dream. However, just as it was singing, Chimey suddenly dreamt that Lin Yuan came on stage and offered it a bouquet of flowers. All of a sudden, Chimey was awakened like a child who was caught by his parents playing with their phones secretly while doing homework. It then found itself sleeping in a warm and soft golden tree nest. Chimey immediately jumped around on the golden tree nest in surprise as it thought, "Yuan has bought me a new nest. He's really good to me." Chimey fell in deep thought. Will Yuan get angry if I tell him the truth? It's all Genius' fault for telling me about the reward surprise gift box on Star Web. I have put all the money I earned from the live streaming room in the surprise gift box, and rewarded it to Lin Yuan's Star Web store. When he finds out a year later after receiving it, will he blame me? Chapter 290 Plan to Forge an Iron Bucket Sister 3.0. Not only did adolescents have matters on their minds, but also adolescent birds. They had matters on their minds, feeling distraught yet happy. An adolescent bird's worries were like, autumn has chilled the painted screen in silver moonlight. A silken fan is used to catch flitting fireflies. That small silken fan was interesting. But the fireflies were indeed for a short span of February. It was unknown whether the headwind could understand that. Lin Yuan tidied up the resource output in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for the past month and the gains from his adventure. He knew what he should do next. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door. He was a little curious. Who would knock at this hour? After opening the door, he found that it was the mother of Bloodbath in human form standing at the door. Its hair had become black, and it was wearing a vermilion robe outside its red crystal-like leather armor. As a suzerain myth Roman II Fae, the mother of Bloodbath retained the style of a Fae in its human form. The ability to change hair color was not a big deal for suzerain myth Roman II Faes. However, the mother of Bloodbath's eyes were still like red crystals as before. It had to be said that apart from the mother of Bloodbath's eyes looking strange, it looked roughly the same as an ordinary spirit Kai professional. After seeing Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath wore a smile on its cold face and handed over a craft paper bag. Lin Yuan opened it and saw 2 peeled roasted sweet potatoes with juices oozing out. The mother of Bloodbath said, "I've booked a room next to you. It's snowing outside. Just now, I went out for a stroll and found that the roasted sweet potatoes are quite delicious." Lin Yuan took the hot roasted sweet potatoes in that craft paper bag and could not help but recall that Chusai clearly loved to eat roasted sweet potatoes very much when she was young. But every time he bought it for her, she would pretend not to love to eat it and wanted him to take a bite. The mother of Bloodbath was ready to leave after giving him the roasted sweet potatoes when it said to him, "Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it gets cold." In order to sound more credible, the mother of Bloodbath added, "I've just tried it. It'll lump when it gets cold and won't be nice." Lin Yuan had previously felt that the mother of Bloodbath was cold and was not good with words. Now that the mother of Bloodbath had turned into a human being, it would want to go out for a walk when it saw the snow and was curious to taste the roasted sweet potatoes. Clearly, the mother of Bloodbath truly loved this world and life in its heart. After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath was about to help Lin Yuan close the door when he asked, "Mother of Bloodbath, what do you love to eat? Let me take you to eat human food at night." The mother of Bloodbath was delighted and replied, "I love to eat all birds." Lin Yuan almost choked on his saliva and coughed. He almost forgot that the mother of Bloodbath did not know much about human cuisine before. The mother of Bloodbath also belonged to a bird-catching spider, which usually loved to eat avian fays. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Then we'll have chicken and mushroom stew and stewed goose in an iron pot and buy some fried chicken back at night." The mother of Bloodbath was even more delighted. After closing the door, the mother of Bloodbath was about to go back to its own room. But its ears twitched, and its delight instantly disappeared. As a suzerain myth Roman II Fae, it had an extraordinary hearing. It only heard, "Old man, in a moment, call Ernie and tell her that girls must be reserved and not take the initiative to knock on a guy's door." "Got it, dear. Do you have anything else to tell her?" "Of course. Tell her that she should not give herself any aliases. Lai Ernie sounds better than Lai Duomi, however. We don't have to worry about her. At the very least, she did not give herself a nickname called the Mother of Bloodbath. Young people nowadays are really gaudy. The Mother of Bloodbath could not listen to this anymore and closed the door with a bang. However, what it heard next made it feel it was simply going to explode from anger. By the way, old man, tell her to be a little more ladylike in the future. Don't be so rough. She's so happy after a man invited her for a meal as though she has struck 5. Federation dollars. The Mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt that the human brain was somewhat abnormal. Should they not be happy when they hear about chicken and mushroom stew? Goose stew in an iron pot. And fried chicken. What kind of weird stuff was going on in the human brain? As Lin Yuan ate the roasted sweet potatoes, he took out his cell phone and called Chu Sai. She answered the call, and he heard it was very noisy on her side. After listening carefully, Chu Sai should be in live combat class right now. Ling Yuan, I've called you several times, but you had no signal. When Chu Sai received Lin Yuan's phone call, she was very happy with a little discontentment. It was his younger sister's pent-up concern for Lin Yuan over the past month. Chu Sai, I went to the dimensional rift this month to train. There's no signal there. I heard it all from Auntie Cold Moon. Auntie Cold Moon. Yes, she's especially good to me. I still have a few months to go before I'm going to participate in the Redbud Hundreds test as a seated participant. Auntie Cold Moon said she'd take me out for a few months of training during the new year to strengthen me. Lin Yuan was naturally very relieved that Cold Moon would take Chu Sai out for training. At the thought that Chu Sai would go out for training in the new year, and they would not be together during that time, he was slightly lost in thoughts. In the past decade, it seemed that this year would be his first time not spending it together with Chu Sai. It was the best time to improve her strength at her age. As Chu Sai's biological brother, Lin Yuan naturally hoped that she could become stronger and stronger. Although Lin Yuan was confident in becoming Chu Sai's haven, the furnace of the haven and Chu Sai's progress did not conflict. Brother, I can't spend New Year's with you this time, but we have to drink the big and carbs head soup. When Lin Yuan heard that, his heart felt warm. The dishes on the table always changed every New Year except for this dish. Lin Yuan hung up and suddenly had a feeling that his younger sister had grown up and was no longer dependent on him. As a brother that was like a father, the more his sister wanted to venture outside, the more he had plans for her. At that moment, his plan of forging an iron bucket sister was updated from 2.0 to 3.0. Chapter 291 Blind Trade. Lin Yuan stood at the window in a guest house's room while watching the falling snow outside. The frequency of snow in the royal capital wasn't high. Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, so he wasn't sure if this was the first snow in the royal capital for this year. But as a child that grew up in the Redbud City's Xia region, it had been an entire lifetime since he had last seen snow. Lin Yuan opened the window and stretched out his hand. The initial snow wasn't cold. When the snow landed on his palm, Lin Yuan merely felt a slight chill before it vanished. After the phone call with Chu Sai, Lin Yuan felt that he hadn't made proper arrangements. It was impossible for Lin Yuan not to feel sad that he couldn't celebrate the new year with Chu Sai. But when Lin Yuan recalled the time he told his master, the Moon Empress, that he was going for a training trip, he had never thought of the fact that he was a junior and should have a reunion dinner with his master. There was just around a month before the new year. During his training at the Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan felt that he already had enough gains for this trip. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to return to the royal capital before the new year. He would return to the Radiant Moon Palace to celebrate with his master. During the past few days, Lin Yuan had been sorting things in the guest house. At the same time, he had placed the flower brocade pearls on sale in his purchase with no loss store. These flower brocade pearls that would make creation masters go insane weren't immediately sold. Only 10 pots were put in the store for display. Lin Yuan understood that if he wanted to use these 10 pots of flower brocade pearls to obtain greater benefits, he would need to attract the eyes of more creation masters. Lin Yuan spent quite a bit of effort to transact these 10 pots of flower brocade pearls. he chose to transact all 10 pots by trading. As for the things to trade with, Lin Yuan picked all the rare flames that were produced in the abyss dimensional rifts. This time, Lin Yuan didn't choose the trade partner. Instead, he used the Star Web's blind trade method. Any buyer who wanted to purchase the flower brocade pearls could prepare their own rare flame as a bargaining chip to conduct a blind auction. After a certain period of time, the top 10 buyers who offered the rarest flames would each obtain one of the flower brocade pearls. This blind trade method was one of the most grueling trade methods, because no one would know what was the price the other buyers would offer. Therefore, they could only desperately push up their offer price. However, if they desperately pushed up the price and obtained the flower brocade pearls, they might be offering too much and end up with a loss. But for the blind trade of the flower brocade pearls, Lin Yuan didn't just put up one stock. He put up 10 stocks. It meant that the top 10 buyers of the blind trade would be able to obtain one stock of the flower brocade pearls no matter what price they offered. Since Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store used the Star Web's official channel to conduct the blind trade, it meant that it was absolutely fair. When Lin Yuan decided to use this method of trade, he already knew that the 10 stocks of flower brocade pearls would definitely be able to trade for plenty of rare flames. After all, it was extremely rare for the flower brocade pearls to appear on the market. The customers for flower brocade pearls were creation masters, a small group of people in the world with the most wealth and resources. Of course, Lin Yuan did think about using flower brocade pearls to exchange for elemental shellfish. But flower brocade pearls' price couldn't be compared with elemental shellfish. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only dismiss the idea if he was to issue such trade information. Even if his Star Web store could bring out a massive quantity of flower brocade pearls, his store would still become a joke, and people would say that his ambition is just like how a snake wishes to swallow an elephant. According to the price, 20 stalks of flower brocade pearls would be equivalent to one elemental shellfish. But the trade of phase would never be measured with quantity over value. Take, for example, a person who had plenty of glass that was of the same value as a jade. Naturally, no one would be willing to use a superior jade to exchange for a bunch of shattered glass. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to think of other ideas to trade for the elemental shellfish. As the flower brocade pearls had been displayed on Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store for a few days, it had attracted attention from a large number of creation masters. Among them were a few Class 4 creation masters. The flower brocade pearls might be rare, but when at the level of a Class 4 creation master, it was difficult to obtain the flower brocade pearls. However, the flower brocade pearls were truly rare resources. Even if a Class 4 creation master possessed them, they would still wish to stock up more. The usefulness of a flower brocade pearls to a creation master was the dew pearls that were secreted by the flower brocade pearls leaves. However, each of the flower brocade pearls could only produce a limited amount of dew pearls. If a Class 4 creation master had more flower brocade pearls, they wouldn't need to think of saving or distributing the dew pearls when they were concocting a spirit fluid. When Lin Yuan put up the 10 stalks of flower brocade pearls on his purchase with no loss store, the Star Web experienced a commotion that was almost like a small-scaled auction at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. Lin Yuan hadn't upgraded his purchase with no loss store, so it was still a Class 1 store. But the surface area of a Class 1 store was already sufficient for Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was walking on a path of premium merchandise instead of general merchandise. Lin Yuan had only opened the purchase with no loss store for a few months. But the reputation and points that the store had accumulated were enough for it to upgrade to a Class 3 store. It was only one step away from becoming a Class 4 store. If Lin Yuan didn't limit the supply of elite spirit siphon goldfish and silver usnias, the purchase with no loss store would have been able to upgrade to a Class 4 store. Lin Yuan had only been operating the store for a few months, so he hadn't really put much thought into the store. It was needless to talk about the reputation as it was already catching up to Zhu Jiaoxin's store, which she had been running for close to 10 years with all her efforts. Previously, when Lin Yuan's Class 1 store had announced that source-type items and day and night spirit silver could be used to exchange for any bronze epic phase, The fame of the store was already through the roof. Now with the display of the 10 stalks of flower brocade pearls, Lin Yuan's Class 1 store might still be small, but it was already a premium store that had the most attention on Star Web. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting. If he was in his previous world, his Star Web store should be considered a celebrity store. Chapter 292 Brownbone Flame. During the past few days, Lin Yuan had already scanned through almost all of the non-auction items in the rare lifeform pavilion and was only able to buy 2 of the inferior class strange flames. Following the Abyss Dimensional Rifts class system, the strange flames would be graded to inferior class, medial class, and superior class. As for strange flames produced from class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts, they would be considered ultra class. As for ultra class flames, Lin Yuan had never heard of any appearing on the market before. After all, class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts contained class 6 demons. As for ultra-class flames produced in Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts, only Emperor-class experts were qualified to obtain them. In order to become a King-class expert, the Spirit Kai professional would need to be at A rank and possess a fantasy breed Fey. As such, in order to become an Emperor-class expert, the Spirit Kai professional would need to be at S rank and possess a myth breed Fey. The lifeform sacrificial fire that Lin Yuan had obtained might be obtained from a Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, but the effects were overwhelming. It was able to give a plant species Fey a second life. This effect allowed the lifeform sacrificial fire to jump out of the standard for strange flames, allowing it to be ranked 7th among fire attribute spiritual ingredients. The 2 inferior class flames that Lin Yuan bought from the Star Web were brown bone flames. They came from Class 1 Abyss Dimensional Rifts. As long as there was a huge quantity of demons dying together, after a long period of time, and with the fire element's nourishment in the Abyss Dimensional Rift, the brown bone flame would be produced from the pile of demon corpses. The brown bone flame was the most unpopular among the inferior class flames because of the slightly toxic nature. Therefore, many of the lifestyle Spirit Kai professionals were unable to use the brown bone flame for production. It was also why Lin Yuan was able to purchase them from the non-auction items in the rare lifeform pavilion. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree wasn't picky toward the type of strange flames. Therefore, these 2 brown bone flames were suitable for consumption. Each of these brown bone flames cost Lin Yuan nearly 400 radiance dollars. However, after spending 800 radiance dollars to purchase 2 brown bone flames for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, Lin Yuan finally understood the huge demand for flames that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had. Lin Yuan shook his head gently. It seems like my search for strange flames will be a very long one. But even if that was the case, Lin Yuan was still very willing. With the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about how to upgrade Chime's quality as a fantasy breed Fey. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan's phone rang. From the message display, Lin Yuan felt that he might have a chance to obtain elemental shellfish. The person who called him was none other than Gao Feng. When Lin Yuan answered the phone call, he heard Gao Feng's bright and bootlicking voice, which sounded rather despicable. Brother, previously you said you have plenty of jade-textured wood. I wonder if you can sell me some hee. When Gao Feng spoke, he was actually a little embarrassed. If someone was willing to sell you complete jade-textured wood, it was already a kind of favor. After all, jade-textured wood would always cause a huge frenzy whenever it appeared on the market. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's question, he already knew of Gao Feng's objective. It seems like Gao Feng still remembers that I mentioned those completely jade-textured pieces of wood when we last traded. Back then, the trade between Lin Yuan and Gao Feng had happened before Lin Yuan left for his training. It was the time when Lin Yuan had a messy collection of jade-textured wood. It might be a messy collection, but there was plenty of variety. Before becoming jade-textured, the variety of wood materials looked the same, but they had a completely different luster and texture after becoming jade-textured. However, Lin Yuan had already left behind all those jade-textured pieces of wood for Hu Quan. Firstly, it was due to Hu Quan's urgent demand. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted Hu Quan to sculpt as he pleased and to decorate the manor with all sorts of jade-textured wood. It would enhance the interior environment. The manor might have already been almost decorated, but it was still lacking in some details. Therefore, the jade-textured wood on Lin Yuan's hand now was just obtained a few days ago. It consisted of those 5 rare wood materials that he had just unloaded from the platane wood rack and the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan might not have had a lesser variety of jade-textured wood, but he now had a more exquisite collection of jade-textured wood. At the same time, the quantity had increased. When normal wood went through the jade-textured transformation, its weight would increase by 5 times. In order to differentiate the degree of jade texture in a wood, one would need to find an expert with experience. Apart from that, the simplest method was to get a normal and jade-textured wood of the same size and shape. The comparison between these two pieces of wood would make things clear. The heavier the jade-textured wood was, proved that the transformation of jade-textured wood was better. If the jade-textured wood's weight was 5 times more than the normal wood, it would mean that the wood was now completely jade-textured. Completely jade-textured wood was truly too rare. Therefore, the market and major clans would consider wood with 4-5 times more weight as completely jade-textured. However, completely jade-textured wood that truly had 5 times the weight would be considered the most premium goods and would be pursued fanatically. The ordinary rare pieces of wood in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone had been turning denser and purer after over a month of spirit Kai influence. They were all 5 times heavier than before. Each piece of rare wood that Lin Yuan placed in the platane wood rack would be 100 katas in weight. Each platane wood rack would be able to fit 10 pieces of wood. Therefore, whenever Lin Yuan loaded a new batch of wood in the spirit lock spatial zone, they would be around 2. With this calculation, after over a month, the spirit lock spatial zone would produce completely jade-textured wood that would be 10. Rare items like the jade-textured wood were normally traded in grams. I do have some, but I don't have as much variety as before. When Gao Feng heard the response was yes, his face was immediately filled with delight. When Gao Feng heard that the variety was lacking, he asked carefully, "Brother, then can you tell me about the species of jade-textured wood you have? Do you have any more of the red sandalwood that you used for your fish tank?" Chapter 293 The Choice of Members. The completely jade-textured wood, a kind of luxury item that represented the level of wealth, often had more of a symbolic significance than actual significance. Although each kind of them was very popular on the market, the price varied greatly. The beauty of each variety of this completely jade-textured wood laid in the eyes of the beholder. However, the rarer ordinary wood would be more highly sought after by the affluent families after being completely jade-textured. Take Gao Feng as an example. The best wood he had seen in Lin Yuan's mansion was the completely jade-textured red sandalwood and agar wood. As compared to the agar wood, which was more brittle, the completely jade-textured red sandalwood was an excellent choice for both carving and making decorations and furniture pieces. Lin Yuan replied, "I don't have any completely jade-textured red sandalwood, but the wood I have is not worse than that." In order to maximize the gathering of resources in the spirit lock spatial zone, apart from choosing agar wood, which he liked, he had chosen 5 kinds of rare wood. They were the most expensive and most highly sought after by wealthy people. When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately became interested. Since Lin Yuan had said that these 5 types of completely jade-textured rare wood would not be worse than the red sandalwood, then it must be so. However, less than 15 kinds of rare woods were no worse than the completely jade-textured red sandalwood. Gao Feng could not help but get excited and think about whether there would be the one that he wanted to get his hands on. When Gao Feng had seen so many completely jade-textured furniture in Lin Yuan's mansion, it had made him feel as though he had entered a golden mine. Furthermore, the furniture had not been carved yet. This made Gao Feng understand what was called low-key luxury. After Gao Feng returned to the Gao family's residence in Wind Mist City and saw the furniture made from completely jade-textured wood and designed by Class 5 spirit craftsmen, he suddenly felt they were a little rustic. "Brother, can you tell me what completely jade-textured rare wood you have there?" Lin Yuan replied at the other end of the phone. "I only have the yellow rosewood, wench, ebony, green elm, and Phoebe Zenon. Lin Yuan was straightforward regarding the completely jade-textured wood he had. If he wanted to trade these rare pieces of wood, there was no more suitable power than an affluent family like the Gao family. Only such an affluent family had an extreme desire for the completely jade-textured rare wood, as well as a lot of good stuff. Lin Yuan could exchange these completely jade-textured rare pieces of wood for the resources he wanted and was in short supply from the Gao family. Gao Feng slapped his thighs in excitement on the other end of the phone. A large part of why Gao Feng came to Lin Yuan to buy the completely jade-textured wood was that he wanted to give his grandfather a present during New Year's. When Gao Feng had visited Lin Yuan's mansion the other time, he could not distinguish whether the completely jade-textured wood was top quality. Although he could distinguish whether the wood had become jade-textured, he was not proficient in this area. However, after Gao Feng had returned home and studied the piece of completely jade-textured agar wood that Lin Yuan had given him, he discovered it was actually some top-quality goods that were 5 times heavier. Gao Feng had slapped his thighs in happiness just now after hearing Lin Yuan's words, because his grandfather loved the green elm the most among the completely jade-textured wood. Even his grandfather, the Gao family's old master, had never found a few larger pieces of completely jade-textured green elm. The price of completely jade-textured wood depended on how jade-textured it was and its size. The bigger the wood, the bigger the object it could be made into, and the rarer it would be. The reason Gao Feng's grandfather had not found large pieces of completely jade-textured green elm was not only because it was too rare. The more important reason was that when the green elm became jade-textured, it would easily break with an uneven concentration of spirit Kai. Gao Feng remembered the largest piece of completely jade-textured green elm his grandfather had received had been carved into a picture of thousands of mountains and hidden peaks. He had a deep impression of that. Back when he was young, he had once not eaten properly and touched it with his spoon. His father had beaten him up for that. When his grandfather had seen his father beating him, he had given his father 2 slaps on the neck. Gao Feng still remembered the scene of his grandfather picking him up and coaxing him not to cry. Upon learning of what Gao Feng had done, his grandfather had been so heartbroken that he went to check whether this completely jade-textured green elm carved into thousands of mountains with hidden peaks had any marks on it. He knew that his grandfather was extremely good to him and always spoiled him. Therefore, after hearing Lin Yuan had the completely jade-textured green elm, Gao Feng wanted to buy it no matter what. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's excited voice, the corners of his mouth raised. The more Gao Feng liked something, the more good stuff he could get in exchange. "Brother, where are you? I'll find you in person." Lin Yuan raised his brows and answered, "You are quite idle." Upon hearing that, Gao Feng's happy and excited expression turned bitter. "That's not true. I'm idle to death. Everyone else has gone to participate in the tournament. But nobody wants me yet. I watch live streams on StarWeb every day at home. I'm bored to death." Lin Yuan replied, "I'm not at home right now. I'll send you the address after I hang up." After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Since Gao Feng wanted to come over, he must also want to take a look at the quality of those completely jade-textured wood he had. Thus, Lin Yuan was in a hurry to tell him what he wanted in exchange. It would not be too late to do so when Gao Feng came over. Lin Yuan's heart thumped when he heard Gao Feng mention the Guild Alliance's tournament. Before he took part in the Radiance 100 Sequences selection, it would happen to be the end of the tournament. Every year, 3 months after the end of the Guild Alliance's tournament, it would be the time for the application of new guild clubs. Hence, it was time for Lin Yuan to prepare for his guild club. If he missed these 3 months, he would have to wait until next year to apply for a guild club. It was easy to apply for a guild club in the Radiance Federation. One could apply as long as they had money. Many guild clubs would apply for registration in the Guild Alliance. However, only a very small number of them were qualified to take part in the tournament. This was because most of the guild clubs did not even have the chance to get through the elimination round and be qualified. They could only rely on the strength of their team to fight for the chance to take part. Lin Yuan could not help but think about the problem of choosing the members of the main team after he set up his guild club. At present, there was only one suitable teammate, Liu Jai. Chapter 294 The Bone Crusher, Mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan still had to ask Liu Jai whether he would join his guild club. He had always treated Liu Jai as his partner and a friend, not just a retainer. Hence, he had to respect Liu Jai's decision and would not dictate his life. Even if Liu Jai joined his guild club, both Lin Yuan and Liu Jai only added up to 2 people. If a guild club wanted to register to take part in the tournament held by the Radiance Federation's Guild Alliance, the most basic condition was to be able to gather 5 members for the main team. Otherwise, they would not even have the qualification to register for the tournament's elimination round. Therefore, his guild club was still at least 3 members short of the main team. A guild club that intended to take part in the tournament could not only have one main team, it needed a reserve team as well. These were all problems that Lin Yuan had to face. He still had to plan everything in the long run. He would not choose his teammates based on their strength, because the teammates in a team needed to have affection toward each other and become partners that could trust each other in a battle. Therefore, Lin Yuan would not be careless with his teammates' choice. Neither would he go looking for unqualified teammates to gather 5 members. Wind Mist City was also a big city near the royal capital, so it was not far away from it. Although Wind Mist City's distance was farther than the nearest city to royal capital, Ascending Dragon City, 2 days was enough time for Gao Feng to get there. Lin Yuan just left his room and called the Mother of Bloodbath to go out to eat together. The Mother of Bloodbath had been interacting with him in human form in the past few days. He found that even though the Mother of Bloodbath looked cold, it was actually a glutton. Every time it ate delicious food, it would show a leap of joy on its cold face. It was very obvious when it was eating fried chicken wings. Lin Yuan had gone to the restaurant with the Mother of Bloodbath and sat in the hall. However, he would certainly book a private room when he brought it to eat in public again. That was because the Mother of Bloodbath was like a super bone crusher when eating the chicken wings. Instead of spitting out the bones, it chewed them. It had to be known that some chicken phase bones were very hard, even if it was not necessarily able to be compared to silver metal's hardness. It was more than enough to be compared to some of the less hard bronze metals. Apart from the fact that the Mother of Bloodbath did not spit out bones when eating the chicken wings, when it was calmly chewing the bones, almost everyone in the hall looked over with amazed eyes. An old lady even came over to ask if Mother of Bloodbath's teeth were real or fake. If it were dentures, she said that she would like to make one of the same as well. The Mother of Bloodbath felt nothing. But Lin Yuan saw the old lady's bewildered and expecting gaze. He felt that the Mother of Bloodbath had doused the ultimate dream of an elderly. During these days, Lin Yuan had customized a diamond face storage box in the shape of a red crystal cluster from Star Web's Ostrich Logistics. After asking the Mother of Bloodbath's opinion, it chose the face storage box as a singular stud-shaped earring. After the customization, it would at least be 20 days later before receiving it based on the efficiency that the Ostrich Logistics customized the diamond face storage box. Then, he gave the Mother of Bloodbath a cell phone. He actually wanted it to apply for a Star Web card, but it was not interested in it, so it was left as it was. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was very interested in the cell phone and was extremely talented in fiddling with one. In just a day or 2, the Mother of Bloodbath was able to use her cell phone to browse some small forums outside Star Web better than Lin Yuan. It had even joined a lot of groups related to food and even asked whether chicken wings were better with wasabi and honey or sweet and sour sauce. While Lin Yuan was waiting for the Mother of Bloodbath, he opened the forum he had been browsing previously. After clicking on the forum that he had not been on for a long time, he found that his silly online friend, who had said she had been bitten by a ghost shadow bristled spider, had sent him another message. He looked at the latest one. "What's your favorite fae?" He replied without hesitation. "Ghost shadow bristled spider." Then, he saw the Mother of Bloodbath appear and closed the forum. After this meal, Lin Yuan realized that he could not take the Mother of Bloodbath to eat chicken for the time being. Apart from the fact that the Mother of Bloodbath did not spit out the bones after eating the chicken wings, it was now eating the chicken claws without doing so as well. When the mother of Bloodbath started to crush the bones in the private room, even though the spirit food pavilion staff would generally not easily disturb the dining customers, staff had knocked on the door 3 times in just 10 minutes to check whether the diners inside were demolishing the place. Lin Yuan settled the bill under the strange gazes of the staff and diners. When heading back, the mother of Bloodbath gave Lin Yuan 2 items. He took a look and found that one of them should be a source-type item, while the other was a small bottle with a drop of black liquid. These 2 are for you. I really don't know why there's such an odd source-type item in this world. This power that wants to take this source-type item and cause trouble is really stingy as well. Lin Yuan was prepared to use Morbius True Data to check the odd source-type item. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said, "The other bottle contains the essence blood of a pinnacle suzerain myth, Roman 2 avian fae. It's a pure dark type." Then, the mother of Bloodbath seemed to have seen some interesting food introduction and lowered its head to scroll through the cell phone again. The mother of Bloodbath had now really attained the level of not being able to do anything without its cell phone. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Would a cell phone really make people addicted? He looked at the pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 phase essence blood in this small bottle. He could feel pure dark energy rising through the bottle and seeping through. Among Lin Yuan's spiritual materials, this drop of pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 phase essence blood could be ranked after the lifeform sacrificial fire in terms of rarity. This essence blood was enough to change the fates of dark type phase. Chapter 295 The Cocoon of Evolution, the chance for Liu Jai's metamorphosis. Even Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could not easily get such pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 phase essence blood. Essence blood and blood had different meanings. Blood referred to the blood flowing inside the fae, while essence blood was the blood essence condensed from the energy in the body of a suzerain fae. The essence blood of a suzerain myth breed fae was undoubtedly rarer than the elemental shellfish. If Lin Yuan was willing to take out this drop of essence blood to exchange for 10 elemental shellfish, those powers that could take out 10 elemental shellfish would probably be rushing to exchange with him. However, Lin Yuan would not easily exchange the blood essence of a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 fae if he was in his right mind. If there was a word to describe such a spiritual material, it would be foundation. Only when he accumulated such things that could represent foundation could his faction seem more unfathomable to the other factions in the future development. Lin Yuan carefully observed this drop of dark type essence blood, and found its smell similar to that of the faint trace on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree that was constantly becoming fainter and fainter. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit Kai in the spirit lock spatial zone and rapidly grown in the past few days. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was either this pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 phase item or had devoured the essence blood of a pinnacle myth Roman 2 dark type face similar to this drop of blood. Lin Yuan checked and stored the blood in the bottle into the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. He might have a use for this drop of essence blood in the future or could use it to exchange for some spiritual materials or phase of the same value. Lin Yuan then looked at the source type item that the mother of Bloodbath called odd and useless. Thanks to True Data, his eyes narrowed. This source type item was quite interesting. The mother of Bloodbath was actually playing with the cell phone and saw him looking at the source type item it had just given him. It said in despise, "This source type item is for insect species phase." But no normal insect species phase would be willing to use such a source type item to transform themselves. After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath took the bag of fried chicken in Lin Yuan's hand and returned to the room, ready to go for another round of bone crushing. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the mother of Bloodbath was right. This source type item was indeed rather odd. Not only would it be useless to normal insect species phase, but it would instead affect their evolution. However, this source type item that was harmful to insect species phase or source type lifeforms was suitable for Liu Jai. It could be said that this source type item was simply made for Liu Jai's contracted insect queen, which was a kind of very special source type lifeform. Liu Jai no longer had any spiritual energy left to contract other phase or source type lifeforms. The insect queen was certainly powerful, But other Spirit Kai professionals contracted more phase, and their combat styles were constantly diversifying as its grade raised. However, Liu Jai could only use one insect queen to face the battles. After it reached platinum, it would have 5 abilities that were akin to a lot of 5 species of phase. Moreover, Liu Jai's insect queen's platinum ability copied a main control life form like the hurricane owlet moth. However, it was a very ordinary source-type life form with impressive output, but a very simple genetic model. No matter how powerful the insect queen was, Liu Jai could only contract an insect queen. As he became stronger in the future, this limitation would also become bigger. However, this invaluable and odd source-type life form had become a treasure for Liu Jai to become more powerful. In Ling Yuan's opinion, it really confirmed the saying that there was no useless source-type item, only whether it met the right person and was used by the right person. Thanks to true data, he found this source-type item's name was Cocoon of Evolution. Just like its name, it was a kind of source-type item that could be used by insect species phase and promote their evolution. However, the Cocoon of Evolution did not promote the evolution of the insect species phase body, but their genetic fragments. It was indeed a good thing that the Cocoon of Evolution could evolve the genetic fragments in the insect species phase bodies. But the genetic model and normal insect species phase bodies were all one. Even if insect species phase could break up the genetic model in them with external force and use the Cocoon of Evolution to evolve, the genetic model would then always be separated from the parent body. In each evolutionary process, it was actually akin to the insect species phase genetic model being perfected. Every time a piece of genetic model was broken off, it became genetic fragments independent of the insect species phase body, which was equivalent to hurting its roots. Therefore, breaking off part of the genetic model was actually a fatal danger to insect species phase. The broken off genetic model would not evolve since it had been separated from the main model when the insect species phase were evolving. The genetic fragments would only remain in the previous state. The Cocoon of Evolution could only evolve an independent gene fragment once. Thus, it was clearly beneficial for insect species phase evolution. Nonetheless, this only included normal insect species phase and source-type life forms, but not Liu Jai's insect queen. On the contrary, the Cocoon of Evolution could simply allow the insect queen's abilities to undergo an all-round improvement. The reason was that the insect species phase genetic model that each ability took in were genetic fragments that existed outside the body. The source-type Cocoon of Evolution could allow localized optimization of the genetic model without changing the genetic model's degree of complexity. This was equivalent to improving the overall strength of Liu Jai's contracted source-type insect queen. Chapter 2196 Gains from the Blind Trade. In fact, if this source-type Cocoon of Evolution could not only be used by insect species phase, it would be rather useful for Lin Yuan's source sand. This was because it could enhance the heart-penetrating iron line that it had assimilated with its gravel spirit acceptance. It would reorganize the heart-penetrating iron linean alien insect with a very homogeneous genetic model and increase its head sharpness and hardness. Undoubtedly, it could make the heart-penetrating iron line stronger without changing the original complexity of its genetic model. Unfortunately, the source-type Cocoon of Evolution could only be used by insect species phase. Furthermore, even if Lin Yuan's source-type source sand could use the Cocoon of Evolution, he would still leave the Cocoon of Evolution for Liu Jai to use. This was because it would be akin to a transformation of Liu Jai's strength. Although the Cocoon of Evolution sounded like a spiritual material to enhance phase, it was not that case in reality. The Cocoon of Evolution was a kind of fungus species source-type life form. It seemed like a piece of small dragon's beard candy, but it was actually formed by fine mycelium. The Cocoon of Evolution was actually somewhat similar to the source-type acid corrosion queen bee. They both parasitized on other phase or source-type life forms. However, the acid corrosion queen bee's contract conditions were clearly more demanding than that of the Cocoon of Evolution. The Cocoon of Evolution did not parasitize like the acid corrosion queen bee. Not only would it fail to hatch when it encountered an unsuitable host, but it would also harm the host's life. The Cocoon of Evolution parasitized in a simpler way. It only needed to attach to the body of insect species phase or insect species source-type lifeforms, when the cocoon of evolution parasitized on the target. It was akin to completing a contract. After that, every time the source-type cocoon of evolution's grade increased, a dissociated gene fragment from the insect species phase that the cocoon of evolution contracted could be strengthened. In other words, with every grade raised, one of Liu Jai's insect queen's abilities could metamorphose once. Lin Yuan carefully stored the source-type cocoon of evolution in the diamond face storage box. He planned to wait until he returned to the royal capital before giving it to Liu Jai to contract. After Lin Yuan returned to the room in the guest house and closed his eyes to rest for a while, he immediately logged onto Star Web with his creation master identity. It was the time for Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store to conduct the blind trade of the 10 flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan could not help but look forward to what kind of strange flames he could exchange the 10 flower brocade pearls for. He believed in the purchasing power of those creation masters. Even if he did not trust anyone, he was aware of how much creation masters desired phase that they needed, and could raise concocting spirit fluid's success rate. Besides the need to get more strange flames, Lin Yuan also wanted to take this chance to tap into Creation Master's network through his purchase with no loss store's Flower Brocade Pearls blind trade. After these Creation Masters participated in the Flower Brocade Pearls blind trade, they would realize that not long after, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store would put up 10 new Flower Brocade Pearls with the blind trade system. The Creation Masters that had obtained the Flower Brocade Pearls through the blind trade would certainly join his store's fan club and observe and keep a watch out for goods. This was the same as Lin Yuan gathering a batch of Creation Master resources. After he put up the 100 Flower Brocade Pearls 10 times, the amount that could be accumulated would definitely not be low. Lin Yuan did not gather these resources to let these Creation Masters help evolve the phase, raise the phase quality, or heal their damaged roots. Rather, his biggest purpose was to get the spiritual materials and phase he needed from these Creation Masters in the future. No high-class Creation Masters was an exception. They were all targets that the major factions wanted to rope in. Therefore, each one of them was akin to a hub of a large or small network. Many of these networks were based on the Creation Masters as the core, pulling out spider web-like chains of resources in all directions. Thus, there might be something that Lin Yuan needed in the resources in these high-class Creation Masters' hands that he could not get from Star Web or other factions. If Lin Yuan wanted to develop his faction, weaving his own network was a necessary step. However, he would not directly interact with these high-class Creation Masters or the affluent families. He would develop his faction like a layer of fog in their eyes. Sometimes, mysteriousness was the most deterrent power of a faction. Lin Yuan could always create some things that high-class Creation Masters and affluent families found hard to find with the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Hence, he had this capital. Lin Yuan did not know how the Creation Masters that wanted to exchange for the Flower Brocade Pearls tonight would set the blind trade's price. However, he knew that the people noticing his purchase with no loss store had been rising by several times. This was all because of the attention that those 10 Flower Brocade Pearls had attracted in the past few days. Lin Yuan looked at the time and realized it was 9 o'clock at night. He checked what he had obtained from 10 Flower Brocade Pearls blind trade. He could not help but wonder if those 10 Creation Masters had discussed beforehand. Lin Yuan found that each Flower Brocade Pearl had been exchanged for exactly 10 mid-grade Strange Flames. This also meant that the 10 Flower Brocade Pearls had been exchanged for 100 mid-grade Strange Flames through the blind trade. It had to be known that the high-grade Strange Flames from the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts were those that Class 4 and Class 5 Lifestyle Class Spirit Kai Professionals were used to. Although other Lifestyle Class Spirit Kai Professionals were not as rare and respected as Creation Masters, the purchasing power of high-class Lifestyle Class Spirit Kai Professionals should not be underestimated. Therefore, the high-grade Strange Flames had always been scarce and rare. The mid-grade Strange Flames from these Class 2 Dimensional Rifts were already almost equal in value to the Flower Brocade Pearls. The reason was that even a Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift might not be able to produce a mid-grade Strange Flame. Chapter 297 Lin Yuan arguing with himself. But no matter what, Lin Yuan had to sigh at the purchasing power of these creation masters. These creation masters had actually bought the flower brocade pearls, which had a value similar to the mid-grade strange flames. With nearly 10 times the difference in price through a blind trade, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the blind trade this time. These 100 mid-grade strange flames were enough for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to absorb for a period of time. In addition to absorbing the pure spirit Kai in the spirit lock spatial zone and these 100 strange flames to evolve, it could also provide the energy for Chinese bloodline evolution and raise its quality, allowing it to evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman II. Lin Yuan did not think his previous guess was really right. After exchanging these 10 flower brocade pearls, the 10 buyers who had gotten them had entered his purchase with no loss stores fan club. They were really all creation masters. Lin Yuan had never posted anything in the fan club and still chose to lurk as before. Ever since Lin Yuan had this purchase with no loss stores fan club, he had never posted anything. In fact, the Braised Egghead had created this fan club after purchasing the Elite X Epic Web spraying spiders and had gotten the exclusive skill, Transparent Spider Web. After these 10 creation masters entered Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores fan club, it immediately blew up. Even after adding these 10 creation masters, his fan club only had over 40 people. It could be said that there was almost no other Star Web Stores fan club that had more creation masters than his. Moreover, the lowest class of these 10 creation masters was also class 3. Among them, there were also 2 class 4 creation masters. In fact, this was a little deviation from his initial thoughts. Lin Yuan secretly thought that he had underestimated the resources accumulated by those class 4 creation masters. Many class 4 creation masters, especially pinnacle class 4 ones, probably should have hoarded a lot of flower brocade pearls or phase of the same species better than those. Therefore, they did not have such a strong desire to purchase the flower brocade pearls. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with such a situation. Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores popularity on Star Web could be said to have blown up. There were discussions on a few Star Web forums about Lin Yuan's 1-star small store. As long as someone mentioned it in someone's official subforum or forum, people would start to discuss it. However, when it was 10 o'clock at night, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores popularity and the popularity of the Radiance Federation's tournament elimination rounds had been suppressed by a piece of news. After Tan Ningning had gone to find Long Tao, Shi Zhu, Zhao Xiaochen, Fang Duoduo's exclusive reporters to discuss and draft a document, they decided to open a 5-party press conference together. Except for Long Tao and Shi Zhu, they were all considered low-profile Radiance 100 sequence members. Most matters regarding Zhao Xiaochen and Fang Duoduo had been published on Star Web in the form of a press release. A press conference like this was a rare occurrence. Moreover, there was also Black, a hot topic on Star Web. Among them, however, he had never released a single press release. Just like a miraculous rise of a young talent, the 5-party press conference was held with all the Radiance 100's former members and new young talent. Black, which almost attracted the entire Star Web's attention. This press conference seemed a little strange. Rather than saying it was a press conference, it looked more like exclusive reporters of the Radiance 100 building publicity for Black. Lin Yuan wondered how Tan Ningning had negotiated. Or maybe, this was simply what the 4 Radiance 100 sequence members Long Tao, Shi Zhu, Fang Duoduo, and Zhao Xiaochen signified. After this 5-party press conference ended, even though Lin Yuan had not become a Radiance 100 sequence member as Black, in terms of prestige and fervor, he had vaguely gone beyond those Radiance 100 sequence members at the bottom. However, someone had mentioned many times on Black's official forum about the purchase with no loss store that Lin Yuan had opened as a creation master. The person also revealed that the owner of this popular 1-star store on Star Web was a very young talented creation master. This discussion was nothing much at first, but somehow, people compared the purchase with no loss store's owner with Black. This immediately got out of hand and caused a heated argument between the fans of the purchase with no loss store and Black. Liu Lang, aka Ancestor Peace Berserker, stepped in to calm the storm. Lin Yuan did not know about these. He only learned about this when he received Zhang Xiaobai's call. After Zhang Xiaobai laughed like Donald Duck, Lin Yuan then found out about it from his stammering words. This rendered Lin Yuan speechless. What was going on? People were comparing him and had caused a storm. This kind of feeling was really hard to explain. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan's Star Web account as a creation master had received many private messages. Many of them were asking whether he still had any flower brocade pearls and wanted to buy them at a high price. Most of the people that sent these messages were high-class creation masters. However, Lin Yuan ignored them because the flower brocade pearls next batch would be put up when they should be. At the same time, Lin Yuan then realized that the more mysterious and indifferent he behaved, the more people would notice him. For example, since Lin Yuan had never spoken in the fan club, these 10 new creation masters would look at the fan club in order to wait for his goods. Slowly, they were led into becoming one with the fan club, and they became the largest group of people who sent messages to multiple people. Lin Yuan found that after clearing the messages on his purchase with No Law Stores fan club, he had another 999 messages only after a few minutes without looking. He could not help but sigh. Ordinary people really could not compare to them. In fact, Lin Yuan did not know that these 8 Class 3 creation masters and the 2 Class 4 creation masters had done it with the intent to cozy up to him. Chapter 298 Lin Yuan's Network of Connections. When Lin Yuan's purchase with No Law Store had released the news that they could exchange any bronze epic phase for source-type items or gold medals, it had proven that at least a pinnacle Class 4 creation master was behind this store. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to do that. These 2 Class 4 creation masters that had entered Lin Yuan's purchase with No Law Store's fan club were elementary Class 4 ones. After becoming a Class 4 creation master, there were 4 small stages: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. The difference between each small stage was thousands of miles apart. Therefore, many Class 3 and elementary and intermediate Class 4 creation masters wanted to have the chance to interact with this purchase with No Law Store's owner. These creation masters had used 10 strange flames to exchange for the flower brocade pearls in order to get a chance to interact with the purchase with No Law Store's pinnacle Class 4 creation master. However, Lin Yuan was unaware of all these, nor was it his business. Just as Lin Yuan was indifferent, the purchase with No Law Store's fan club had become a place where some Class 3 creation masters and elementary and intermediate Class 4 creation masters would want to wreck their brains to get in. His store's network was slowly spreading. Although it was still only a prototype, its outline had been huge and unimaginable. Most importantly, even if this network's prototype was huge, there were not many people in it. If one were to describe each person in the network as a chain of resources, then Lin Yuan's purchase with No Law Store's network would be a silk web formed from a top-notch chain of resources. Furthermore, this network's prototype had slowly spread mainly because since those who wanted to join it had not been able to purchase Lin Yuan's purchase with No Law Store's goods, they had no way to enter the fan club. When Lin Yuan was about to log off Star Web, he suddenly realized that Listen, who had been very active, did not seem to speak anymore. In the past few days, when Lin Yuan had been looking through the fan club occasionally, he had not found Listen. Nor did he know what Listen was busy with. He thought little about this. However, soon, Gao Feng arrived at the agreed location with Lin Yuan and found him. When Lin Yuan received Gao Feng's call, he knew that Gao Feng had arrived and put on an outer coat before leaving the guest house. He then realized that Gao Feng was like a fool, looking around at the guest house's side. With a huge box, Lin Yuan shouted and waved his hands at Gao Feng. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Gao Feng's eyes lit up, and he greeted him. He shoved the box in his hands to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother, these are the specialties of Wind Mist City. They are all special fine and soft pastries. There are ginger hibiscus cakes, juju peach pastries, and soybean crab paste. They are all very suitable for this season." Lin Yuan took it and found that the box was actually not light. The box of pastries weighed at least 7.5 kg. There was only one old store that produced these special soft pastries in Wind Mist City. He wondered if Gao Feng had robbed that store to get so many of them. Lin Yuan remembered that the mother of Bloodbath had heard of the long-established store's soft pastries a few days ago, and had been talking about it. Not only were the soft pastries limited, but one also had to come down personally to buy them. Clearly, even if the mother of Bloodbath was a glutton, as long as it was not full, it could not have gone to Wind Mist City and line up to buy these pastries. After Gao Feng came, the mother of Bloodbath's gluttonous heart was satisfied. Lin Yuan stored the box of pastries into that amber button-shaped diamond face storage box, and said, "You've brought me Wind Mist City's specialties. In return, I'll treat you to a meal as a courtesy." Upon hearing that, Gao Feng smiled brightly and naturally put his hands on Lin Yuan's shoulder like a brother. The two of them walked to the Spirit Food Pavilion branch not far away. As they walked, they talked and laughed, full of youthful spirit. After Gao Feng interacted with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan had the capital to make friends with him. He also had the thought to make friends with him. In the subsequent transactions, Gao Feng also felt that Lin Yuan was very thorough and detailed. After interacting with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng also felt that their temperament was very compatible. Although they did not know each other for a long time, Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as one of the few good friends he recognized. Lin Yuan did not ask the mother of Bloodbath to join them at the Spirit Food Pavilion for a meal. The reason was also very simple. The mother of Bloodbath was not in the guest house at this moment. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had joined the gourmet group, it had gotten to know many online friends. The mother of Bloodbath had been busy tasting nice food with the nearby online friends and attending a food club these days. Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little helpless. If those online people who attended the food club with the mother of Bloodbath knew that the person sitting and eating food with them was actually a suzerain myth Roman Fei, they would probably faint from the shock. Lin Yuan had the red crystal spider the mother of Bloodbath had condensed. As long as he crushed it, the mother of Bloodbath would sense it and immediately rush over. At the same time, this crystal spider also contained the power of the mother of Bloodbath's full strength and protection. When they arrived at the Spirit Food Pavilion, Lin Yuan immediately booked a private room and handed the menu to Gao Feng. Soon, the two of them ordered a table of good food. After that, Lin Yuan saw that Gao Feng looked like he wanted to say something, but did not. He immediately knew that Gao Feng wanted to see the completely jade-textured green elm that he had mentioned before over the phone. Lin Yuan was very understanding and summoned the completely jade-textured green elm. He had a full 250 kg piece of 5 cm thick squarish green elm in his hands. Warm and unusual. When Lin Yuan summoned this completely jade-textured green elm, Gao Feng only felt that a piece of beautiful navy blue jade had appeared before him. It exuded the unique fragrance of a green elm and had strand-like wood grains on it. Gao Feng immediately knew this was completely jade-textured green elm, which made him very alarmed. Figuring out Lin Yuan's identity became more and more difficult. Chapter 299 Scorching Elemental Shellfish Settled. This completely jade-textured green elm was much bigger than the jade-textured green elm that Gao Feng's grandfather had used to carve the picture of thousands of mountains and hidden peaks. Gao Feng realized that Lin Yuan would always be able to bring out such a precious item so indifferently and calmly. Lin Yuan used his hand to knock on this completely jade-textured green elm before he asked Gao Feng, "What do you think of the quality of this completely jade-textured green elm that weighs 250 kg? Gao Feng was startled at first before he started to look at this completely jade-textured green elm with eyes of disbelief. Since Lin Yuan said it was 250 kg, it meant that it wouldn't be less than that. How could this huge piece of completely jade-textured green elm not be the best quality of goods? As Gao Feng carefully observed, he took a tool out of his flower petal-shaped face storage box. This tool was specifically used to measure if the wood was completely jade-textured. Gao Feng felt that this world was simply too insane. However, it still put a smile on his face. Gao Feng instantly felt that if he could purchase this completely jade-textured green elm and gave it as a gift to his grandfather as a New Year's gift, his grandfather would certainly be overjoyed. Gao Feng might be the only direct line descendant of Wind Mist City's prestigious Gao family, but he still felt that this was rather troublesome. This superior jade-textured green elm wasn't something that could be traded with regular items. Gao Feng might be able to use the Gao family's resources as he desired since he was the direct line descendant. But he didn't wish to use the Gao family's shared resources to purchase a New Year's gift for his grandfather. Therefore, even if Gao Feng could use the Gao family's resources, he still wanted to pay for this jade-textured green elm from his own little vault. As a direct line descendant of a prestigious family, since a young age, be it Gao Feng's birthday or New Year's, the seniors would always shower him with plenty of great gifts. Therefore, Gao Feng's little vault was rather ample. In Gao Feng's opinion, if he used the family shared resources to trade for this completely jade-textured green elm, he would be lacking in filial piety. Gao Feng asked carefully, "Brother, I wonder what are you planning to trade this completely jade-textured green elm for?" Lin Yuan responded with a sunshine smile. Lin Yuan enjoyed dealing with people like Gao Feng, who wouldn't try to beat around the bush. Therefore, Lin Yuan went straight to the point and spoke of his plan. "I wish to have a scorching elemental shellfish." Once Lin Yuan said his terms, Gao Feng's expression immediately turned bitter. "Brother, the price of a scorching elemental shellfish isn't as low as an infant elemental shellfish. Even if you have 3 pieces of the same quality jade-textured green elm, you will never be able to trade for 1 scorching elemental shellfish. Elemental shellfish mutations required pure spirit kai to nourish. In order to obtain that trace of very pure spirit kai to mutate an elemental shellfish, even class 4 creation masters would need to use plenty of spiritual ingredients and other costs to do so. Therefore, any mutated elemental shellfish had a price that was incomparable with infant elemental shellfish. Previously, when Gao Feng had used 4 infant elemental shellfish from the Gao family to trade for the bronze epic Fei, it had already attracted attention from plenty of people in the family. As for elemental shellfish, even though the Gao family was prestigious and wealthy enough, it still wasn't something that anyone could make use of so easily. However, when the Gao family saw that Gao Feng had traded for a bronze epic yellow spring lily, no one else had said anything. Nonetheless, to use a scorching elemental shellfish to trade for this completely jade-textured green elm was something that Gao Feng couldn't decide on his own, even if he treated Lin Yuan as a friend. And also considering friendship and value. After hearing Gao Feng's response, Lin Yuan roughly knew of Gao Feng's bottom line. He immediately said, "I can use 3 pieces of the same quality jade-textured green elm to trade with 1 infant elemental shellfish." When Lin Yuan gave the proposal, Gao Feng, who was going to refuse, was now in a dilemma again. The price just happened to be in between Gao Feng's gray area where he could accept or refuse. In Gao Feng's opinion, this was a price that he could choose to trade or not. However, Gao Feng didn't have any infant elemental shellfish right now. Also, if he wanted to obtain one, he would need to use some favors and connections. Finally, Gao Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother, you have been trading for infant elemental shellfish. Do you need a singly tribute elemental shellfish to nurture phase?" For such deals where it was in between the gray area, a descendant of a prestigious family like Gao Feng would normally refuse. After all, if there was no profit or too little profit, it was the same as working hard for nothing. But it was different if Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as a friend. Gao Feng always had one principle: always offer help to people he defined as friends. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and nodded. "That's right. I really need the elemental shellfish to nurture phase." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Gao Feng immediately said, "Brother, our Gao family doesn't have any more infant elemental shellfish. But I should be able to obtain one. Once I obtain an infant elemental shellfish, I will inform you. By then, we can make the trade." Gao Feng was very sincere, and Lin Yuan nodded in response. It seemed like when Gao Feng said that the Gao family was only left with 4 infant elemental shellfish, it wasn't just an excuse. They were really left with only 4 infant elemental shellfish. However, if Gao Feng, the only direct line descendant of the Gao family, used his connections, it wouldn't be impossible to obtain an infant elemental shellfish. This was something that Lin Yuan was incomparable with Gao Feng. Although Lin Yuan's resource chain had yet to be fully established, Gao Feng was now also considered part of Lin Yuan's resource chain. Earlier on, when Lin Yuan had asked to trade for a scorching elemental shellfish, he wanted to test out Gao Feng's bottom line. If Gao Feng was really willing to use the scorching elemental shellfish to trade with Lin Yuan by asking for more resources, Lin Yuan wouldn't have agreed. The purer the spirit Kai used when mutating the elemental shellfish, the purer the pearls the scorching elemental shellfish would be able to produce. For a fey like the scorching elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan was willing to personally mutate an infant elemental shellfish. After all, the purity of Spirit Kai and the Spirit Lock spatial zone wasn't something that creation masters could produce even with the concoction of spirit fluid. Not even the Class 5 creation master, Bamboo Monarch, would be able to achieve the same results. Therefore, only when Lin Yuan mutated the scorching elemental shellfish himself would allow for the best pearls. Chapter 300 Redthorn's Fated Opportunity to Upgrade into a Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan's Diamond Fey storage box had a total of 4 completely jade-textured green elm wood blocks. When Lin Yuan stored precious wood inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he would put in 4 blocks for each of the precious woods. He had already evenly allocated space on the 2 giant platane wood racks. With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, the 3 remaining jade-textured green elm were taken out of the Diamond Fey storage box. Apart from the 3 agreed blocks, I still have 1 more block of jade-textured green elm. All 4 of these green elm blocks can be used to create beds, couches, dining tables, and other big items. When Gao Feng saw Lin Yuan bringing out 3 more of the completely jade-textured green elm, the joy on his face had already leaked out. The jade-textured green elm had a very strong function to nurture vitality. If they could be used to create beds and couches, it would be simply too suitable for his grandfather. Gao Feng would never dare to imagine using the completely jade-textured green elm to create beds and couches in the past. At the same time, Gao Feng was rather touched because Lin Yuan's action now was to return the favor. Gao Feng viewed friends with great importance, and he would definitely help people who he defined as friends. However, when making a friend, the most terrifying thing was when he made contributions, but the other party ignored it. Gao Feng never expected that when he was merely helping out Lin Yuan with a small favor, just like a stalk of weed, Lin Yuan would actually turn back to give him an entire elm tree. In fact, on Lin Yuan's side, he also had his own principles. With his 2 lifetimes of experiences, Lin Yuan understood many logics. In this world, apart from family emotions, all other emotions were mutual. Therefore, when receiving kindness from others, Lin Yuan would never accept without reciprocating. Gao Feng looked at the 4 blocks of completely jade-textured green elm that were emitting green jade-like luster. He felt rather touched and said, "Brother, just tell me, what do you wish to trade with the 4th block of jade-textured green elm?" In Gao Feng's opinion, having an additional block of jade-textured green elm to create a bed or couch for his grandfather as a gift was simply great news. "If you wish to trade for this 4th block, then just provide me a mid-grade strange flame." This huge block of completely jade-textured green elm was fundamentally more precious than the flower brocade pearls. Therefore, when Lin Yuan asked to have a mid-grade strange flame, he was actually returning the favor to Gao Feng. After all, Gao Feng only decided to trade with Lin Yuan because the latter really needed the elemental shellfish. On the other hand, Lin Yuan also wanted to obtain more mid-grade strange flames. He would then feed all these mid-grade strange flames to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and see if Chinese quality could upgrade from fantasy I to fantasy Roman 2. Gao Feng only had one feeling right now. He felt that Lin Yuan was truly a brother. If Gao Feng wasn't afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't be willing, he would have already pulled Lin Yuan to become sworn brothers. During the meal, Gao Feng and Lin Yuan decided to trade the 4 blocks of jade-textured green elm with 30 bundles of mid-grade strange flames. After the meal, Gao Feng impatiently returned to Wind Mist City. Originally, Gao Feng planned to stay for another 2 days, but since the trade had been settled, Gao Feng wanted to use his capability to obtain an infant elemental shellfish. After returning from the restaurant, Lin Yuan went to the Mother of Bloodbath's room to look for it. He then handed over the soft pastries to the Mother of Bloodbath. As a foodie, after the Mother of Bloodbath was given a recommendation, it had been yearning for the pastries in Wind Mist City. It currently had this pleasantly surprised feeling when Lin Yuan suddenly brought some for her. When the Mother of Bloodbath received the pastry box, it shook it a little to measure the weight, and its eyes lit up. From the weight and the size of the box, there must be plenty of food inside, and it would probably last a while. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was most intrigued by the beautiful appearances of these soft pastries from Wind Mist City. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that Redthorn, which had been hibernating in the leaf-shaped face storage box, had awakened. He then immediately summoned Redthorn. When Redthorn was summoned, it immediately extended out the thornless vine and wrapped it around Lin Yuan's hand. He took a red ribbon out of his diamond face storage box and tied a butterfly knot on the thornless vine. Redthorn had constantly been evolving, and its intelligence was also constantly getting better. Previously, Redthorn had a 1 or 2-year-old toddler's intelligence and could only express simple emotions. Now, Redthorn's intelligence was close to that of a 4-year-old child. Redthorn already wanted to beautify itself. Therefore, every time Lin Yuan summoned Redthorn, he would help to tie a red ribbon on the thornless vine. In the beginning, the red ribbon would always be torn by other thorny vines. But soon enough, as long as Redthorn didn't get involved in combat, the red ribbon wouldn't be destroyed. It also subtly stated that Redthorn's control of its vines was constantly getting stronger. Now that Redthorn was awake, the acid corrosion queen bee, which had a set expression previously, was now happily flying and dancing around Redthorn's mouth of relinquish. It seemed like the saying was true indeed. A bootlicker never knows how to feel tired because it is now a habit. Every time the Mother of Bloodbath saw Redthorn, it would be surprised. It could see that Redthorn was now at Bronze X epic. The Mother of Bloodbath noticed that Lin Yuan had some worries as he looked at Redthorn. Thus, it asked, "Are you fretting about how to upgrade the quality?" The Mother of Bloodbath muttered for a moment and said, "Since your source-type lifeform is a plant, then you might be able to find a fated opportunity in the depths of endless forest." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Do you mean a fated opportunity to upgrade Redthorn's quality?" Lin Yuan might be asking, but he already had an answer in his heart. If it wasn't the case, the Mother of Bloodbath wouldn't have asked why he was fretting and would give such a response. Therefore, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement. The Mother of Bloodbath saw the excitement. Its normally cold expression had a delighted smile as it said, "That's right, but I cannot guarantee if it will succeed." Chapter 301 3rd page Eternal Sen. The Mother of Bloodbath suddenly looked out of the window toward the north, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in its eyes. It turned its head and said, 3 more days. I'll slightly prepare in these 3 days. We'll leave on time in the morning 3 days later. In the past few days, the most miserable person was certainly Crow. Its emotions had been changing dramatically. At first, Crow's emotions were mainly a mix of anger due to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's theft and fear due to messing up Lord 7th Page War's mission. However, the anger due to the theft of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had been dominant. Gradually, Crow no longer had the mood to pay attention to the anger due to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's theft, which could allow it to have the chance to promote to Myth Roman 3. This was because its mind had been completely overtaken by fear. At that moment, Crow kneeled on the ground in the room as indefinable fear suppressed it on the ground, causing it unable to move. This pressure contained an extremely strong desolate intent. When a voice of pity and mockery sounded, the table in front of Crow, which was on its knees, was placed with a pot of golden thorn apple in full bloom. Chanter Crow, as one of the 8 pages and the Lord of the Tower of War, I've never seen such a foolish person who can't even get such a trivial thing done. How useless. When the voice said how useless, that desolate intent instantly rose to the peak. Crow actually had a kind of feeling that it could crush its own life into crumbs at any time. Besides this aura, the words how useless from Lord 7th Page War terrified Crow. If Crow had not reached pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2, it would have been scared out of its wits. As a chanter, Crow could only have access to the lead chanter under the Tower of War's Lord 7th Page War. This mission was its first time being directly assigned by Lord 7th Page War. Although Crow was not qualified to understand 7th Page War, it also knew his principle of handling things. For Lord 7th Page War, those who were useful would live, those who were useless would die. From the words how useless, Crow knew that he wanted to kill itself. It knew that if it could not fight for a chance to live, then only death would await it. Even though 7th Page War was not in the Radiance Federation, but the Tower of War, which was far away from the Radiance Federation, it would be really easy for him to kill it. One word from him, and the entire Tower of War and the Tower Cannon would attack it. Lord 7th Page War, I exposed nothing. I've already taken care of the matter regarding the sea. You've taken care of it. Even the 8 pages of the Tower Cannon have not decided among themselves whether or not to go in the sea. Yet you actually said you've taken care of it. When did a mere chanter like you to decide about the Tower Cannon's matters? Crow immediately knew it had said the wrong thing in a hurry, so it quickly explained as it trembled. Lord 7th Page War, I've prepared for the matter regarding the sea. Because of the change in your foolish plan, I order you to go and replace the sacred source item placed in the sea with 5 source type items. Then, bring that sacred source item back to the Tower of War. Before Crow could respond, a cold snort sounded beside its ear. Since the matter on the land has been exposed, there is no more possibility of implementing the plan on the land within the Radiance Federation. Therefore, if you make any more mistakes regarding the sea, I'll send you to 3rd Page Eternal Sin. Upon hearing 3rd Page Eternal Sin, Crow was so scared that it only knew how to kowtow and plead for mercy. After doing so for a day and a night, while it was kowtowing, that golden thorn apple in full bloom withered. Crow did not dare to look up. After it kowtowed and kneeled on the ground for 3 days, only then did it dare to look up. However, when Crow looked up and found the golden thorn apple had withered, it immediately looked livid. At the same time, a crazy decision flashed in its eyes. Just as it just saw that withering thorn apple, it knew that only when it reached myth Roman 3 and proved it was useful could it then have the possibility of surviving. Crow looked through the half-opened window in the direction of the depths of the endless forest with its cruel, ruthless, and crazy gaze. When Lin Yuan returned to his room in the guest house, he quickly entered the spirit-lock spatial zone. He was ready to take care of the 100 mid-grade strange flames that had already been sent over by Ostrich Logistics and exchanged through the blind trade of 10 flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan had been in the spirit-lock spatial zone feeding the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree those mid-grade strange flames, which was not a trouble for him. For the entire day, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree could store fire. It meant that it could absorb the mid-grade strange flames through its roots and store them in the golden leaves on its branches. Each golden leaf could store a kind of strange flame. These hundreds of mid-grade strange flames were of various types. Each of them had its own characteristics, and even their flame color was also strange. These different flame colors made Lin Yuan dizzy. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's golden leaves would change into the color of that stored mid-grade strange flame. After its roots absorbed these 100 mid-grade strange flames, Lin Yuan found that the tip of the tree was like a beautiful aurora formed by a bunch of leaves of various colored flames. Nearly 100 flame colors circulated between the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves and gathered toward the bird's nest that Chimey was resting in. Ever since Chimey had been resting on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, it had almost always been in a state of slumber. Lin Yuan knew that Chimey was absorbing the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's energy that could promote its quality. The 7-colored aura-like flame color reached Chimey's body through the bird's nest and circulated on it. It was as if Chimey was resting on the 7-colored aurora. Lin Yuan did not dare to guarantee that the energy from these 100 mid-grade strange flames could promote Chimey from fantasy I to fantasy Roman 2. Nonetheless, he had exchanged the 4th completely jade-textured green elm with Gao Feng for 30 mid-grade strange flames. After sensing Chimey's state, Lin Yuan thought that it should be enough. Chapter 302 should be good if you make them into soup. Shortly after Gao Feng returned to Wind Mist City, he sent over the infant elemental shellfish and 30 mid-grade strange flames to Lin Yuan through ostrich logistics. When Gao Feng returned to the Gao family, Lin Yuan had let him bring back the 4 completely jade-textured pieces of green elm. Lin Yuan could feel that Gao Feng wanted to become friends with him, so he had a mind of befriending him as well. When Lin Yuan was thinking about forming his guild club's main team, he had thought of Gao Feng, his contracted gold fantasy breed breeze hibiscus, 2 spirit spring lilies, and the yellow spring lily were enough to take up all the responsibilities of soft support for a pure support spirit Kai professional like Gao Feng. Coupled with the fact that the main role of the spirit spring lilies and the breeze hibiscus was to restore Fei's spiritual power, it could be said that Gao Feng's support ability had an extremely strong effect on his contracted red thorn or Liu Jai's contracted insect queen. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Gao Feng was a power bank with a huge battery capacity. Although he had little attacking abilities, a power bank's battery life was much more useful in a team than a healing-type spirit Kai professional to some extent. Lin Yuan would not find another healing-type spirit Kai professional for the guild club's main team that he had established because he could take up the role of one. However, he had never seen Gao Feng's strength before. Furthermore, even though he had thoughts to establish his own guild club, he had not yet specifically done so yet. He did indeed have some thoughts about Gao Feng. Lin Yuan fed the 30 mid-grade strange flames to the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. Then he used the same method he had used to enhance the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish. He induced this new infant elemental shellfish mutation into a scorching elemental shellfish through a very ordinary bronze fire element spiritual material. This scorching elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls rich in fire elements, which could provide enough fire element energy to the immature lifeform sacrificial fire that was being bred by the twin red pagoda's main flower. The scorching elemental shellfish now finally could be put to use. That way, Lin Yuan only needed to wait quietly to be able to wait for a new lifeform sacrificial fire. As long as Chimey woke up from its slumber, he could be promoted from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman II. Lin Yuan did not intend to keep this new lifeform sacrificial fire just in case like the matured lifeform sacrificial fire. The lifeform sacrificial fire contained a powerful vitality. Lin Yuan probably wanted to use a flame like the lifeform sacrificial fire to grill the fruit tree. He would be able to release the natural fruit sweetness with vitality from the fruit tree. He felt that he could entirely build a fireplace in the mansion and put the lifeform sacrificial fire in it to grill the completely jade-textured fruit tree. The fruit fragrance that was full of vitality would certainly add a different touch to the winter in the mansion. If other experts learned of Lin Yuan's idea, they would probably make the first move to beat up Lin Yuan with the risk of being hunted down by the Moon Empress. Using the lifeform's sacrificial fire that is ranked 7th among the world's fire element spiritual materials to light the fireplace. Don't be so extravagant. Don't go overboard. Lin Yuan was casually sorting his resources and accumulating reserves. On the other hand, the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room on Star Web had blown up. The Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had gone missing for more than a month without live streaming. This time, its disappearance had been much longer than the last time, which was a tragedy for its fans. Of course, the most upset would be Radiance 100 Sequence 87 Lore Ranger. Bai Hao had no appetite to eat, nor had he slept well during this month. As a result, he had lost more than 5 kg. If it were not for the fact that the S tournament had already started, and Bai Hao needed to pull himself together and participate in the S tournament, he probably could have lost weight from 62.5 kg to below 50 kg. Lin Yuan went to bed early at night. He was full of expectations for tomorrow. Lin Yuan did not know much about the opportunity that could help his Redthorn evolve from epic to legend the Mother of Bloodbath had mentioned. However, if Redthorn could really evolve, it could fuse with the willpower rune and become a fantasy breed. The next morning, Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath ate the breakfast that the grandfather and grandmother of the guest house had prepared with great enthusiasm. Then they embarked on their journey to Endless Forest's depths to find the opportunity to evolve Redthorn into a fantasy breed. This time, Lin Yuan booked a diamond divine travel black swallow from Starweb. According to the mother of Bloodbath, the endless forest's depths location was somewhat far away. It was now less than a month away from New Year's. Since Lin Yuan had decided to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to spend the year with his master, the Moon Empress, he had to hurry on the road. It was more uncomfortable sitting on the diamond divine travel black swallow, but it was more than 10 times faster. The mother of Bloodbath took on a human form and stood on the divine travel black swallow's back to show it the way. Suddenly, the mother of Bloodbath turned and looked at Lin Yuan before saying, "Do you think that an avian fae like this divine travel black swallow that has more bone than meat is more delicious, as a dry pot with pepper and salt, or a smoked cold dish?" Before Lin Yuan could react, he felt the divine travel black swallow below him suddenly tremble. He quickly soothed the divine travel black swallow and replied to the mother of Bloodbath, "Don't make such jokes in the sky." Then Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and whispered, "I don't think either of these is good. They should be good if you make them into soup." When the divine travel black swallow had trembled just now, the mother of Bloodbath had released its suzerain myth Roman 2 aura and made the diamond divine travel black swallow travel in the designated direction. The divine travel black swallow did not dare to blame it on the mother of Bloodbath, but after hearing Lin Yuan say that it was suitable to be made into soup, it quietly half-erected the feathers under Lin Yuan's butt, causing great discomfort to him. After flying for some time, the mother of Bloodbath transformed into a once-in-time-sized red crystal spider and lay down on the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box Lin Yuan was wearing. When it was not going to eat gourmet food, the mother of Bloodbath clearly preferred its original form. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling Red Thorn's state and the 2 willpower runes properties in the spiritual spatial zone. He made a decision without hesitation. Chapter 303 Gru's Phase. Lin Yuan decided to let Redthorn use the willpower rune that contained vitality in destruction to allow it to become a fantasy breed. He felt that after Redthorn had become more and more dependent on spawning the Sea of Flowers to fight, this willpower rune that he had comprehended from the extreme massacre was becoming more and more incompatible with it because this willpower rune contained a sudden sense of eruption and that feeling of destruction. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the sudden sense of eruption was more suitable for power offense phase that mainly focused on single target attacks. This willpower rune that contained vitality in the destruction was actually also suitable for Redthorn, so he chose this among the 2. When they arrived at the mother of Bloodbath's designated location, the diamond divine travel black swallow stopped at the empty space deep in the endless forest. After Lin Yuan jumped off the divine travel black swallow's back, it acted as if it was afraid of being made into a soup with salt and pepper by the mother of Bloodbath. It flew away in a whoosh. When the mother of Bloodbath arrived in the depths of endless forest, it turned into human form and said to Lin Yuan, "This place is very suitable for creation masters to do wild harvesting. While you do so, we can hurry on our journey. If we could fly at high altitude here, we could even let the divine travel black swallow fly further." Lin Yuan was a little unsure and asked, "Why can't we fly at high altitude here?" The mother of Bloodbath recalled fondly and replied, "Because she doesn't like having anything flying above her." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately knew what the mother of Bloodbath meant. It seemed that she should be a suzerain myth breed fae. Only such faes could be qualified to set rules that other faes would respect in the depths of this endless forest. The mother of Bloodbath looked down at the ground and pushed aside the layer of snow. It suddenly bent down, picked a weed-like plant, gave it to Lin Yuan, and said, "There are many gifted faes here. This wild orchid is hidden really deep. It actually knows how to make itself grow shorter among the weeds to let the weeds cover itself up." Lin Yuan looked at the wild weed-like orchid in its hand. After using true data, he found that this was actually a precious orchid fae called Dragon's Mouth Orchid. This Dragon's Mouth Orchid was much more precious than the white jade snow orchid that Lin Yuan had nurtured. It bloomed huge flowers just like a dragon's tongue. The only function of the bloomed flowers was to definitely stimulate a fae containing the dragon species bloodline once. It could be said that these flowers were very suitable for the spirit gather goldfish, Blackie. It had awakened the rare dragon species bloodline in its body when it was promoted to bronze. Its dragon species bloodline had not changed ever since. During this period, Blackie had been eating the butterfly shells to increase the possibility of awakening its dragon species bloodline, but there had been no significant effect. Nevertheless, after Lin Yuan cultivated this dragon's mouth orchid's grade, Blackie's dragon species bloodline could be activated once again with its blooming flowers. The dragon species bloodline was divided into the ancient dragon species and the flood dragon species. Looking at the spirit gather goldfish current appearance, it was clear that its dragon species bloodline was awakening toward the flood dragon species. As for how far its dragon species bloodline could be stimulated, Lin Yuan was not sure. However, if the spirit gather goldfish dragon species bloodline could be strengthened again, then when it became a fantasy breed, there was a great possibility for it to take a leap across species. It could evolve into a dragon species from a fish species. But this was very slim. The mother of bloodbath said to Lin Yuan, "Given our current speed, we should still have to walk for 2 more days. You can do wild harvesting as you wish in these 2 days." As a fae, the mother of bloodbath understood very well that a fae would most likely be sold to an expert with a willpower rune after getting nurtured in Lin Yuan's hands. This was a great opportunity to phase. The mother of bloodbath remembered its own arduous journey down the road for so many years. It could not help but be a little envious of the contracted phase that could rely on the willpower runes from humans. For the past few days, Lin Yuan had obtained more gains for his wild harvesting than the other time in the endless forest with Fang Duoduo, Xin Ying, and the others. However, the plant phase he had picked this time were less. After all, it had snowed, and many plant phase hiding under the snow layer were not easily found. Lin Yuan did not pick any phase that could evolve into auspicious phase like the dragon phoenix landscape carp. Being able to pick such auspicious phase was purely based on luck. Among those other phase he had picked, a few of them were better than the mist flame dragonflies in terms of quality. These wild harvested phase were enough for Lin Yuan to use for a long time. One of the most pleasant surprises for Lin Yuan was a 50-centimeter tall avian fae with a wingspan of more than a meter. This avian fae was gray and looked very ugly. When Lin Yuan first saw it, he thought it was some other bird that other faes had wounded. But at a closer look, he found that this avian fae was not simple. There was a trace of a gruz fae in this gray avian fae. Actually, thanks to true data, Lin Yuan found that this avian fae was actually a gruz fae. And it was a young one. It had to be known that among all avian faes, gruz and peafowl faes were the least seen, but the gruz faes were actually rarer than the peafowl faes. The gruz faes represented longevity and good fortune, so they were known as a first-class bird. True data showed that this gray gruz fae in front of Lin Yuan was so ugly because its genes could not be fully revealed due to the lack of spirit chi. It could be said that this gray gruz fae was in a situation where its genetic model could not develop due to the lack of spirit chi. In the case that almost the genetic model had not undergone development and was not shown, Morbius true data could not precisely determine which kind of species of gruz fae it was. Therefore, Lin Yuan put this gruz fae into his diamond fae storage box first. He intended to wait until the end of this trip before taking it to the spirit lock spatial zone, and let its genetic model develop to restore its original appearance through the huge and pure spiritual power. However, Lin Yuan had some regrets, as he did not find a defensa-type face suitable for Shizu. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath's expression suddenly changed. It smelled a familiar, dark, and stinky smell. Chapter 304 I couldn't win you even if I didn't sneak attack you. Lin Yuan noticed that the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded stern. I smell a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 fae in front. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan did not really understand what the mother of bloodbath meant. Although the possibility of such faes appearing in the depths of the endless forest was very low, it was still possible. However, Lin Yuan frowned. He had heard the mother of bloodbath mention before that this area should be a suzerain myth breed phase territory. Otherwise, it would not have forbidden flying in the air. After a fae reached suzerain, no matter what species it was, they would have an extremely strong sense of territory. Except for some faes used to living together as a family, Like the Mandarin duck phase, few suzerain phase would live together in a territory. The temperament and living habits of suzerain myth breed phase were different. Thus, the rules within the territory of each suzerain myth breed fae were different as well. Since the mother of Bloodbath was aware of the suzerain fae in this territory, the aura of the pinnacle suzerain myth Roman II fae that it had mentioned just now was clearly not the one that the mother of Bloodbath was familiar with. The mother of Bloodbath cautiously said in a cold voice, "This pinnacle suzerain myth Roman II fae's aura contains a dark and stinky smell. It's the same as the smell of the myth breed fae back in the dimensional rift." Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan immediately knew how serious it was. The mother of Bloodbath looked very grim now, and it was in a bit of a dilemma. Although the mother of Bloodbath was also a suzerain myth Roman II fae, it had just reached myth Roman II. If it really fought against a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman II fae, the mother of Bloodbath did not dare to say that it would definitely be its match. The mother of Bloodbath did not care about its own safety, but it now had Lin Yuan as a party involved in the battle. The mother of Bloodbath was simply unable to ensure Lin Yuan's safety while fighting. When Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath's expression, he smiled brightly and revealed his white teeth. He immediately took a wooden token out of the diamond face storage box, cupped it in his hands, and said, "My master gave me this. She said that when I use this source type extreme token, I can immediately release a one-time moonlight domain." The mother of Bloodbath's expression immediately relaxed. With this trump card on hand, Lin Yuan would use the moonlight domain engraved within this extreme token when he was in danger. Under the moonlight domain's protection, probably nobody could hurt Lin Yuan in this world. The last time Lin Yuan had helped the mother of Bloodbath survive the world cleansing, it had been akin to giving it a new lease of life. In the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, it was not only Lin Yuan's path protector, but he was also its benefactor. In peril, the mother of Bloodbath was willing to protect him with its life. At that moment, Lin Yuan only felt the white snow on the ground under his feet instantly melt into the soil. Then the land became barren in the blink of an eye. The fertile land in the depths of the endless forest lost all its nutrients. It turned into a dry land without nutrients and was covered in ravines. Then, a desperate and furious shout sounded. "You actually plotted against me while I was breaking through. I'm going to make you pay for this with your life." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could sense a desperation in that voice as if its way had been blocked, as well as the anger of being brutally hurt with ruthless methods. A brash, malicious peal of laughter echoed. This voice sounded a little like the sound of scraping a blackboard with fingernails, sharp and hoarse. Although this voice spoke the human language, when Lin Yuan heard this voice, he immediately sensed it was unique from a kind of avian fae. This voice belonged to that dark-type suzerain myth breed avian fae that the mother of Bloodbath had said its aura had appeared in the controlled class 3-dimensional rift. If it were to be said that Chimy's voice was extremely pleasant among the avian faes, then Lin Yuan really could not think of a more unpleasant voice than this avian fae. "If it wasn't because you were evolving into myth Roman III, I couldn't beat you even without sneak attacking you." It sounded very insolent, but there was some shamelessness of a weak mentality. As early as when it heard that shout, the mother of Bloodbath's expression had turned very ugly. At that moment, the insolence in that unpleasant voice unique of an avian face slowly turned vicious. "You just used the willpower rune to communicate with heaven and earth to prepare to experience the world cleansing. The world cleansing is coming soon. I took out your tree core at this time. With your tree core and the world grace that will descend after you survive the world cleansing, it should be enough for me to break through my current quality." When Lin Yuan heard that, he knew things were bad. Even though having their tree core ripped out was not as bad as dying immediately like an animal having their heart ripped out, plant phase would be akin to losing all their energy essence without the tree core. Although they might be able to recondense the tree core after a long period of recuperation, the plant phase grade would remain the same during that period. Also, they would continue to be in a weakened state of having damaged roots. Take the cinnabar sweet osmanthus as an example. In order to produce a new tree core, it had always been absorbing the huge amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. But even after such a long time, its tree core still had not yet been condensed. On the contrary, the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus had regained its health. It was absorbing a huge amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and slowly growing. The mother of bloodbath ground its teeth. While its expression turned cold, full of worry, it transformed into a palm-sized red spider and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Lin Yuan, I've withdrawn all of my aura. Take me nearby carefully. Upon sensing the anxiety in the mother of bloodbath's tone, Lin Yuan immediately understood what it meant. The mother of bloodbath was going to sneak attack the avian fae. After all, it was a fae that was good at assassination. Only when suddenly sneaking an attack could the mother of bloodbath show its full strength. It could even double its killing power during an unexpected moment. Lin Yuan quickly walked forward and held the source-type extreme token tightly in his palm. Chapter 305 A Change of Color in the World. Lin Yuan held the source-type extreme token tightly in his palm. He could immediately release the moonlight domain inside with a little force when he encountered danger. In the endless forest this time, he did not let the source-type source sand create sand underground in large quantities. If the source sand did so recklessly in the depths of the endless forest, it would attract the attention of the high-grade phase within. Powerful phase even inhabited the land beneath the endless forest. If it created sand recklessly in such a natural environment in the wild, it would really be no different from having a death wish. The mother of bloodbath had intended to rather sacrifice itself to protect Lin Yuan when facing danger. However, after knowing he had the Moon Empress extreme token, if it were to really fight with the suzerain myth breed fae, the mother of bloodbath would not need to worry about Lin Yuan's safety anymore. Perhaps, when Lin Yuan crushed the extreme token in the event of a perilous situation, he could protect himself and even save the mother of bloodbath. At the same time, the mother of bloodbath told Lin Yuan to make his way there, because he was now at best only a crank spirit kai professional, so his aura was very weak. Moving in the depths of the endless forest would not attract that suzerain myth Roman 2 dark-type avian phase attention. Before he could get close, Lin Yuan saw a nearly 30-meter-tall beautiful tree. It was not conspicuous in the endless forest's depths, where the average tree height was 50 meters. But when Lin Yuan saw what this tree looked like, he was shocked. He felt as if he was in a dreamy scene and saw a tree so beautiful that it felt dreamy. This tree looked a bit like a banyan tree, but it had countless pink and purple hydrangea-like flowers unlike a banyan tree. Each of these hydrangea-like flowers was made up of small flowers. The pink-purple color gently clumped together and blossomed among the tree branches. The tree branches were draped with many vines that were covered with bunches of flowers formed by hydrangeas and emitted a lustrous pink-purple glow. At that moment, a not-so-small triangular hole emerged on the tree trunk. This hole looked as if it had been pecked through hard by a bird's beak. Dark-type energy was slowly eroding the tree trunk on the hole. The center of the trunk where the tree core was had also been hollowed. Although this plant's suzerain myth breed fae was rapidly condensing vitality, trying to fill in the wound on the trunk and the tree core that had been taken away. The dark-type energy and the vitality attempting to fill in the hole caused a mutually erosive effect. A woman clad in a pink and purple silk dress was covering her heart under the tree with these pink-purple hydrangea-like flowers. She angrily looked at the middle-aged man in the air, who was holding an emerald green crystal tree core. Lin Yuan could sense a strong dark-type energy from that middle-aged man. This smell was the same as the ink-colored essence blood that the mother of bloodbath had given him, as well as the smell on the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. However, this middle-aged man with triangular scars at the corners of his eyes only had a somewhat similar aura as the middle-aged man who had sneak-attacked Lin Yuan in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. He had no similarities in other areas. This middle-aged man's aura was much stronger than the middle-aged man in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. This was Lin Yuan's first time meeting a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 enemy face-to-face. Even though the woman clad in the pink and purple silk dress below the tree was full of anger, she emitted an indescribable benevolence. Although she looked very young, the drooping arc under the corner of her eyes was like pitying all the surrounding creatures. She should be the human form of this suzerain myth breed plant fae. Even though plant faes could transform into human form at suzerain myth Roman 2, since their roots grew underground. Those plant faes that relied on their roots to absorb nutrients from the land were unable to move their roots easily. Therefore, in a way, moving their roots was an act that damaged their roots. Even if they could transform into a human form at suzerain myth Roman 2, they did so with the huge spiritual energy within them. Furthermore, their human form also could not be too far from their body. When they reached myth Roman 3, not only could they transform into a human form with their spiritual energy, but they could also transform into a human form with their bodies like animal phase and integrate into human society. A pink-purple law rune hovered over that 30-meter-tall suzerain myth breed plant phase head with a tree full of flowers. This law rune was just like the continuous fusion of pink and purple petals, forming a petal-like law rune. It was different from the blood power contained in the Mother of Bloodbath's red crystal-like law rune. This pink-purple petal-like law rune was emitting a different yet similar kind of power to spiritual energy. If it were to be said that spiritual energy was the power from the head, the power emitted by this pink-purple petal-like law rune was a kind of power from the mind. Such a power was the power of enlightenment that seemed to be able to give wisdom to something or make something enlightened. Lin Yuan suddenly understood what the opportunity in the depths of the endless forest the Mother of Bloodbath had mentioned was. The power this plant's law rune emitted could raise Redthorn's quality. At that moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky. This hole was as if the calm dark blue sky had suddenly collapsed, and all the blue color was flowing toward the hole. Brownish color with the aura of destruction also poured out from this hole. Upon seeing the change of events, Lin Yuan understood that the world cleansing should be coming. A moment after the sky collapsed with the arrival of the world cleansing, that brownish color with the aura of destruction burned up half of the sky. The power of that brownish flame containing destruction concentrated on the plant's suzerain myth breed face head. The triangular-shaped scar under the corner of the pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 dark-type avian phase eyes appeared particularly sinister. Chapter 306 Fallen Myth. Crow looked at that woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe and said heartlessly, "I hope you can survive the world cleansing before you die. If you can't, I can help you do so. Otherwise, I won't be able to obtain the world grace after the world cleansing." Just as Crow laughed maniacally and was almost non-vigilant, a red crystal-like blood-red law rune floated above the Mother of Bloodbath. A peculiar, pleasant, and eerie voice sounded. The blood law. Use blood as a blade, and use the blade to pierce through the heart. As the Mother of Bloodbath's terrifying voice resounded, the desperate and furious woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe under the tree suddenly revealed surprise and sorrow on her face. When Lin Yuan saw such emotions, his heart tightened suddenly for some reason. Although such emotions seemed complicated, the meaning was very simple. It was the surprise of seeing her friend and the grief of her imminent fall. At the same time, Crow's miserable scream rang out in the air. This scream was unusually mournful, as if it had endured some great pain. Crow's body seemed to suddenly wrinkle up, and the location of its heart looked abnormally swollen. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded again. The blood law. The heart and blood are as one with the blade, and myriad blades will repel and dissolve. Crow's wrinkled human body trembled violently. It was as if something would break out of its body at any moment. The Mother of Bloodbath's blood law rune's power and energy completely displayed itself without a trace of restraint. When Crow sensed the blood law rune's energy, its expression instantly became complicated. Anger and resentment filled its mind. It now only wanted to attack the Mother of Bloodbath with all its might and kill it. The woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe did not bother with the world cleansing that was pouring down from the sky. Instead, she chose to take back her pink-purple petal-like law rune. A kind, compassionate, and gentle voice suddenly sounded. The Enlightenment Law. Seal the emotions and stop the mind. Immediately after that, the hydrangeas made up of pink and purple flowers all fell from the tree. A rain of flowers splashed as they fell to the ground. Each petal was like a chaotic blade that could cut through the red dust. When this sudden rain of flowers landed on that woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe while she said stop the mind, it instantly landed on Crow. This chaotic rain of red flowers acted as the blade to cut up Crow's skin. Then, the ink-colored blood from Crow's body shot out of the hole cut by the blades. This blood also carried a jelly-like substance that had been churned up. Its heart should have burst due to the blood. However, when the ink-colored blood gushed out, Crow had recovered its mind that had been frozen. But it did not immediately resist. It looked livid instead. Crow knew that it could not hold on any longer. As a pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 Fae, Crow could clearly sense how crippled it was and its life-force loss. However, what Crow really cared about was not this. At that moment, all Crow could think of was that it had yet to get the sacred source item in the sea. Even if it knew that it was about to die, the sense of fear still crept up in its heart. Crow turned from its human form into a black bird less than the size of Lin Yuan's forearm. It was no different from ordinary crows. However, its fur was darker, as if it could melt into the night at any time. Lin Yuan used true data to check this dead pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 Crow's corpse. He realized that this Crow Fae's name was actually Night Calamity Crow. This was Lin Yuan's first time seeing the fall of a suzerain myth breed Fae. Everything had happened in a flash, and the fall of this crow was because the mother of Bloodbath had unexpectedly assassinated it. More importantly, the suzerain myth Roman 3 plant Fae that was going to break through had suddenly made a move. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could also see that given the sudden attack of a power offensive type Fae like the mother of Bloodbath, even in the case of a sneak attack, although the Night Calamity Crow had directly suffered serious injuries, it was not enough to kill it. A pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 Fae had fallen at this moment. But at that moment, the wave-like brownish karmic fire under the world cleansing burned the suzerain myth breed plant Fae's body. Since the woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe had taken back the willpower rune, she was currently unable to resist this world cleansing. The tree branches visibly turned from green into the color of withered and yellow. The mother of Bloodbath hurriedly transformed into its human form and went forward. It picked up the tree core beside the Night Calamity Crow's corpse and threw it to the woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe. Sister Zia, quickly fuse the tree core. It'll help you resist this world cleansing. That woman looked at the mother of Bloodbath with only joy and calmness on her face. I thought I would be able to leave the endless forest to look for you after I broke through to myth Roman 3. But I never thought such a change would happen. Even if I can't leave this forest, I still met you eventually. A sparkling mist gushed out of the mother of Bloodbath's red eyes. It was as if it had seen a weak spider and a young sapling clinging to each other for countless years to survive. The sapling provided a hiding place to the spider and shaded it from the heat, while the spider helped the sapling expel the leaf-eating pests from its body. That young spider and the young sapling supported each other like this. Until one day, the two reached bronze, silver, gold. Finally, they became myth breeds. The mother of Bloodbath had experienced its first world cleansing when it had been promoted to a myth breed, and the Moon Empress had saved it and helped it break through to myth I. In order to repay the favor, it should have probably only stayed in the endless forest or had long turned into a wisp of smoke under the world cleansing. The woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe ignored the world cleansing that was burning her body. More than half of the lustrous leaves and branches had withered in the blazing karmic fire, and even the branches had been burnt, broken, and fallen to the ground, even if the fallen branches looked lifeless. After the withered leaves and short branches landed on the ground, all the other ordinary Faes on the ground madly grew around the withered branches. When her tree core had been dug away, the woman in the palace robe knew that she could not survive this myth Roman 3 world cleansing. Chapter 307 Body Weaponization. For any Fae, even if they were at their prime, they wouldn't dare to say that they would definitely be able to withstand the world cleansing. Furthermore, this woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe was suffering an injury after having her tree core dug out. Lin Yuan looked at the surrounding ground and felt emotional when he saw how there were still plants frenziedly growing. It was said that withered flowers aren't heartless. They will blend with the soil to protect other flowers. Actually, These suzerain myth fays were all pure fays that were nurtured by nature. They comprehended a law rune, allowing them to uphold a trace of law in the world. Lin Yuan saw the mother of bloodbath's sad expression and hesitated before taking a jade box out of the spirit lock spatial zone. It was the box that contained the lifeform sacrificial fire. As soon as the lifeform sacrificial fire appeared and brimmed with vitality, it immediately alerted the mother of bloodbath. It also allowed that palace-robed woman to have new hope that replaced her despair. Earlier on, the palace-robed woman was filled with the sorrow before departure and also trying to put on a strong front. But now, she was truly able to see life and hope in this state of despair. It was all because of this youth who was holding a bundle of grand light that was brimming with warmth and hope. The lifeform sacrificial fire was something that was considered a second life for a plant species Fae. Furthermore, it was a plant species suzerain myth Roman 2 Fae, whose tree core didn't completely shatter yet, and broke through to myth Roman 3. Therefore, a tree core, and this lifeform sacrificial fire was enough for this palace-robed woman to withstand the world cleansing to upgrade to myth Roman 3. Lin Yuan tossed this lifeform sacrificial fire over and said, "Senior, with this lifeform sacrificial fire, you should be able to withstand the myth Roman 3 world cleansing." The woman clad in the pink-purple palace robe stared at the sparkling lifeform sacrificial fire in her hands. Her originally benevolent eyes were now revealing gratitude. The mother of bloodbath's sobbing voice was filled with a pleasantly surprised tone. However, this pleasantly surprised tone had a trace of indescribable warmth. The mother of bloodbath said to the palace-robed woman, "Big Sister Zia, this is the Moon Empress disciple. I am now his path protector. His name is Lin Yuan." The palace-robed woman looked at the lifeform sacrificial fire in her hands before looking at Lin Yuan solemnly and giving him a bow to express her thanks. Subsequently, the palace-robed woman leaped forward and dove in her withering plant body that was within the world cleansing. The withering plant swayed its branches and fused the tree core and the lifeform sacrificial fire into the tree trunk's opening. In a split moment, the suddenly revived plant exuded vitality, and it felt as though it could pierce through the heavens. The withered branches were shed from the trunk and instantly grew new branch sprouts. This entire tree of new leaves felt like it was in midsummer, extremely verdant and thriving at its prime. Due to this enhancement, this suzerain myth tree started to bloom with flowers that were like pink-purple embroidered balls. The embroidered ball-shaped flowers were constantly falling off and would burst out with beautiful hues of red that would spread out in the sky. They were now welcoming the brown-red flames that were descending due to the world cleansing. This world cleansing lasted for 4 hours. Even though the mother of bloodbath offered assistance at the crucial moment, it was finally over after a daunting experience. At the world cleansing, it was time for world grace. The palace-robed woman walked under the hole that was opened up in the sky. A white halo sprinkled down and onto the palace-robed woman. At that moment, the plant that was filled with embroidered ball-shaped flowers was suddenly growing. It grew from a height of 30 meters to nearly 70 meters. When under the world grace, the palace-robed woman activated the law rune. A pink-purple flower petal-shaped law rune landed onto the tree's giant body and started to emit crystal-like ripples. The crystal-like ripples were mixed within the pink-purple halo as though it was bathing in the world's willpower. Finally, the plant, nearly 70-meter-tall plant, was constantly shrinking and finally turned into a delicate flower hoop. The flower hoop was covered in embroidered ball-shaped flowers. If one didn't look carefully, it would look like a green branch decorated with many pink-purple bells. The palace-robed woman caught the flower hoop. After examining it for a moment, she wore it on her wrist. This was a transformation that would certainly happen once a Fae reached suzerain myth Roman 3. It was a transformation called body weaponization. Body weaponization had a literal meaning, and that was for the Fae to change its body into a weapon. This way, when the suzerain myth Fae was in human form, it wouldn't be inferior to its Fae form. When the weapon formed by the body weaponization was working in tandem with the human form, it would produce a stronger power than either the human form or the Fae form. This power was also known as spirit return. It was also because of spirit return that an extremely large chasm was created when a suzerain fae reached myth Roman 3. When a suzerain myth Roman 3 fae was in the spirit return state, it would be able to defeat a suzerain myth Roman 2 fae with ease, because the difference between having spirit return and not was extremely big. It wasn't just a difference of one level. Therefore, suzerain myth faes that could enter the spirit return state would be known as great suzerain. At present, the world cleansing was considered to be at a complete end. The palace-robed woman had officially upgraded to myth Roman 3. The palace-robed woman was looking at Lin Yuan, and subsequently lifted her head to speak with that pink-purple flower-petal-shaped law rune. I, endless summer, take a vow upon the law rune. I shall become a protector for this human who bestowed me with a new life. I shall protect his future ahead and obey his commands. If I violate this vow, my summer shall end. The pink-purple flower-petal-shaped law rune looked as though it took the role of the world's witness, and shot out a pink-purple light onto Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan seemed as though he could see this world much clearer than before. He looked at the hole, where the world cleansing and world grace had descended, before looking at the frenziedly growing plants, which were now in a calm state. The soil that had lost its nutrients had become fertile again. Everything looked like it contained infinite knowledge and wisdom. Lin Yuan felt as though he had that feeling of comprehension again. However, it was so subtle and faint that it was negligible. Lin Yuan scratched his head, and didn't think that he would actually obtain a loyal subject, because he had brought out the life-form sacrificial fire. A plant species suzerain myth Roman 3 fae at that. Chapter 308 Repayment with Life. A protector and a path protector were completely different. The path protector was a role that was a combination of a guardian and a teacher. However, a protector would be the same as vowing loyalty. Like a retainer knight, if retainer knights was a spirit kai professional vowing loyalty to a creation master, then a protector would be a human or fae that possessed a willpower rune and vowing their loyalty to a spirit kai professional. There might be a difference between protectors and path protectors, but their relationships with a spirit kai professional were almost the same. They formed the contract with law runes, and it was firm and reliable. When the mother of Bloodbath saw Endless Summer vowing an oath, she didn't feel there was anything strange. After all, such help during the world cleansing was the same as saving a life. It was already sufficient for a fae to repay with their life. Lin Yuan might have already decided to create his own guild club, but he was constantly thinking toward this idea of a private faction, but didn't take any action. Firstly, it was because the floating island whale had yet to become a fantasy breed, allowing it to become a giant floating island that could support the entire faction. The other reason would be the lack of experts. If Lin Yuan wanted to build his own private faction, apart from being able to produce popular items like the flower brocade pearls and completely jade-textured wood, he would also need a martial force so powerful that it would deter others. The Moon Empress might be Lin Yuan's master, but he didn't wish to rely on her to create his faction. If Lin Yuan relied on the Moon Empress to develop his faction would just be the Radiant Moon Palace's vassal in the eyes of others. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the Mother of Bloodbath might be a pinnacle expert that could support a private faction. However, it was Lin Yuan's path protector and not a member of his private faction. Therefore, Lin Yuan was still hesitant. But now, Lin Yuan's previous worries were no longer existent. With Endless Summer, a suzerain myth Roman 3 fae, vowing her loyalty to him, Lin Yuan's private faction would be able to dominate in terms of martial strength. The palace-robed Endless Summer walked to Lin Yuan's side and made a delicate bow. The benevolent and gentle voice echoed beside Lin Yuan's ears again. Lin Yuan, I will be your protector from now on. I shall humbly take on your orders. Lin Yuan wasn't sure what to do for a moment. Endless Summer was now a suzerain myth Roman 3 fae and was considered an absolute expert in this generation. But when Endless Summer suddenly vowed loyalty, Lin Yuan truly didn't know how he should address Endless Summer. The Mother of Bloodbath saw the situation and said to Lin Yuan seriously, For a fae, the world cleansing is the same as struggling against heaven. You saved her. She vowed her loyalty to you. There is nothing inappropriate. If there is anything, it just means that she owes this to you. After all, There is nothing more important than to continue surviving in this world. After listening to the mother of Bloodbath's explanation, Lin Yuan felt as though he understood how the laws of Faes worked. It was true that to a dying Fae, being rescued meant that the Fae would have many more possibilities in the future. Endless Summer turned around and picked up that dead Night Calamity Crow and handed it to Lin Yuan. This suzerain myth Roman 2 Night Calamity Crow's corpse has quite the value. After speaking, Endless Summer fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. He observed Endless Summer's eyes and could see a trace of feeling as though she was waiting for an acknowledgement. Lin Yuan revealed a sunshine smile and received the Night Calamity Crow's corpse from Endless Summer before saying, "Endless Summer, I shall trouble you from now on." Endless Summer revealed a warm smile in response too. The yearning for acknowledgement in her eyes vanished, but it was now replaced with a look of anticipation to serve him. The smile on the mother of Bloodbath's face never stopped since the moment Lin Yuan took out the lifeform sacrificial fire. The mother of Bloodbath didn't know why it felt as though this sunshine youth always had a kind of magic. As a Fae, the mother of Bloodbath didn't think it would ever trust or acknowledge a human that was so much weaker than her. The mother of Bloodbath had to admit that ever since Lin Yuan had helped it break through to Myth Roman 2, it had already subconsciously acknowledged Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath had been observing as this sunshine youth grew during the past few months. It couldn't help but recall the time it experienced its world cleansing. This youth had stood calmly in the storm and provided a path of survival for her. It felt that Lin Yuan had a trace of silliness. Lin Yuan could be selfish, but he chose not to. Just like how he had taken out the lifeform sacrificial fire earlier, it was also because of Lin Yuan's actions that allowed the mother of Bloodbath to gradually treat Lin Yuan differently from the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was simply the mother of Bloodbath's benefactor. However, the mother of Bloodbath felt that its relationship with Lin Yuan was more like its relationship with Endless Summer, more like a senior, a friend, a family member. The mother of Bloodbath said to Lin Yuan, "Pass me that bottle of essence blood that I gave you previously." Lin Yuan took out the bottle with the Night Calamity Crow's essence blood and handed it over to the mother of Bloodbath. Once the mother of Bloodbath received the bottle, it opened up the bottle and poured the black essence blood in her palms before closing the bottle again. She then tossed the bottle to Lin Yuan and said, "Earlier on, I used a fresh blood law rune to purify the blood inside this Night Calamity Crow. After including the previous drop, the bottle now has 20 drops of essence blood. This Night Calamity Crow might not have a chance to use it law rune, but it was probably a power offensive type Fae with darkness attributes. It probably possessed a law rune that is extremely adept at sneak attacks." While speaking, the mother of Bloodbath looked at Endless Summer. The mother of Bloodbath knew clearly about Endless Summer's strength. Endless Summer might not be adept at defense, but it was still superior to the Night Calamity Crow in terms of grade. However, the Night Calamity Crow was still able to pick out the tree core. The Night Calamity Crow might have been stuck at suzerain Myth Roman 2 for a very long time, but Endless Summer had already touched the doorstep of Myth Roman 3 and had been preparing to face the world cleansing of Myth Roman 3. Therefore, Endless Summer was still superior. After speaking, the mother of Bloodbath reached out and grabbed the Night Calamity Crow's head before pulling it forcefully. Chapter 309 Law Crystal. Lin Yuan immediately heard a sound that resembled iron getting shattered. Immediately after, Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath pulling a black crystal the size of a fingernail out of the suzerain Myth Roman 2 Night Calamity Crow. The black crystal seemed to have a layer of unclear night mist that was flowing around, and it looked as though something was constantly getting corroded. It felt like the night mist could corrode anything into ashes. Endless Summer looked at the fingernail-sized black crystal and said, "This is the Night Death Law rune, and it has a kind of withering power. This law crystal is extremely complete and doesn't have received any damage." When Lin Yuan heard the words, "Law crystal," his eyes immediately widened. He then carefully looked at the black crystal that was in the mother of Bloodbath's hands. Lin Yuan had heard of the law crystal from the Moon Empress. Only myth breed Faes would produce law crystals, so Lin Yuan hadn't asked about them in detail. He didn't think he would have the chance to see one. The mother of Bloodbath noticed Lin Yuan's observant eyes and handed the black crystal to him. "Keep it well. This is truly a rare treasure. Subsequently, the mother of Bloodbath cleared its throat and explained, when a myth-breed fae perishes, the law rune that it comprehended won't vanish. It will be crystallized into the law crystal. However, it is very rare for a law crystal to be this complete. After all, a suzerain myth fae will use its law rune during combat. Once the law rune's energy is used, or if it clashes with other law runes, there will be cracks. Once a fae reaches Myth Roman 2, it will comprehend a method to burn willpower runes. That's why most of the law crystals are cracked and seldom complete. Lin Yuan couldn't help asking in return, what about this law crystal? When asking this question, Lin Yuan had a conjecture in his mind. The mother of Bloodbath took the Night Calamity Crow's corpse and started to disassemble it while it said, that is because this idiotic crow didn't manage to use the law rune in time before dying. Big Sister Zia's Enlightenment Law rune is able to calm the thoughts too. Because of Big Sister Zia's full-powered attack, my sneak assault, along with the final blow, it ended the Night Calamity Crow's life, allowing us to have this complete law crystal. When a Myth Roman 3 fae perishes, the law crystal will be different too. Take a look at the Darkness Elemental law crystal that you have. Doesn't it have 2 golden notches? Each golden notch represents the myth grade of the fae. When the mother of Bloodbath explained until this point, it suddenly saw an image of the Moon Empress smiling creepily at her. The mother of Bloodbath felt that chills course down its entire body. If the Moon Empress finds out that I am imparting knowledge to Lin Yuan, she will certainly mark this as a feud. As Lin Yuan was listening seriously, the mother of Bloodbath suddenly spoke softly. The next time you have a question and answer session with the Moon Empress, don't tell her that I have explained about this topic before. It is better to use the Moon Empress knowledge as it is more accurate. Here, I have already sorted out all of the spiritual ingredients that could be found from this pinnacle suzerain myth Roman 2 Night Calamity Crow. However, none of these spiritual ingredients are superior to that law crystal with the 2 notches. Lin Yuan received the spiritual ingredients that were disassembled and sorted by the mother of Bloodbath. He had a sudden feeling that the mother of Bloodbath was simply a poultry butcher specialist, as this Night Calamity Crow was butchered cleanly. But be it the ingredients obtained from the Night Calamity Crow or that Black Law crystal, they weren't useful to Lin Yuan right now. Putting aside the rare spiritual ingredients from a suzerain myth Roman 2 fae, that law crystal could only be obtained if one could instantly kill a suzerain myth Roman 2 fae. How many individuals in this world had such strength? This suzerain myth Roman 2 Night Calamity Crow was truly Lin Yuan's treasure. Be it the heaven and earth fae, phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, or the orange gold metal disc, they were all things that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to obtain so easily. Finally, the Night Calamity Crow fulfilled its responsibility to the greatest extent by delivering itself to him. Lin Yuan was truly overwhelmed right now. Endless Summer looked at the environment of the endless forest and felt emotional as she said, ever since I gained wisdom, I have never left this place. But in the future, I will be visiting all the mountains and rivers. Endless Summer sounded rather reluctant to leave, but she looked forward to the future more. For animal and insect species phase, as long as they could survive until normal grade, they would be able to travel the world and see all sorts of sceneries. On the other hand, Endless Summer was only able to leave the soil after reaching Myth Roman 3. Seeing that Endless Summer was fine now and that her grade was already stable, Lin Yuan immediately mentioned his objective for this trip. Endless Summer, the mother of Bloodbath said that you have the resources to upgrade Redthorn from epic to legend quality. I wonder if you are able to upgrade Redthorn's quality. Lin Yuan already summoned Redthorn as he spoke, and Redthorn's thornless vine immediately wrapped around his wrist. Lin Yuan was able to sense Redthorn's emotions apart from reliance. There was also a sense of relief. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he had been focusing on his own matters during this period, and neglected his partner phase. Be it Genius, Chimey, Redthorn, or Morbius. To him, he had family, friends, and plenty of fays. However, for each of his contracted fae, they only had him, because as their contractor, he was their everything. At that moment, Morbius' voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, for each and every one of us. Having you around is the greatest blessing. You don't have to consider too much about us. Focus on your path because we still have a long time with you. An entire lifetime. After hearing Morbius' words, Lin Yuan's mind flashed with the words, an entire lifetime. Lin Yuan said softly in his spiritual spatial zone. A lifetime is the longest time in a human's life. It is truly great to have all of you around in this lifetime. When treating a fae, a person's attitude was actually very easily identified from the interactions between the spirit Kai professional and the contracted phase. Chapter 310 Endless Summer's Enlightenment. Endless Summer could clearly feel that Redthorn's wisdom was like a child who just could express happiness, anger, and sadness. Lin Yuan must have usually treated it extremely well. Otherwise, even if he was Redthorn's contractor, it would never be so dependent on him. Given Redthorn's wisdom, if Lin Yuan did not treat it well, it would instead fear him. A fae's fear and obedience toward a human was what Endless Summer hated the most. As she looked at Redthorn's vine that was clinging to Lin Yuan's hand and the red ribbon tied on the vine, Endless Summer suddenly felt that even time had warmed up. It had recently snowed heavily in the depths of the endless forest, and the snow-covered ground revealed a coldness. However, the affection in front of her made the scenery as warm as midsummer in August. My enlightenment law rune can enlighten a plant fae with the power it condenses every 5 years. I enlighten myself every 5 years. But I set aside a chance to enlighten myself. I thought if I could not resist the world cleansing when I reached Myth Roman 3, I could use this enlightenment chance to earn myself a chance of survival. But I didn't use it. I'm not sure whether this law rune's enlightenment can promote your contracted Redthorn from epic to legend. After saying that, Endless Summer summoned her pink-purple petal-like enlightenment willpower rune and enlightened Redthorn. She did so very quickly, and Lin Yuan could feel that after Redthorn digested this enlightenment, it immediately fell into a deep sleep. He knew that this was a necessary state for it to improve its strength. Redthorn was originally just a source-type source seed, and it had turned out this way now, because it had followed the evolution path that Lin Yuan had chosen for it. It could be said that Redthorn was like a blank canvas. But this blank canvas had been drawn into its current state under the joint efforts of Lin Yuan and Redthorn. Lin Yuan did not dare to say that Redthorn's current evolution and form were at the optimum path. However, its current state was most suitable for his combat style. Endless Summer sensed Redthorn's state and said, "It takes 7 days for one enlightenment. It looks like it has a high chance of promoting its quality." Lin Yuan nodded. Just a second before Endless Summer had spoken, he had already known that Redthorn's quality would certainly be raised. This was because Redthorn had transmitted a request to him. It had asked in which direction it should evolve afterward. Lin Yuan did not expect that Endless Summer's enlightenment would be so powerful. It was akin to letting the bronze epic Redthorn cross this hurdle that was hard to overcome and reach bronze legend. However, he knew that this law rune's enlightenment was so powerful because Endless Summer had just reached Myth Roman 3. Furthermore, Endless Summer could only cast it once every 5 years. Since Endless Summer had just undergone the world cleansing, there was a hint of world grace in her enlightenment law rune. After Redthorn's quality had broken through the barrier, this enlightenment caused it to have nowhere to vent the huge amount of energy, which it had accumulated from devouring a lot of flesh from the Sea of Demons and was intended to enhance its quality. This huge amount of energy in conjunction with that hint of the world grace in the enlightenment would allow Redthorn to very likely break through to silver when it fused with the willpower rune and became a fantasy breed. Although Lin Yuan had always been very clear about Redthorn's evolution path, the detailed branches Redthorn had provided made him hesitate about the main path that he had planned. Because of one of his decisions, its form would be very different after becoming a fantasy breed. However, Lin Yuan could take his time to think about it. He did not need to be in a hurry to decide its evolution path, as Redthorn's metamorphosis would be completed when it fused with the willpower rune and became a fantasy breed. Therefore, while Redthorn was receiving the enlightenment for 7 days, he could make some careful deliberations based on his own combat system. In the Supreme Imperial Court in the Radiance Federation, 13 chairs were situated next to a huge stone table inscribed with many marks. Each of the chairs had one figurette, true experts of this era. All of them possessed great strength. Unexpectedly, it was silent in the imperial court right now. A very keen-looking old man, who leaned on the backrest, was at the stone table's main seat. The interior light could not shine on his face. However, one could feel the other 12 people's respect for the old man. The Moon Empress was sitting on the second chair in the row on the left side of the imperial court. A full-bearded man sat on the left-hand seat, looking at her with narrowed eyes. At the third position at the right side was a man holding a bamboo, his eyes flowing with an unknown meaning. The one who kept looking at the Moon Empress was the oldest of the Radiance Federation's 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, Chef Supreme. However, the Moon Empress was looking at Bamboo Monarch. Clearly, the three of them were interacting. The black-veiled spirit guard's chief guard was sitting opposite the Moon Empress. A man with peach blossom eyes and a smiling face was sitting opposite the Moon Empress, as well as a livid, stern man clad in dark armor. If Lin Yuan could see these two people, he would certainly have recognized one of them, the man called Iron Prison. He had nearly forced his master to make a move. The other one was none other than the man with the smiling face who had come at the last minute and made the Moon Empress stop what she was doing. Besides Chef Supreme, the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, Chief Guard Yi, Iron Prison, and the man with the smiling face, there were 6 other men with different looks. There were only 2 women among the 2 rows of 12 seats. One of them was the Moon Empress, while the other was the Spirit Guard's chief guard. At present, the atmosphere was a bit strange. The crowd was exchanging glances, and only the man with the smiling face knocked on the table with his finger as if he was waiting for something. A very gentle voice sounded. Nobody could figure out this voice's age, but it was very calm, with an indescribable weight. This voice came from the old man who was leaning back on the chair at the main seat. Tell me what you guys think about this issue. The 12 voices replied, yes. And the first to speak was the stern Iron Prison. Chapter 311 Totem Moon hanging high for 3 days. Iron Prison slapped the table, stood up, and said, we must be tough to the end for this. After he finished speaking, no one responded. The man with the smiling face stopped tapping his finger on the table and pulled Iron Prison, who was sitting next to him, to take a seat. He did this with great skill as if he had done it many times. Chief Guardia also stood up and waved her hand. Nearly 100 source-type items fell on the stone table. They set off radiant patterns rising in spirals on the stone table, showing that these source-type items were unusually dazzling. Within the Radiance Federation, there are a total of 109 source-type items, 33 of which come from the controlled class 3-dimensional rifts, 57 from the controlled class 2-dimensional rifts, and the remaining 29 from the class 1-dimensional rifts. Chief Gargi paused. However, these class 1-dimensional rifts are alien insect dimensional rifts that are in the remote prefectures around the major cities. Although her voice sounded light, it carried indescribable seriousness. The people present had long known all about it, but none of them had expected that someone would plot something in so many dimensional rifts. This juncture also happened to be the on-scene active period of the dimensional rifts. After listening to Chief Guardier's report, the old man sitting on the main seat turned to the Moon Empress, and his calm voice sounded again. Moon Empress, what do you think? The Moon Empress did not stand up. Instead, she sat straight up and replied, all rules change with time, but what never changes is whoever is the strongest will have the right to speak. We've already been plotted against. What opinions can I have? I've ordered Totem Moon to head to the Dark Stone continent, where Dark is located. Dark should not be behind this matter, but he must also be involved with this power. Then, let Dark hang Totem Moon high for 3 days as a price to pay. Since someone has done something in the prefecture by the major cities, the power of this 3-day moonlight will be comparable to these tampered dimensional rifts. As the Moon Empress voice fell, the black-veiled Chief Guardi said with a sigh, Ziyu, you're still the same as 10 years ago. The Moon Empress was now lowering her head, looking at her hands. She replied after a long while, I've changed. My heart is now warm. The Imperial Court Council started from daylight and slowly to night. The calm voice from the main seat in the middle said, "Today's discussion is over. Does anyone have any new ones?" The Moon Empress glanced at Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme before she stood up and answered. The Radiance 100 sequence's previous test is too monotonous with only the finals. It is also unable to assess their comprehensive strength. Therefore, I suggest we change the test this year. The Moon Empress words made a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man freeze. He was the middle-aged man that Lin Yuan had met when he applied to compete in the Radiance 100 sequence competition with his exclusive title last time. The middle-aged man looked at the Moon Empress and could not help but curl his lips. When had the Moon Empress started to care about the affairs of the Radiance Sacred Hall? Nevertheless, it was true. The Radiance 100 sequence's selection method had been the same for more than a decade. It was really time for a change. Unexpectedly, the Moon Empress shifted the conversation. There will be 4 vacant spots for the Radiance Envoy 2 years later. I suggest that Creation Masters are also given the eligibility to compete for a place of a Radiance Envoy. The Moon Empress words made the council's atmosphere, which was about to end, serious. After Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme glanced at each other, they took a deep look at the Moon Empress. Bamboo Monarch stood up and said, "Chef Supreme, and I agree with Moon Empress' point of view. The 5 members of the Radiance Envoy are a team, and each team member's strength is certainly important. Having a Creation Master in the team can only be beneficial to the Radiance Envoy, not detrimental." Chef Supreme felt a little uncomfortable and recalled the Moon Empress words. He knew that what she was doing was paving the way for her own disciple. But then he thought of his disciple, particularly the one who had just returned home all wounded, but had yet to recover and acted like a rogue. This disciple had even asked him to accept another person's disciple. It was no different from wanting to harm his own master. How did he have such a sinful disciple? Even if his disciple did not know, Chef Supreme could not let this old man snatch the Moon Empress disciple. If this was really the case, she could even demolish his kitchen fragrance palace. The Imperial Court Council did not end that night. When the sun gave rise to the dawn and descended wrapped the earth in its radiance, the Moon Empress stepped out of the Imperial Court to look at the rising sun. She suddenly wore a smile on her cold face. At that moment, the man with peach blossom eyes and a smiling face and Iron Prison were standing next to the old man leaning on the main seat's chair. Iron Prison was silent for a while before he said, "I agree with the Moon Empress' point of view." The man with peach blossom eyes and a smiling face was a bit surprised. Wasn't Iron Prison the best at singing a different tune? When had he changed his nature? Upon seeing that the person on the main seat had not spoken, he knew that he was waiting for his opinion. Thus, he said after a moment of contemplation, "Creation is above myth. I'm afraid only the younger generation will have the opportunity to see that." The old man sitting on the main seat suddenly let out a calm peal of laughter after hearing these words. There is a radish that gets nibbled all day long above creation. In the north of the endless forest's depths, the white snow always stopped and fell, decorating it into a white world, because the plant phase deep in the endless forest had high quality, and most of them were verdant breeds. The depths of the snow-covered endless forest were like a green world blooming in the snow. There was a youth in white resting his eyes in a huge tree hole. All of a sudden, his eyelashes moved, and he opened his eyes. While Redthorn was evolving in the past few days, Lin Yuan had been contemplating the mental requests it had transmitted. There were a total of 3 types of evolution path requests. The first one was strengthening its or Tet strength and maintaining the child Ramets and Ramets strength spawned by the spore cavity after Redthorn became a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan rejected this path, as he had chosen to let it evolve toward attacking multiple targets. He had no intention of changing its evolution path after that. Chapter 312 Redthorn's 3 Paths. If he wanted to risk changing Redthorn's evolution path to evolving its or Tet, then its evolution potential would have been wasted. Naturally, he would not do that. The second evolution path that Redthorn had transmitted was maintaining its or Tet's and child Ramet's co-evolution, while enhancing the or Tet's attack ability. It would also enhance the Sea of Flowers combat ability, This evolution path was also the one Lin Yuan had been letting Redthorn choose so far. This evolution method maintained part of Redthorn's Ortet's compatibility while enhancing the spawn Sea of Flowers spawned. However, Lin Yuan hesitated when he saw Redthorn's third evolution request. It was what he had been thinking about in the past few days. It could be said that Redthorn would give up on its Ortet's compatibility for the third evolution request. The compatibility of the spawn child Ramets and Ramets would be increased instead. This would greatly enhance their strength and the speed at which the Sea of Flowers spread. If Redthorn chose this third evolution path when it became a fantasy breed, it would greatly weaken the Ortet's compatibility. This would let the Ortet change from being a unit with compatibility to a purely producing unit. Such an evolution method could be said to be like the first one they were evolving toward the extreme. It was just that it would turn from an extreme single-target to multi-target attacker for the first one. However, this third evolution path also coincided with the evolution path that Lin Yuan had always let Redthorn evolve toward. The acid corrosion queen bee that parasitized in Redthorn's body could completely take up the role of a single-target attacker. In fact, Redthorn's Ortet did not need to have an extremely strong defense either. Lin Yuan's source sand could protect Redthorn's Ortet, and so could the acid corrosion queen bee. More importantly, based on Redthorn's recent performance in battles, its Ortet's single-target compatibility was hardly effective, regardless of whether it was on Star Web or the battles in the Dimensional Rift. Instead, Redthorn's child Ramets and Ramets Sea of Flowers had played a role. Although the second evolution path did not appear to be a mistake, and was evolving in an all-rounded manner, it was too average and even mediocre. Redthorn was not Lin Yuan's only Fae. Thus, he did not need it to take care of everything. There were times when a specific contracted Fae excelled in a specific area, often better than its overall development. Although it seemed that Lin Yuan's Redthorn and Source Sand were similar in the way they developed, they had different positions in his heart. The Source Sand was an elemental lifeform, so it was destined to develop in different directions. Lin Yuan focused on the development of its defense while nurturing it. However, he also made use of the fact that the Source Sand's control, output, and defense advantages could fill some gaps in the battlefield. Powerful single-target Faes like Chimey and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee were sharp swords, Faes that could play a control role, just like Redthorn and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly were twisting vines, while healing Faes like the Jasmine Lily and Spirit Gather Goldfish were replenishing springs. The Source Sand was his core Fae that connected all of them together. If Lin Yuan let Redthorn take the third evolution path, it would be akin to changing the twisting vines into twisting snakes, turning the thorns on the vines into the poisonous teeth on a snake's head. While increasing the Sea of Flowers control, it would also increase its lethality. This would allow him to reach another level on multi-target control and output. More importantly, Redthorn's multi-target path was different from other Faes, like Chen Hengfeng's huge-tailed swamp lizard. An elemental magic-type multi-target attack method like the one the huge-tailed swamp lizard used certainly could immediately create a wave of output. However, it consumed a large amount of spiritual power and would stop without a spiritual power supply. On the other hand, as long as Redthorn's Ortet was not killed, it could rely on the Sea of Flowers to kill the target and gain flesh energy. As such, its Sea of Flowers would always have the ability to fight. Furthermore, Redthorn's true strength did not lie in the inherent mode of duels on an elevated stage on Star Tower. It could absorb a huge amount of flesh energy and rapidly spread out the Sea of Flowers when facing numerous dimensional lifeforms. Then, it could play a decisive suppressive role. Therefore, in a way, any multi-target attacks without strong power were just weak before Redthorn. Finally, Lin Yuan made up his mind and let Redthorn choose the third evolution path. At that moment, Redthorn awakened from its 7 days of enlightenment. Lin Yuan looked at it and found that it had been promoted from epic to legend. Its Ortet size was much bigger, and its vines much thicker than before. Lin Yuan suddenly found that Redthorn really felt like a single-target attack Fae as he looked at it. After Redthorn became a fantasy breed, it would welcome the biggest metamorphosis ever since it had hatched. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, which had been guarding outside, now saw that Redthorn had been promoted from epic to legend. Endless Summer wanted to go forward to congratulate, but it realized that the mother of Bloodbath stopped it and shook its head before saying, "Sister Zia, let's keep watch at a farther place. That plant in the tree hole that had evolved from a source seed is going to become a fantasy breed." Upon hearing that, Endless Summer could not help but recall how difficult it had been to rely on herself to comprehend her willpower rune. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were very determined on the path they had taken. If they had not been determined, they could not have become the experts they were now. "Alright, I was just about to leave this place. I'll look around again." Endless Summer also understood what the mother of Bloodbath meant for Spirit Kai professionals. Fusing the willpower rune with their contracted phase and promoting them to a fantasy breed was a very private matter. It was something that no one should be around to disturb, even though Lin Yun did not say anything. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer understood this. Chapter 313 The Swelling Mouth of Relinquish. Lin Yun took a deep breath while he looked at Redthorn, which had reached legend quality and was just one step away from becoming a fantasy breed. If Lin Yun was most worried about one of his many contracted phase, it would definitely be Redthorn. He was worried for Redthorn as it could only consume flesh and blood to evolve. And not even a true creation master could do anything, let alone the fact that Lin Yun had constantly been holding back Redthorn at the bronze grade. Actually, Lin Yun was already prepared to keep Redthorn at the bronze grade as long as it could reach fantasy breed first. But now that Redthorn had already reached the legend quality, it meant that it had overcome the hardest obstacle. Upon sensing Redthorn's intimate feelings, Lin Yun let out a smile and revealed a set of white teeth. He extended his hand to hold Redthorn's vine and said, "Redthorn, I didn't expect you to actually upgrade to a fantasy breed before genius." According to Lin Yun's calculations, he had been pushing back the schedule for Redthorn to upgrade into a fantasy breed. In fact, Lin Yun felt that Morbius was probably going to upgrade into a fantasy breed before Redthorn. Redthorn might not understand Lin Yun's words, but it could sense the meaning. It was swaying its vines and looked to be very happy. Lin Yun immediately summoned the willpower rune that contained newborn life within destruction. He had already decided beforehand, and the willpower rune was now covered in a layer of green light. The green color exuded indescribable willpower, and it felt as though all things came to an end just to have a better beginning. Lin Yun held his breath and sent this willpower rune toward Redthorn at lightning speed. Redthorn opened its mouth of relinquish voluntarily and welcomed the willpower rune, consuming it. At that moment, Lin Yun gave Redthorn the command to evolve toward the third option. However, Lin Yun received another request from Redthorn this time. The request was different from before. Previously, Redthorn was requesting the evolution direction, but now, it was requesting for Lin Yun to add on another ability or function. It was just the same as when Redthorn had hatched from the soar seed and given Lin Yun's request to weaken its roots. That's why Redthorn wouldn't have to fix itself into the soil during combat, allowing it to move around using its vines, providing mobility. According to Redthorn's request, Lin Yun had decided on the evolutionary path to consume flesh and blood, allowing Redthorn to become a predatory plant. It was also why Redthorn would grow the mouth of relinquish and also be able to store so many extreme corrosive fluids in the various corrosive cavities. As a result, it had allowed the acid corrosion queen bee to set Redthorn as its base. Now that Redthorn was requesting to add on a function, it meant that Redthorn would reach silver when it became a fantasy breed lifeform. It was due to all the consumption of flesh and blood from the demon wave. Redthorn would only be able to add on a function when it was progressing to the next grade. The weakening of roots during normal, the consumption of flesh and blood during elite, the increase of digestion speed during bronze. Therefore, for the new function at silver, Lin Yun set the function of energy storage. Once Lin Yun gave the command, Redthorn immediately started to evolve into a fantasy breed. However, Redthorn's evolution method gave a shock to Lin Yun. Firstly, all of its vines, but those thick vines used to protect the ortet or those thorn vines to deal damage were sent into the mouth of relinquish. All of the vines turned into the most fundamental energy inside the mouth of relinquish. However, this was merely the beginning. Immediately after, all 12 of those charming flower-like corrosive cavities were also sent into the mouth of relinquish. Even the spore cavity that was growing at the top of Redthorn had withdrawn into the mouth of relinquish and was digested. At present, Redthorn's appearance was only left with sharp teeth on the outside and the mouth of relinquish, which was filled with horrific corrosive fluid. All of a sudden, the mouth of relinquish lit up with green luster. The color was the same as the willpower rune that was comprehended from the destruction that produced newborn life. At that moment, Redthorn underwent a drastic transformation again. The mouth of relinquish started swelling. Previously, the mouth of relinquish was only a meter in height and was like an ellipsoid. But now, the mouth of relinquish was expanding horizontally and had turned into a pumpkin shape. The mouth of relinquish suddenly swelled up and occupied the majority of the space in the tree hole. As of now, the mouth of relinquish was 2 meters in height and near to 3 meters in width. The mouth of relinquish opening was like a small cherry mouth previously. It might be revealing some sharp teeth, but most of the teeth were hidden within. But now, the opening on the mouth of relinquish had transformed from a cherry mouth into a red basin. Once the mouth of relinquish opened up its mouth, it would be able to swallow a larger-sized beast. Furthermore, Lin Yuan realized that the mouth of relinquish had a total of 18 giant mouths, and each of them grew a tongue that was like the spiky vine. However, Lin Yuan could feel that this spiky tongue wasn't to grab flesh and pull it into the mouth. It was actually to help with digestion. Subsequently, the mouth of relinquish was flashing with energy and immediately bloomed a flesh-like flower that had a 3-meter diameter. This flesh-like flower was the spore cavity that was newly grown by Redthorn. Just from the size of this spore cavity, it was enough to see that Redthorn's exclusive skill, spore growth, had received a great enhancement. If the flesh-like flower released spores, it would instantly cover a huge surface area now. Immediately after, the mouth of relinquish grew out 12 sac-like plants. Each of them bloomed with a red flower that was close to 1 meter in diameter. However, according to what Lin Yuan saw from Redthorn's evolution, these large flowers didn't have any practical function and were merely for aesthetic purposes. Previously, Redthorn's corrosive cavities were offensive capabilities, but now they were removed. Instead, it increased the amount of storage for the corrosive fluids. The 12 giant sac-like plants were filled with concentrated corrosive fluids. Chapter 314 Exclusive Skill. Wither Glory. If the mouth of relinquish required supply, the sac-like plants would immediately provide the digestive fluids. Previously, Redthorn's mouth of relinquish looked rather sinister and ugly. Now with so many sac-like plants and the 12 charming red flowers, it actually gave Redthorn an abnormal beauty, making it sinister and charming. At that moment, Redthorn had officially reached fantasy breed. It was now Bronze X Fantasy I. Immediately after, the mass of flesh and blood energy inside the mouth of relinquish burst out completely. Intense exploding sounds came from the mouth of relinquish. All of the energy waves due to the mouth of relinquish's digestive capability actually made Lin Yuan feel a sense of repulsion. The fantasy breed Redthorn absorbed the immense blood and flesh energy from the demon wave. Redthorn was currently evolving toward Silver Fantasy I. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan realized that the mouth of relinquish was bulging with several fist-sized lumps. Due to the digestion of flesh and blood energy, the bulges were getting bigger and finally split open. Lin Yuan realized that all these bulges were actually eyes. There looks to be over 60 fist-sized eyes with a rough glance, and they had a bewitching dark red color. Each of those eyes was brimming with blood and flesh energy. Lin Yuan could feel that each of mouth of relinquish grown eyes was storing half of the blood and flesh energy that Redthorn had. With 60 eyes of relinquish, it was the same as increasing Redthorn's ability to store energy by close to 30 times. Furthermore, the energy could be used at any moment. Redthorn might not be able to instantly convert the energy into damage, but its ability to expand the sea of flowers had drastically increased. These eyes were probably the new evolution that allowed it to possess the energy storage function. Nearing the end of the evolution, Redthorn suddenly grew a vine. The vine was extremely smooth, and this time it was close to 10 meters in length. Once this vine was grown, Redthorn completed its evolution into a silver fantasy fae. Fae name Redthorn predator plant thousand eyes relinquish. Mouth of relinquish secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that is consumed. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grow in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine can grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Wither glory. Redthorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the sea of flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered sea of flowers will reach its prime state. Lin Yuan gulped down his saliva, and was dumbfounded for a long time as he looked at the silver eye fantasy eye Redthorn. Now that Redthorn had finished its evolution, its intelligence was the standard of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Suddenly, the smooth vine started to swirl around and turned into a vine chair, which was placed in front of Lin Yuan. After the increase in Redthorn's intelligence, Lin Yuan could feel more vividly its emotions, which inclined to reliance and fondness. Lin Yuan immediately sat on the chair that was weaved with Redthorn's vine. The vine chair had an elasticity and was especially comfortable. If Lin Yuan were to sit on this vine chair while Redthorn produced the sea of flowers in combat, he would be able to relax and watch the massacre. As usual, Lin Yuan took a red ribbon out of the diamond face storage box and tied it onto the vine chair. Redthorn immediately let out a hissing sound of extreme happiness. Redthorn didn't have vines to sway now. However, this didn't stop Redthorn from interacting with Lin Yuan. The 12 1-meter wide flowers were swaying and emitting whistling sounds. It sounded like a trumpet. Lin Yuan used his hand to hold his forehead. Is Redthorn also starting to develop its musical talent like Chimey? However, Lin Yuan had to admit that Redthorn's beatbox was incredible. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. Redthorn was truly different from other fays. Due to Redthorn's attack style, Lin Yuan would need Redthorn to produce a ramet to see Redthorn's true strength. Subsequently, Lin Yuan asked Redthorn to produce ramets. As a result, Redthorn produced 2 ramets, and each of them had its own special trait. One of the ramets was made of vines that were dark green in color. The inner side of the vines was filled with sharp teeth and was very powerful. This ramet had the strength of a silver fae and was equivalent to a class 2-dimensional lifeform. Lin Yuan observed this ramet and realized it was horrifyingly brutal. This ramet's insides were completely empty and contained the digestive fluids from the corrosive cavities from before. As for the sharp teeth under the vine, they were the same as mouths waiting to consume. Lin Yuan understood that Redthorn's evolution increased the ramet's combat capability and took away the corrosive cavities. At present, the vines were able to consume on their own and increased the vine's digestive capability. They could also consume blood and flesh. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This ramet form was obviously Redthorn's ability. Brutal carnivore vine. Right now, Redthorn's Ortet didn't have any more vines, so the brutal carnivore vines appeared on the ramets in the sea of flowers. Previously, Redthorn's ability wasn't called brutal carnivore vine, it was called armor-piercing vines. However, it was apparent that the brutal carnivore vine was stronger. Killing and digesting at the same time was truly suitable for Redthorn's combat style. The other ramet looked rather strange. It was a flesh-shaped flower that was half a meter in height, and it was a simplified version of the spore cavity. Chapter 315 Everything for the Bootlicker. Lin Yuan didn't expect when Redthorn evolved into a silver fantasy fae, it would actually resolve a flaw that couldn't be ignored. It was the problem of how to expand the sea of flowers. At present, these simplified spore cavity ramets could be considered as several base stations. They could be responsible for supplying spores to a certain range. Redthorn's spores might be very light and suitable for spreading out, but it was ultimately too difficult to spread them too far away. Redthorn would be able to expand the sea of flowers with the simplified spore cavity ramets now. As long as Redthorn had enough blood and flesh energy, it would be able to indefinitely expand the sea of flowers. Furthermore, the bigger the radius of the sea of flowers, the easier it was for Redthorn to obtain enough blood and flesh energy, forming an optimal cycle. This was simply the nightmare for low-class dimensional life forms. All of the low-class dimensional life forms would become nutrients for Redthorn, contributing to their part to expand the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan felt that Redthorn was totally worthy of the title of low-class lifeform executor. At that moment, an eye of relinquish suddenly opened. Redthorn used the vine channel to transfer the eye of relinquish to a simplified spore cavity ramet. When Redthorn noticed that Lin Yuan was paying attention, it suddenly withdrew the eye of relinquish, which it had transferred over forcefully. It then let out a hissing sound to prove this point to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't think that the eye of relinquish could be used in such a flexible method. It could actually be transferred to anywhere in the sea of flowers through the connected vine channel between Redthorn and the ramets. This would greatly increase the tenacity of the sea of flowers. It allowed Redthorn to be the queen that could take control of the sea of flowers, providing an appropriate supply of resources in an instant. Furthermore, this wasn't the most important. In a large-scale battle, if there was an endless supply of blood and flesh energy, then Redthorn would be able to constantly transfer out the eyes of relinquish. In the depths of the flowers, it was unknown when the eye of relinquish would appear and attack with half of Redthorn's blood and flesh energy. It was the same as hiding assassins within the sea of flowers and waiting to harvest the enemy's life. The tongue of relinquish that grew within the mouth of relinquish showed that Redthorn's digestive ability had been completely upgraded. From all the dimensional life forms that Redthorn consumed, there were various types of acid. It would be able to concoct an acid that was most suitable for digesting different types of dimensional life forms with the existence of the tongue of relinquish. This would greatly increase the efficiency of digestion. The tongue of relinquish wasn't just effective for Redthorn, but for the entire sea of flowers as well. After checking on all the abilities, Lin Yuan wanted to check on the newly acquired exclusive skill, Wither Glory, that Redthorn obtained after becoming a fantasy breed. Once Lin Yuan used true data to read the introduction on Wither Glory, he understood what it was for. It was the same as giving Redthorn's sea of flowers a second chance at life. It allowed Redthorn to extract the energy from the land to bring the sea of flowers back to its prime. However, Lin Yuan's brows twitched a little after thinking about the state of the land after the energy was extracted. Therefore, it asked Redthorn to command the two ramets to execute Wither Glory. It was as Lin Yuan expected. After the energy was extracted from the soil, it turned into a sandy state. Lin Yuan immediately clapped and cheered. This was the same as using Redthorn's Wither Glory to help the source sand to create a large amount of sand. It also meant that Redthorn and the source sand had achieved a mutual interaction. This wasn't the same as simple addition. The sea of sand produced from the sea of flowers would be absolutely terrifying. For the source sand to show its strength, it would need to produce sand, and more sand meant more strength. But now, the source sand's problem of creating sand was resolved by Redthorn's exclusive skill. Furthermore, the surface area of the sea of flowers would decide the quantity of sand created. Lin Yuan stood up and felt extremely refreshed. However, the individual that had benefited the most from Redthorn's evolution to a silver fantasy would be the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was merely a bootlicker. Its house was now several times bigger, and it even underwent a free luxurious renovation. Furthermore, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee could now have a taste of various types of acid. It was going to eat well and rest well. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was simply the winner of life. It meant that the bootlicker had everything. Lin Yuan stored Redthorn and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee back into the leaf-shaped face storage box. According to the Eye of Relinquish trait, Redthorn could allow itself to maintain 60 eyes of relinquish at all times. Lin Yuan wished to state that Redthorn was simply a cheating machine. After exiting the tree hole, Lin Yuan saw the green world covered in a layer of white snow. When the snow landed on his face, he felt a ticklish feeling, and he suddenly sneezed. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer walked over. Endless Summer said, "Congratulations! Having a bronze fantasy fae is truly great luck." Lin Yuan quickly replied, "It is many thanks to Senior for using the law rune to enlighten Redthorn. Otherwise, it's unknown how long it would require for Redthorn to become a bronze fantasy fae." Lin Yuan's words startled Endless Summer. Endless Summer never expected that Lin Yuan would still address her as Senior after she pledged to become his protector. After all, a protector was considered a high-class servant. At the same time, Endless Summer never expected that Lin Yuan was planning to keep Redthorn at the bronze grade until it could become a fantasy breed. It meant to say that this youth's outlook on the world was enormous and had great wealth. "Young Master, you can just call me Endless Summer. If Young Master keeps calling me Senior, as your protector, I will feel bad if I don't call you Young Master." Endless Summer looked at Lin Yuan with eyes of gratitude. The calamity that Endless Summer experienced was going to end with death. But this youth gave her a new life. After tidying up, Lin Yuan said, "Endless Summer, I am planning to return to the royal capital with the mother of Bloodbath. Are you coming with us?" Endless Summer nodded gently and said, "That is natural." After speaking, Endless Summer's eyes turned solemn. "Lin Yuan, if you have any instructions in the future, please tell me. For a fae, one would always help the master without thinking logically. Therefore, for Endless Summer, anyone or anything that was going to harm Lin Yuan would be Endless Summer's enemy." Lin Yuan looked at Endless Summer's solemn expression and replied, "All right, then I shall trouble you in the future." After speaking, Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone to order an avian fae to pick them up. All of a sudden, Endless Summer let out a soft call. There was an intense sound of wind as a diamond VII epic storm long-winged falcon arrived. Chapter 316 The Cruel Face Storage Box. The diamond VII epic storm long-winged falcon laid on the ground and Endless Summer said with a smile, "No need to be so troublesome. This falcon flies fast." Lin Yuan looked and nodded in agreement. Weren't the falcons the fastest avians? Lin Yuan, Endless Summer, and the mother of Bloodbath sat on its back and headed toward the royal capital. After flying for over a day, it was as if the world had changed. They had left the far north and could not see the snow anymore. Lin Yuan looked at the vast mountains and rivers below the storm long-winged falcon. Regardless of the gains from his training in that controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift or the endless forest's depths, he felt that he had gained a lot. Lin Yuan was now going to return to the royal capital and prepare to apply for his guild club during the few months the tournament lasted. At the same time, he could consider establishing his faction with Endless Summer's protection. Even if the floating island whale had yet to hatch, Lin Yuan could first sketch the prototype of his personal power first. After everything had been arranged, the Radiance 100 sequence selection should start. The Diamond VII Epic Storm Long-Winged Falcon reached the royal capital in 2 days. It was much faster than the Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow. However, the Storm Long-Winged Falcon was very violent. It was a bird of prey that was good in attacks. If the two suzerain myth breed phase, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, had not subdued it, it would not have been so obedient and sent the 3 of them to the royal capital. Some organizations in the Radiance Federation that rented avian fays would never think of capturing storm long-winged falcons to nurture. Although storm long-winged falcons were rather docile to the creation masters that nurtured them and raised their grade, it was clearly unrealistic to let them fly with passengers. That was unless the creation master that nurtured the storm long-winged falcon was willing to become a pilot on its back. Only through this way could they ensure that the storm long-winged falcon would not wantonly attack other people. However, it was even more unlikely for the creation master to become a pilot. Creation masters who could nurture storm long-winged falcons were at least Class 3 ones. No organization that hired avian transportation phase could afford the price to hire creation masters of such a class as pilots. While on the storm long-winged falcon's back for the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had ordered a diamond face storage box from Ostrich Logistics on Star Web for Endless Summer. After all, It was inconvenient doing anything without a piece of spatial storage equipment like a diamond face storage box to carry one's belongings with them. When Endless Summer was still in her plant form, she had not needed to store any belongings. Now that she had turned into a human form, she would need somewhere to store her resources or loots in the future. When Lin Yuan saw Endless Summer's body weaponization bracelet, he said, "After these pink-purple hydrangeas became smaller, they look somewhat like bells on the bracelet." When customizing the diamond face storage box, Endless Summer expressed that she wanted to customize it into a pink-purple bell shape. She also mysteriously expressed that she would hang it on the bracelet as a pendant. This sounded very ordinary, but it made Lin Yuan's eyes narrow. Endless Summer looked very gentle, wearing a pink-purple silk dress like a lady. However, she had deep thoughts. No matter what the diamond face storage box was made into, a person who understood it would still be able to figure it out at a glance. Endless Summer wanted to hang this pink-purple bell-shaped diamond face storage box on her body weaponization bracelet. It was akin to using it as a smokescreen, letting people think that this bracelet was an accessory to go with the pink-purple bell-shaped diamond face storage box, thus weakening the bracelet's existence. Therefore, if there was really any conflict, there would be a good chance that people would not put their attention on Endless Summer's bracelet. Endless Summer's attack method was originally a mental attack. As long as Endless Summer activated the body weaponization bracelet, she would be able to send out a powerful mental impact instantly. This pink-purple bell-shaped diamond face storage box was akin to giving Endless Summer's bracelet a chance for a sneak attack every time it attacked. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was cruel, but it was also in line with the Fae's survival path. When Lin Yuan arrived in the royal capital, he did not return to his mansion. Instead, he visited the Leaning Moon Mountain's Radiant Moon Palace. Meanwhile, the mother of Bloodbath took Endless Summer to buy a cell phone, get a star web card, and buy some daily necessities. However, the mother of Bloodbath was disappointed as Endless Summer did not show great interest in its introduction of a variety of food. When Endless Summer got a cell phone and saw those beautiful accessories and clothing, her eyes lit up. Lin Yuan felt that one of these two suzerain myth Faes was a glutton, while the other wanted to buy any nice accessories. This made his opinion of the myth breed Faes change. No matter what level the Faes reached, they were also the same as ordinary people in front of unsuspecting people. They were a very vivid life of the 7 feelings and 6 desires. The Moon Empress was currently standing in the breeding room in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, in front of a long white porcelain table with a strange shape. This long white table did not look very flat and had a slight curve. The surface looked very smooth, and it was difficult to put anything on the table due to the curve without falling off from it. However, many things were placed on the table, as if the long white porcelain table had sucked them in. The table was always emitting majestic, water elemental energy that was more than the water element in the water elemental pair the aquamarine elemental shellfish spat out after he induced mutation in the spirit lock spatial zone. Chapter 317 Jade Hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. The aquamarine elemental shellfish was a living being, while this long white curved porcelain table was clearly not. At that moment, Kai Cha, who was standing beside the Moon Empress, poured a cup of tea brewed with epiphyllum tea leaves. She placed this cup of tea on the table and said softly, "Moon Empress, this jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom you raised is blooming better and better." Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress paused her action of pruning the branches. She examined the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom that she had just finished pruning and answered, "If the whalebone did not supply the water elemental energy to this jade hairpin plum blossom, I'm afraid that it would take 3 years for it to bloom once like this." After hearing the Moon Empress' words, Kaicha could not help but feel puzzled before she looked embarrassed. She had always thought that the Moon Empress used the long table made of whalebone, so that she would not have to always water the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. However, she did not expect that she wanted to let this jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom quickly mature instead. This long white porcelain table was made of a myth Roman 3 cetacean phase whale bone. It was far more precious than the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. Although the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom was a heaven and earth fae, it had a relatively weak efficacy among the heaven and earth phase. This was because its petals were only for hair care. Even though such hair care was more unorthodox among the heaven and earth phase, it was very useful for some specific phase, like some hairy animal phase. It could greatly increase the brightness and luster of their fur. The Moon Empress always used the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom's petals to concoct the spirit fluid for her contracted fae, the calamity sun-swallowing fox. Of course, the petals were particularly sought after because they could cure baldness and reduce the recession of the hairline. As a result, the price was astronomical. If the Moon Empress wasn't in the mood to prune the plum branches, it probably would not even have the right to be taken to the inner palace. Kaicha thought about those rare fays and even heaven and earth fays in the radiant moon palace that outsiders could not see. Wasn't it all thanks to the Moon Empress nurturing them and placing them at the corner as ornaments to collect dust? However, Kaicha did not know that when the Moon Empress was pruning the flowering branch, she was pruning the heart, not the flowers. She was still pruning this jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. Unknowingly, she had pruned it smaller. In her opinion, life was just like this flowering branch. No matter how she cut it, she would still feel that something was not perfect. Nevertheless, the Moon Empress pruning method was different. She only left what she wanted and cut away what she thought was superfluous. She cut it into the feeling of the wind is cold in winter, and the cold plum blossom blooms late. There were many scattered plum blossoms from the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. It became somewhat tacky because of the numbers. The jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom, like a mutton fat jade, bloomed on the plum branches as if pressed on a snow layer. Thanks to the Moon Empress pruning, 9 plum blossoms were on the plum branches, with 9 bloomed petals. The plum branches were vigorous, with a touch of elegance, looking perfect. At that moment, the Moon Empress looked at the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. She was more and more satisfied with the pruning and said, "The plum blossom has a distinctive charm in its fragrance and is so noble that it does not fear the cold. It's going to be New Year's soon." Before Kaicha could try to understand the Moon Empress words, she heard Mystic Moon's clear voice from the inner palace's door. "Moon Empress, young lord is back." The Moon Empress immediately let go of her hand that was about to continue pruning the jade hairpin 9-petaled plum blossom. She wore an elegant smile on her face. "Mystic Moon, roast one of the 2 spirit savory pigs that you brought back from Chef Supreme last time." Upon hearing that, Mystic Moon immediately did as he was told. Lin Yuan had already arrived in front of the Radiant Moon Palace door. When he saw those 2 silver stamen gold luster kasha in front of the Radiant Moon Palace, he found that the scene was very different from 1.5 months ago when he had left. The silver stamen gold luster kasha, which had become lush, but had no willpower rune and had remained at Diamond X Legend, was still lush and full of flowers. The other had comprehended a willpower rune, but dropped a tree of flowers and green leaves and even fell into dormancy. It had a tree full of young leaves, even though its height was comparable to the Diamond X Legend's silver stamen gold luster kasha. The one that had comprehended a willpower rune and reached suzerain had buds in between the newly grown young leaves. A gold and silver color was hidden between the buds. They already looked different in color from the silver stamen gold luster kasha flowers. If the Diamond X silver stamen gold luster kasha flowers were like stars, then the suzerain silver stamen gold luster kasha flower bloomed like a small sun, shining with a bright gold and silver luster. It seemed that when this suzerain silver stamen gold luster kasha reached Fantasy V, it could welcome its first world cleansing and become a myth breed. Lin Yuan breezed into the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace and immediately saw the Moon Empress, sitting there waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan arrive in the inner palace, Kaicha immediately poured a cup of spirit tea from the jade porcelain teapot on the table, handed it to Lin Yuan, and said, "Young lord, it's dry and windy outside. Have some spirit tea to moisten your throat." Lin Yuan received the cup and took a sip before replying, "Auntie Kaicha's tea is still as fragrant as before." The Moon Empress picked up a rhododendron spirit fruit from the table. She peeled it swiftly and handed it to Lin Yuan before asking, Didn't you say you're not going to return until before the Radiance 100 sequence test? Why did you come back so early? Did anything happen? After the Moon Empress handed the spirit fruit, Lin Yuan took a bite, and the fruity fragrance burst in his mouth. The rich, fruity fragrance contained abundant juice and was very sweet. The Radiant Moon Palace's spirit fruit was not a particularly rare variety. Rather, it was an apple that was sold in the market. Except that this apple was from the diamond fruit tree bred in the Radiant Moon Palace. Although they were the same, they had a distinct taste. As Kaicha watched the Moon Empress peel the diamond apple so perfectly, she could not help but think of the first time when the Moon Empress had peeled an apple for the young lord. She seemed to be in a flurry. Chapter 318. Don't let it become a mountain that touches to the ground. For the past few months, the Moon Empress had done many things she would not usually do. In this world, only Lin Yuan could make her personally peel apples. After hearing the Moon Empress question, Lin Yuan took a bite of the peeled apple and put it on the table before replying. The training ended early, so I came back earlier to spend New Year's with you. The Moon Empress had been worried whether Lin Yuan had encountered any problems. Now that she heard his reply, she wore a brighter smile on her face. She pointed at the lotus pond not far away and said, "These lotus phase in the lotus pond have been promoted to suzerain. The ground lotus powder from their roots is the most delicious. During New Year's, Mystic Moon can cook the suzerain silver stamen gold luster caches bloomed osmanthus, and these flower phase roots into lotus powder and osmanthus candies." When Kaicha heard the Moon Empress words, she could not help but shudder. Wasn't the Moon Empress spoiling Lin Yuan too much? That suzerain lotus flower phase essence was concentrated in the lotus seeds and roots. Although lotus seeds were rarer and only produced a batch every 3 years, lotus roots were available every year. How rare were this suzerain lotus flower phase lotus roots, as well as the suzerain silver stamen gold luster caches osmanthus. The suzerain lotus flower phase in the inner palace's lotus pond had high intelligence, so they all trembled upon hearing the Moon Empress words. The lotus flower phase, which had spent great efforts to break through to suzerain so that they could stay in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, could not help but feel doubtful. Why did they have to make so much effort to stand out from their own kind and evolve into suzerain? They had thought that they had become a winner in life. However, it now seemed as if those brothers that had been moved to the garden outside the palace were better off. Their lotus roots had grown out with much difficulty. Yet they would have to be cut off every time Lin Yuan came. After dinner, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress had a knowledge quiz. The knowledge quiz with him surprised the Moon Empress. Her disciple seemed to have grown a lot in the past 2 months. This was because only when a person stood at a height could they ask questions that were needed to be considered at that height. Lin Yuan's questions were now clearly much better than before. The Moon Empress' answers were as detailed as possible. Each answer allowed him to have a thorough understanding and thus be enlightened. After leaving the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan seriously said to the Moon Empress, "Master, I've decided to form my own faction starting this month." Upon hearing that, she replied with a smile, "If you can let your faction become the cloud by the sky, don't let it become the mountain that touches the ground." Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace and walked on the road while pondering over his master's words. At that moment, Mystic Moon walked to the inner palace and said, "Moon Empress, do you want me to help young lord establish his faction?" The Moon Empress shook her head. She understood Lin Yuan's nature and principle, so she was very clear of his independence. If it was any other matter, the Moon Empress might be able to help secretly with her selfishness as his master. However, such things as factions were not something she could help with even if she wanted to. If she intervened and helped Lin Yuan with the power she had, that would be akin to conveying a message to the outside eye. The Moon Empress, and backing up Lin Yuan's faction. If she really did this, the faction he carefully established would become a vassal of the Radiant Moon Palace in other factions' eyes. The Moon Empress could pave the way for her student as his master. However, she would let her spoiling become a stumbling block in the way of her student. The Moon Empress looked at Mystic Moon and said, "My disciple has grown up and wants to venture into the world. As his master, I can only ensure he will not be bullied. He'll let him handle other matters by himself. As Mystic Moon listened to the Moon Empress, he realized that the Moon Empress looked at her with an odd gaze that contained smugness. The Moon Empress then said, "Why am I telling you this? You don't have a disciple. So how will you understand my feelings as a master after accepting such an outstanding disciple?" Mystic Moon revealed a puzzled look and could not help but ridicule inwardly. "I have long known how outstanding young Lord is QAQ." Lin Yuan walked out of the Radiance Moon Mountain and went down the Leaning Moon Mountain. Due to the earlier question and answer session, it was dusk now. There was still snow on the royal capital's outskirts from 10 days ago. However, when Lin Yuan returned from the endless forest's depths in the far north, the royal capital had already warmed up, and the temperature would not drop below 15 degrees even in the evening. Although the temperature in the royal capital was not low, the wind there was strong. That evening breeze blew the hair in front of Lin Yuan's forehead and revealed his clean, youthful forehead. The sky was filled with the sunset, and the multicolored sunlight landed on the youth's forehead, elongating his figure. If the training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had given Lin Yuan a ruler to measure one's heart, then the training in the endless forest's depths let Lin Yuan realize how big this world was and how tiny he was. The world was big, yet also urging and attracting Lin Yuan. This made him firmly believe that although he was tiny, he could still step across the river and over the mountains and step on the clouds and touch the light of the dome. Despite the autumn wind constantly blowing on him, Lin Yuan's pace was more and more determined. Green hills with green water, livelier life with grace. This world was really very beautiful. He had a younger sister, a master, and friends. Even though Lin Yuan was not greedy, he could not help having the idea of drunken without return. Faint clouds and light wind accompanied the late autumn dusk, but when stepping on the thick earth, the sunset became a cocoon, its body clad in heaven. Lin Yuan had completely integrated into this world, and no longer had a trace of the feeling of transmigration. Lin Yuan returned to his mansion in the royal capital and could not help but look forward to seeing Wen Yu and Liu Jai. Based on this timing, it would be time for Liu Jai to enter the Radiance 100 sequence ranking in a few days. Therefore, Liu Jai should have returned to this mansion by this time. After 3 years of silence, Liu Jai would also go to get back the glory that he had previously guarded with his life. However, when Lin Yuan just stepped into his mansion, he was stunned by the scene before him. It had changed dramatically after more than a month. Chapter 319 Quasi-Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. If the mansion arrangements were the decorated embryonic form, then the entire mansion had been refined into a work of art now. All of this was obviously thanks to Hu Quan. Lin Yuan could see a kind of a spirit craftsman's pursuit of art on Hu Quan. He was a bigot and passionate. It was clearly a very laborious thing, but Hu Quan had done it with a body full of energy. The elegance of this mansion was displayed to the fullest under Hu Quan's design. Due to the 3 landscape carp's exclusive skill, place of life, the bamboo phase within 3 meters of the bamboo forest in the mansion were absorbing the 250 kd of high-grade energy ores, fragments from the land and constantly growing. When the wind blew in the mansion, it would bring a hint of bamboo fragrance. There was much of the elegant music of the bamboo stream and the green forest. The more Lin Yuan observed the mansion changes, the more he could not help but have a hint of doubt. Hu Quan, a Class 4 spirit craftsman, would not have carved and designed the mansion without resting for days and nights. Right. After entering the gate, Lin Yuan found that the completely jade-textured wood had been put to good use. The completely jade-textured wood's various colors were carved into an open work and then set on the roof walls, allowing it to emit a placid jade luster. The completely jade-textured wooden carved ornaments and appliances were placed there. This made every detail in the mansion give off a natural and warm feeling. However, Lin Yuan touched his nose. Although there was a feeling of art, it was far less amazing than the feeling of luxury. Hu Quan had plastered patches of jade-textured wood on the mansion's largest wall. There were many fine jade-textured wood particles inlaid on the patches. Lin Yuan observed the general look of this feature wall. He was on that wall. Besides himself, Chimey, Genius, Red Thorn, Source Sand, and the blue flash purple butterfly were also included. There were even Wen Yu and her sunlight egret and the earth rush golden lotus. In addition, there were also Liu Jai and his contracted source-type insect queen. At present, Wen Yu was helping Hu Quan inside the house. Hu Quan was also carving something now. After seeing this wall, Lin Yuan's heart uncontrollably warmed up. From the beginning of its construction, Lin Yuan had never considered this mansion in the royal capital as something that completely belonged to him. In his opinion, this was his, Chusis, Liu Jai's, Wen Yu's, and the mother of Bloodbath's common home. But now, endless summer would have to be included in this home. Despite having many family members in this house, Lin Yuan was the core of the family. Liu Jai was Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Wen Yu was his assistant. The mother of Bloodbath was his path protector, while endless summer was his protector. However, the Class 4 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan, was trying hard to give Lin Yuan a feeling of wanting to give benefits to his employees. Hu Quan had a different relationship with Liu Jai, Wen Yu, the mother of Bloodbath, and endless summer than with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's and Hu Quan's relationship was nothing more than a special employer-employee one. Hu Quan was a hard worker. Even though he had used a lot of Lin Yuan's completely jade-textured wood, the things he had carved with those materials all belonged to Lin Yuan. Hu Quan had signed the contract so that he could use a large amount of completely jade-textured wood and be hired as a toolman. At that moment, Wen Yu looked up and suddenly saw Lin Yuan. She thought she was seeing things, so she blinked and immediately revealed an expression of surprise. She happily jogged over and said, "Yo, master, I thought you'd return a month later, after the tournament ended." After saying that, Wen Yu noticed that Lin Yuan was looking at the feature wall, which was made of the completely jade-textured wood fragments, and said, "Yo, master, Uncle Hu Quan couldn't find someplace to use the carvings leftover completely jade-textured wood fragments, so he wanted to make a feature wall." Lin Yuan looked at the feature wall and noticed that only a small part of it was drawn. His image was in the middle of this wall. In addition to Wen Yu and Liu Jai beside him, there was a lot of empty space. At that moment, Lin Yuan's idea of wanting to establish his faction became even stronger. In this life, Lin Yuan was just an 18-year-old boy. He believed that in the process of growing up, the empty spaces on the feature wall would be filled up with all kinds of people in phase. A feature wall looked somewhat inconspicuous compared to the completely jade-textured red sandalwood longevity fish tank or the exquisitely carved completely jade-texture ornaments. In Lin Yuan's opinion, however, this was the warmest place in the mansion. At that moment, Lin Yuan found that Hu Quan stopped what he was doing. Hu Quan solemnly walked toward Lin Yuan, bowed to him, and said in a solemn and grateful tone, "Thank you, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan was puzzled. Why was Hu Quan thanking him? Since Hu Quan did not take any money for his work, Lin Yuan felt that he should be the one thanking him instead. Wen Yu, who was at the side, explained, "Yon master, Uncle Hu Quan comprehended a willpower rune when he was making this feature wall a week ago." Lin Yuan did not expect that Hu Quan would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity. To think he had been able to comprehend a willpower rune when making the feature wall. However, Hu Quan did not have to thank him so much after comprehending a willpower rune. "Right," Hu Quan said. "If I didn't have that feeling when I saw your red sandalwood longevity fish tank in your mansion or so much completely jade-textured wood when I was carving that allowed me to find the feeling I couldn't fathom at all, I would never have comprehended the willpower rune." Hu Quan, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat less than decent, actually choked up a little. Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Congratulations, Uncle Hu. You will be able to have another fantasy breed Fae with this willpower rune." Lin Yuan did not understand why Hu Quan was so excited. He only saw the kind of radiance that only youths had on Hu Quan's face. "I only comprehended one willpower rune in the previous half of my life. My spirit craftsman skills could have reached the Class 5 standard a long time ago. It's just that the basic requirement to become a Class 5 spirit craftsman is to have 2 fantasy breed phase. I have finally fulfilled it." Lin Yuan finally understood why Hu Quan had been so excited before. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan had long ago regarded that being a spirit craftsman was more important than being a spirit kai professional. Chapter 320 The Mansion's New Member. However, Hu Quan's contracted phase were not all support-type phase suitable for spirit craftsman work. Lin Yuan was truly happy for Hu Quan. A person who had dreams and kept working hard for them would always succeed. When Lin Yuan had seen the crane-shadowed censer Hu Quan had carved, the latter's spirit craftsman skills attracted him. He did not expect that Hu Quan's spirit craftsman skills would have long since not been at the level of a class 4 spirit craftsman. Just because Hu Quan had not comprehended a second willpower rune, he did not have a second fantasy breed fei and was stuck in the aspect of a spirit kai professional. Therefore, he had been unable to become a class 5 spirit craftsman. Hu Quan pondered for a moment and took the contract he had signed with Lin Yuan out of his diamond fei storage box. He handed it to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, I want to annul this contract." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's expression stiffened, but he then spread a smile on his face and answered, "Sure. Uncle Hu, no problem." Class 5 spirit craftsmen were considered big shots in the Radiance Federation, although spirit craftsmen were not as honorable as creation masters. Any class 5 lifestyle class spirit kai professional was enough to be called a foundational resource. Thus, Lin Yuan could understand why Hu Quan wanted to annul the contract. At that time, Lin Yuan and Hu Quan's contract was non-restrictive and could be annulled. Unexpectedly, Hu Quan changed the topic. "I also want to keep staying in this mansion. Like Wen Yu and Liu Jai. I wish to become a part of this mansion." When Lin Yuan heard that, he was stunned. Hu Quan did not know of his creation master ability, nor did he know about his identity as black. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was shocking that Hu Quan had made such a decision. "Since you've said so, I'm naturally very happy to accept it. It's also an honor for this mansion if you become a part of it. May I ask what conditions you have?" Hu Quan laughed when Lin Yuan asked him about his conditions. "My conditions are still the same as before. You just need to always provide me with the completely jade-textured wood," Hu Quan added. Just like this month's variety of completely jade-textured wood, Hu Quan could now be considered a quasi-class 5 creation master. As long as he gained the Radiance Federation's officials' recognition, Hu Quan would receive a significant increase in both his status and prestige. If Hu Quan was willing, he could be treated as the major faction's top guests. However, in Hu Quan's opinion, it was useless. Could all this fame and prestige be used as endless amounts of completely jade-textured wood? It could be said that Hu Quan had experienced what was true joy in the human world during this month. He could also use the completely jade-textured wood as much as he wished, based on just the environment of the mansion's main residence. Hu Quan felt that it was not too much to describe it as a paradise. When Hu Quan met the conditions to become a class 5 spirit craftsman, he hesitated a little but immediately made a decision. Hu Quan decided that he quickly needed to join Lin Yuan. If other class 4 spirit craftsmen learned that Lin Yuan had a variety of completely jade-textured wood for use, and they came over to discuss their conditions, wouldn't he miss the key opportunity? Hu Quan's impatience led him to become part of this mansion. He was also a class 4 spirit craftsman that was about to become a class 5 spirit craftsman. This time, Lin Yuan did not sign a written contract with Hu Quan. There was no need to apply for verification at the Radiance Federation either. Hu Quan very blatantly used his newly comprehended willpower rune to vow and receive the world's willpower supervision. With both Hu Quan and Lin Yuan feeling that they had benefited, another member was added to this mansion. Hu Quan was now also considered a person on Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan pointed at the feature wall at the side and said, "Uncle Hu, add yourself to this feature wall." Upon hearing that, Hu Quan chuckled and replied, "I have all the materials ready. I was just waiting for your consent before I carved myself on it." Lin Yuan chatted with the others for a while, but he had yet to see Liu Jai. "Wen Yu, where's Big Brother Liu?" he asked. Wen Yu answered, "Big Brother Liu is out to buy some groceries. He should be back soon." Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu and suddenly felt that she had changed a lot in the past 1.5 months. She had become a lot calmer. After Lin Yuan finished speaking with Wen Yu and Hu Quan, he returned to his room and went to wash up. After that, he wore the spirit guy clothes that Wen Yu had prepared. He looked at the time and called Liu Jai. The phone only rang less than 3 times before Liu Jai picked it up. Big brother Liu, I'm back at the mansion. When are you coming back? Upon hearing that, Liu Jai immediately replied, I'll be back within half an hour. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. He could clearly hear how happy Liu Jai sounded when he told him he had returned to the mansion. Liu Jai suddenly felt a pat on his arm, so he turned around to find that it was none other than Bai Hao. At that moment, Bai Hao said, Liu Jai, what made you so happy like this? You're grinning so much after picking up the call. Liu Jai could not help but roll his eyes. He had long been familiar with Bai Hao's way of speaking. Although Bai Hao usually had a sharp tongue, his heart was also more fragile. However, the moment the surface layer of glass faded away, his heart was softer than anyone else's. This was why Liu Jai had become friends with Bai Hao. Liu Jai had already gotten used to Bai Hao's sharp tongue for so many years. Tell me, what is it? Quickly tell me, I'm in a hurry to go home. Liu Jai was a little helpless. He had come out to buy some spiritual ingredients. However, he had run into Bai Hao, who happened to have just finished a match in the S tournament. He had seen Liu Jai and asked him to accompany him to buy clothes. Bai Hao had been depressed for some time because his favorite live streamer, the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, had not appeared. In order to be considerate of Bai Hao's feelings, Liu Jai had agreed to accompany Bai Hao to lighten up his mood. When they reached the clothing store, Bai Hao returned to his usual happy self. Liu Jai now seriously wondered whether Bai Hao missed the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess or just loved the feeling of rewarding in the live streaming room. Bai Hao took a pile of Spirit Kai clothes and asked, which one do you think I look better in? I like so many of them, but I can't buy them all. Liu Jai looked at this pile of clothes and felt a headache. If Bai Hao was going to try each piece of clothing, when would he finish trying them all? Thus, Liu Jai replied, for every piece of clothing you buy, you will send one less gift in the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room. For every 10 pieces of clothing you buy, you'll be a step closer to the second top contributing fan. For every 100 pieces of clothing you buy, you'll have to sit in the back row at the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess fan meeting and concert. Chapter 321 When you who took over the 5 others' resources. When Bai Hao heard that, he put down the clothes in his arms and pulled Liu Jai out. Liu Jai sighed. Bai Hao seemed to be serious. Bai Hao really liked the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, and not the feeling of rewarding in her live streaming room. But that was what made it even harder. Bai Hao did not know who the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was. He had only heard her voice. He did not have the mood to shop anymore and went back to his guild club. Liu Jai also returned to the mansion with the fresh spiritual ingredients he had just bought. In over a month's training outside, Liu Jai had become accustomed to the Insect Queen's Platinum ability inscribed with the Hurricane Owlet Moth's model. This gave Liu Jai the confidence he could rank among the Radiance 100 sequences top 30. It might even be possible to say that Liu Jai could reach the top 20 if he had a burst of strength. Nonetheless, Liu Jai did not dare to guarantee all this. Although Liu Jai had become stronger in these 3 years, would other Radiance 100 sequence members have stagnated? Thus, Liu Jai did not intend to expose his full strength in this sequence ranking. He would just strive for Radiance 100 sequences top 30. This training session's strength increase boosted Liu Jai's confidence a little after finding out Lin Yuan was black. When Liu Jai arrived in the mansion, he saw Lin Yuan eating fruits and drinking tea with Wen Yu and Hu Quan. Liu Jai hurried to greet the 3 of them and took the fresh ingredients to cook. It was really not early now. The sun was sinking to the west, and even the afterglow had disappeared. It was replaced by faint stars that dotted the sky. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu hurriedly went to the kitchen to help, but Liu Jai chased them out. He didn't want them in the kitchen. Although Liu Jai was not a chef, he was more than willing to turn his joy into food to share it with his comrades. This was the passion of Liu Jai, a man who was not very good with words. Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed into the kitchen and shouted, "Big brother Liu, make more. 2 more people will come for dinner tonight." When Liu Jai heard that, he came out of the kitchen and looked at Lin Yuan before asking seriously, "How much do they eat?" Lin Yuan did not know how much Endless Summer ate. But upon thinking of how much the mother of Bloodbath ate, he replied, "A lot. Really a lot." Upon hearing that, Liu Jai immediately asked with a tinge of disbelief, "More than Wen Yu?" Wen Yu was next to Liu Jai and felt like a bolt striking her head out of the blue. Liu Jai, a guy who failed to understand women, was hopeless. Lin Yuan was still a little more normal. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Even if Wen Yu can eat 4 bowls of rice per meal, she can't eat half the amount of food that one of our guests can eat." Upon hearing that, Liu Jai calculated the amount of rice he should prepare and returned to the kitchen to cook. Wen Yu felt that the earlier bolt that had struck her head had turned and returned to the sky only for a thunderstorm to descend from the sky right after. What did he mean by "I can eat 4 bowls of rice per meal"? Wen Yu could not help but sigh in her heart. Unfortunately, Liu Jai was not the only guy that failed to understand women. Even young Master Lin Yuan was such a person. However, a doubt arose in Wen Yu's head. When have I ever eaten 4 bowls of rice? The most I ate was only 3.5 bowls. While Liu Jai was cooking in the kitchen, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer arrived in the mansion. This time, when the mother of Bloodbath returned to the mansion, it did not immediately revert to its spider form and lie on the beam. It was because Endless Summer had come to the mansion. And even though the mother of Bloodbath knew everyone in the mansion, they did not know it. Other than the time the mother of Bloodbath had shown up in its human form to send back the unconscious Lin Yuan, it rarely had a sense of existence in the mansion. It was time to get to know each other after so long. When the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer came in, Wen Yu and Hu Quan immediately went forward to greet them. Even Liu Jai, who was cooking in the kitchen, also poked his head out and greeted them. However, Lin Yuan could clearly feel a sense of restraint from Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath. It was like the feeling of someone who had just visited someone's home and was a bit formal when meeting the host. This was really not like the style of suzerain myth breed experts like the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. Lin Yuan was aware that although the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer could take human form, it had not been long since they could do so. They both had been able to turn into human form during the past 2 months. Therefore, they were unfamiliar with interacting with humans. Unlike other Fays, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had not formed a contract with humans when they were young. Instead, they had comprehended the willpower runes and became myth breed Fays in the wild. They had little experience interacting with humans. The most direct way to solve problems was speaking with strength. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had to get along with the people in the mansion in the future. Liu Jai cooked swiftly, and in less than an hour, the completely jade-textured wooden table was filled with food. According to what Lin Yuan had said in advance, Liu Jai had purposely fried 3 large plates of chicken wings. There were sour, sweet, salty, aromatic, and spicy dishes on the table except for the bitter flavor. This sumptuous meal seemed magical. It had allowed the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer to get acquainted with Liu Jai, Wen Yu, and Hu Quan. Just as Lin Yuan thought that the mother of Bloodbath would once again change into its spider form and lie on the beam after the meal, Wen Yu had started to help the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer tidy up an empty room. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan felt that he had really been negligent. He had always been under the impression that when the mother of Bloodbath returned to the mansion, it would be lying on the beam outside. It was its unique lifestyle. However, he did not know that it was only because the mother of Bloodbath was not familiar with everyone, so it was lonely. But it was not too late to find out. The addition of the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer made this mansion more lively. When they played the Fey Battle flag game at night, each of the 6 parties attacked each other, and everything became chaotic. After playing a few rounds of the game, Lin Yuan discovered that Wen Yu could win no matter how they played. She could even consume the least amount of resources and money to take over their resources and become the final winner.